All right, well, the day has finally arrived. We are going to be doing a Ghost of Yotei State of Play waiting room. So if you are watching this later, you're going to be able to listen to this, hear my thoughts, others' thoughts. You know, we might just get into other gaming news, and so we've been doing this sort of when there's a State of Play, Nintendo Direct, or something happening in the evening that we want to cover. We just figure that's going to kind of take over the news cycle, so we'll just sort of hang out and do what we have dubbed a waiting room, where we hang out and wait for it to start. Now, yesterday I did a show about Yote, AC Black Flag Remake, as well as The Last of Us Part 2 chronological update. And in that, opening yesterday, I talked about some of the things I wanted to see, some of the things I'm hopeful about with this game, with Yote in particular. And I think the primary thing I'm interested in is the new weapons, the stances. What are they going to give us that level of detail? I'm also curious about the open world. It is one of my concerns, given the trailers up to now. They've shown a lot of large landscapes, really, really far draw distance. Like, excuse me, like the scope of the game looks truly, truly crazy. And that's exciting. And that's, something that I want to see. But obviously then the concern would be, hopefully they don't fall prey to, well, we got to make it bigger. We got to make the open world bigger. And then that can affect, I think, quality of a game. So, Fire X-Men. Yeah, thank you. I had on a different shirt. It was an older Designed by Human shirt, and I was like, I looked in the mirror, I was like, I didn't like it. It was like, and I remembered, I was like, oh, that's right, I don't like this shirt. Madam wears it now. Like, she takes any of the t-shirts that I'm not really a fan of. And I do need to thank Haseo. Han shot first, and so did you. Haseo with the first gifted member of the day. He did it before I was even live. Thank you so much for doing that. We're well on pace to hitting that weekly goal. When we hit the weekly goal, we do a Friday night stream with my wife. If you guys hit the stretch goal, you'll make her play Tony Hawk. That will be, I think, a good time. We have stopped playing RoboQuest because we keep dealing with the disconnect issue, and we kind of solved it and figured out what it was. It's not our internet, it's the actual game itself, and sadly, there doesn't seem to be a fix. They don't seem to even acknowledge it as a problem. I've not seen them say anything anywhere about it, so we were having such a good time with that, too. 30-something hours into RoboQuest. So, yeah. And I'm somewhere between, like, I think about 6 hours into to Wu Chang, so I'm trying to get a lot of gameplay in that. Let me turn off sub-only chat over here on Purple. I'm getting to decide if I want to pay off my Yote now or wait, since it's not till October. Yeah, it feels like it's closer than it is. You know what I mean? I can't say anything about Wu Chang. I'm under NDA, so the embargo will drop. The embargo will drop the day before the game goes into early access or something like that, because I think it launches on a Friday, and the embargo drops on a Wednesday. Yeah. So Sea of Thieves Direct. Yeah, Sea of Thieves Rare is doing something today. It looked like, kind of like, in light of what happened at the company, they lost some pretty pivotal people. They're wanting to talk about the future. So, what's good, Hollow Rage? How are you? How are you, Rooney? Can't stop thinking about how they would assign dev costs to Game Pass. Darn you and your interesting and thought-provoking conversations. Actually, a few ways I've thought of. Send them an email and see if you can't help them figure it out, because they apparently don't know. Did you see Donkey Kong Bonanza was originally a Switch 1 game? I mean, I don't see how that would have run on the Switch 1. It's having issues with frame rate on the Switch 2 from what we've heard from the previews. Updated impressions of Death Stranding 2. I got to intermission last night. It did an intermission. It did like a little scene, and they called it an intermission. And I love it. I don't know. I know people that are rolling credits are saying Game of the Year. It's going to beat Expedition 33. I have yet to be compelled that that's possible by the game. I'm enjoying the game. I love it. Like, it's the other front runner. But I think Expedition 33 won people's hearts, and that's hard to that's a hard thing to outpace or to outdo. IGN just posted an interview with one of the devs. Apparently, the Bonanza section was a bit too much. Yeah, I would imagine it was a bit too much because it's a bit too much for the Switch too. Well, I'm feeling sleepy, taking one of my meds. Okay, well, if you need a little shut eye in the morning, that's okay. If you need it, take it. Love the X-Men shirt. Thank you. My issue is less time and more. I want Super Robot Wars and Deluxe. It's 102. Huh? But I can't do my Yote tomorrow. But if I do standard on it, I can do it. Yeah, I ordered the Yote Collector's Edition. Guys, really, really quickly, let's have a strong start. These days are usually really, really good. Let's try to get to 100 likes. I didn't really do a typical show open, so I'm just already talking to chat. So I can kind of ask for likes a little bit quicker. And that has been really helpful. And fingers crossed, we believe we solved the tech issue we were running into yesterday. Both platforms should be getting a much better experience today with none of those weird hiccups. You woke up at 2:30 a.m. It's 3:20 p.m. now. 3:20 p.m. Where are you? 3:20 p.m. You're... How many hours is that? 5 hours ahead? Right? No, 6 hours. 6 hours ahead. Airports don't close in Belgium. Oh. You like my Deadpool shirt better? You'd have to be specific. I have a lot of Deadpool shirts. I have a lot of Deadpool shirts. I have a fun question for you, Lono. Other than who's already in it, who do you want to see either... who do I want to see in Cosmic Invasion or Tokone? Oh, I don't really have an opinion because I don't even know who's in... I don't have the full list on the top of my brain. Like, I've not paid much attention to those games. Like, Marvel Tokone looks incredible, but it's not really my type of game. So I don't even have the roster memorized. I think they could add anybody, honestly. Yo, Wired Rope comes in with the 5-bomb over here on purple. And, buddy, do we need it. We are purple. Purple hasn't had a strong showing in a while. There we go. They're going to take the lead in the little battle. Thank you so much. I just finished Death Stranding 2. OMG, what a beautiful ending. 80 hours. Absolutely speechless. Yeah, I've enjoyed it so far very much. I like it quite a bit. I played it last night instead of Wu Chang because I played Wu Chang in the afternoon for about 3 hours. And I was like, this is not the kind of game I like to play, you know, in the later hours of the day, you know. I've wanted to replay, you know, Sekiro and some others, but like I don't like playing really, really tough games late in the evening because like it amps me up. It amps me up and then my adrenaline's pumping and I'm either elated because I beat a boss or I'm frustrated because I didn't, and I prefer to play those games in the afternoon. Yeah, I have review access to Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, yes. Been working on getting through Rogue Trader, great game. Yeah, Madam and I were looking for a new, like, Rogue to play. I don't know if Bonanza's going to hold our interest. The Donkey Kong Bonanza game looks fun, and it does have co-op, so we'll see. RoboQuest was just scratching the itch. Like, we love games like Borderlands, we loved Gunfire Reborn, and RoboQuest was just scratching the itch, and sadly, we just can't play it in confidence anymore. We keep getting those random disconnects. And I thought, well, let's try one more theory. Let's not run Engineer. Let's not, because he has like the drones. And there was a guy that theorized on Steam that the drones are part of the problem. And it still happened. So, and it wasn't as fun because we were on classes that we weren't familiar with. Wonder what Insomniac meant by the tweet this morning. What did they tweet? What's good, Chris Davies? What's good, Wilbur? What do they send? They've been I thought lately they had been tweeting about like job opportunities is what it seemed like they were doing recently. Insomniac Games. Let's see. 2 hours ago, they're pointing with a finger. What would that mean? That can't be a reference to anything. Would that be a reference? We want you? Yeah, like I guess like Uncle Sam, maybe? Like the old posters, maybe they're memeing on that. And what would that be referring to? Spider-Man? Yeah, I don't get it. See, sometimes, companies will do that, and it's so vague that you're like, I don't have a clue what you're meaning. Or you're Sean Murray and you tweet bacon for 4 or 5 days in a row, and it's because they're doing an update called Beacon or Beacons. It's like Venom, it's a Bloodborne remake. Whose finger does it look like? It's literally the emoji. It's just the emoji pointing like directly at you, not like to the side. It's like the emoji like pointing directly at you. I don't know. We want you working here. They have posted a little bit recently about job opportunities and job postings at the company, so maybe it has something to do with that. I truly don't know. You thought it was Expedition 33 until you finished Death Stranding 2. A lot of people have said that it changed their mind, so I don't know. Why is a hype train starting? I don't understand purple sometimes. All right, well, we have a hype train going. If anybody's going to join Wired Rope today over there, we've lost a lot of our points over there, so we need to go a little crazy again. And I have those discounts we can turn on. I've got so many hours. We've barely used any of them. Sean Murray's way of teasing stuff is how I want all developers teasing their games. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely prefer being a little goofy, being a little silly on Twitter, as opposed to like what so many of the companies have done over the years, which is like a fake trailer or gameplay that is simulated and not really representative of the product. Obviously, I would take that over what we what we typically get. You know what I mean? I wish they had the same passion as Sean Murray. The dude's dedicated. Neil's story broke me. Let's just stop while we're not doing more than you've already done, because I don't even know who you're talking about. So, Expedition 33 is more deserving of Game of the Year, in my opinion, because it embarrassed AAA gaming. I don't agree with that take. I think that the continued notion that like Expedition 33 embarrassed AAA or is an indictment of AAA, I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what goes into some of the bigger and more celebrated AAA games. Like, that studio is not going to build a Ragnarok or a Forbidden West or even a Death Stranding 2. They're not. What they achieved is phenomenal, but it's also a very contained game. It's a game that has rough edges, right? I don't think turning it into this punitive bat where we like take Expedition 33 and we just wail on AAA games. I don't know. I know that's like the meta on YouTube, is to like rail against the industry in this us versus them way, and to act like Expedition 33 is some, victory in the indictment of AAA. But it's like, there are so many good AAA games that come out every year. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't think AAA, this is what I think happens, is people use the worst examples and they act like that represents the entirety of the AAA gaming market. And it's like, you would never do that to like indies and AA studios. I could grab abysmal games that launch every week in Steam that have terrible scores and go nowhere and make no money and be like, look at how crappy AA and indie games are. And that wouldn't be fair to AA and indie games either. You know what I mean? All I know is Square Enix said after it was released, we see its success and we are going back to turn-based. Sorry, but it was inspired by Final Fantasies. Oh, I mean, but again, I don't think that's like, you said like it embarrassed AAA. I don't view it that way. I think it can be more instructive than punitive. Like, it can be instructive, like, hey, and this is something that I've said for a very long time, I think AAA studios need to consider, like, what made Expedition 33 so special. Well, it wasn't the budget. It wasn't this massive team. It wasn't a bunch of licensing deals. What made Expedition 33 special was passion. You know, they had this team of people that were super passionate and they were agile and they were able to make changes. I mean, they completely changed the entire game at one point because they decided that, like, if you watch Ralph Skillup's, you know, sort of documentary on it. And so I think it could be instructive because I've said for a while, I think, like, the next era of gaming will be marked by AAA studios doing smaller projects. You know, like, instead of doing this 6-year, hundreds of millions of dollar projects, do smaller, place smaller bets, because then you have more agility, you can have more passion and creativity kind of funneling into the project, and then you're not placing one giant bet. You can place smaller bets that are not a direct threat to the company's solvency if you don't make like millions of dollars in the first couple of weeks. So I see it as more instructive than punitive. You know what I mean? Being like, well, you know, let's wail on AAA and act like AAA is the devil, and Expedition 33 really showed them up. And it's like, I mean, I don't think that's what the game is about. I don't think that's what the studio wants it to be about. I was thinking specifically that one AAA company, maybe I should have been clearer, they embarrassed Square Enix. How did they embarrass Square Enix, though? Final Fantasy 16 did really well and was reviewed really well. Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Rebirth were highly praised. I don't understand. Like, maybe you're a long-standing Final Fantasy fan and you feel like, yes, these guys over here just showed you that you can make turn-based good and you could make it exciting instead of leaving maybe you're a big fan of turn-based and you feel that Sandfall, you know, put on display innovation within turn-based that, I mean, it's captured people like me. I beat Expedition 33. I'm not really in disbelief. When I saw a trailer for it, I thought that's a game that'll get me to play turn-based. That's a game that'll get me, you know, to roll credits on it. And I made that prediction. I was like, yeah, I bet you I end up, you know, really, really liking that game or whatever. And I ended up loving it. It's like one of my favorite games now. It's probably in like top 10. So again, if I heard 16 didn't do well at all. What do you mean? It did very well. It was like 3 million sales or whatever. We've seen the 3 million number thrown out a bunch. 3 million sales or 3 million players, like, that's a great number for a game that landed on one system. Like, FF16 did really great. I don't think there was any evidence that it didn't do great. Now, they said they had high goals for it. They said that it hit the goals that they wanted or whatever on that earnings call. And then they said that there was a higher end goal that they didn't hit, and that got misrepresented, and people said that, you know, they were disappointed with its performance or whatever. Even still, if you set aside commercial success, it was reviewed well. It has good scores and good critic and user scores. People thought it was a good game. I thought it was a good game. I thought it got a little long in the tooth at the end. I thought some of the fights were like ridiculously long, somewhat unnecessarily. I don't think every boss fight needs 4 phases, you know. It's like, oh, here comes phase 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like, I think some of the fights got a little long in the tooth, but in general, I thought it was a great game with a great story, you know. So, and again, if you're like a huge fan of turn-based and you feel like Expedition 33 is instructive to say like, hey, instead of abandoning turn-based, you guys could go back to your roots, you know. You actually love that? I did not. I was like, man, because I liked the combat. I thought it was good, but I think any combat system can overstay its welcome. It's like so think of it this way. In a lot of the fights in FF16 near the end, you run the cycle. You do damage, you dodge their attacks, you do damage, right? Well, when I do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, when I get to like the 9th or 10th cycle, it's just like, Jiminy Christmas, I get it. You know what I mean? I know the fight. I know what to do. Can this be done now? There were just some fights that were, I think, just too long. They weren't even hard. It wasn't even like they were like hard. It was just like dude. Can I be done now? But I get why somebody might have played that game or seen that game and thought, I really miss turn-based. I think, Final Fantasy's roots in turn-based might make somebody think that that's something that they should go back to. I thought 16 was okay, but someone I know personally compared it to a DBZ game where it's spectacle, and I don't want DBZ in Final Fantasy. I want Final Fantasy in Final Fantasy. I mean, they might have been talking about the icon fights. The icon fights were pretty crazy. They were very, anime, screaming, yelling. Entire mountains are getting destroyed. It definitely had that, anime panache or whatever you want to call it. I would love an FF10 remake with the interactive turn base of Expedition 33. I don't know if they would ever want to go back and do that, to be quite honest with you. As drawn out as the icon fights were, they were pretty awesome. So, this might be a weird take. I don't know if other fans think this. I felt like the icon fights should have just been cutscenes. I didn't think they were that fun. I thought they were kind of boring. I just thought they were kind of boring. They were really drawn out cinematic rock'em sock'em moments, and I just didn't think that they were that great. It's kind of like the rock'em sock'em moments in Doom the Dark Ages. It's like, you could just make this a cutscene. You don't need me to go through this and push some buttons. Pitchforks are out, bad take. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought they were boring. It was so, I don't know. They just felt slow, and they felt, I don't know. They felt slow and drawn out. It's like, this could be a cutscene, because the lead-ups were always insane. I'm like, oh my gosh, Clive's nuts. This is nuts. And I'm like, then I play the fight, and I'm like, can this be over? This isn't that fun. It just felt slow and button mashy. You know what I mean? I don't know. They were great from a spectacle perspective, but they weren't great experientially, pushing the buttons. I was like, you could autopilot this for me, and I would enjoy just watching the battle. ALD collects. Thank you so much for a member light. Member lights only count when they're first given, whether you sub or you're gifted. I can't count that next month because there's no way for me to know if you're a gifted or a paying sub. So if you want to count towards the goal every month, you do need to be at Member Plus. I wish I could hide Member Light. Member Light's really only intended for gifting, and I can't do anything with it. It's the only way for me. I want to give extra content to people paying for membership. I think that's fair. And there's only one way for me to do that, and it's to have a 2-tier system of membership. Freaking Bahamut in space. Yeah, the setups were insane. The setups were absolutely insane. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I thought, they did a really, really great job with all the setups. But I also thought, you could have just shown me these two guys fight. And here's why. Here's why. Some of the icon fights near the end, you're just constantly triggering cutscenes anyway. You're doing enough damage to trigger a cutscene. And I'm like, just make it a cutscene. I don't need to hit this guy 5 times in order to then, okay, now he's going to slam me to the ground. Okay, now I'm going to slam him to the ground. Okay, now I got to watch us fly. Okay, now I'm back in control. Right? From a game direction perspective, I have always felt like some of the interactive cutscene thing, I wish we would just leave that in the dustbin of time. It's like, we don't need to keep doing this. My least favorite thing that a game does is make me hold forward. Don't do that. It's like, cutscene, oh, and now your character's injured, and they're like, hold forward on the joystick, and you're like doing this, you're limping along, and oh man, oh, cutscene. What? Why did you make me do that? Why did you make me hold forward on the joystick for 10 seconds to trigger another cutscene? Just make my character walk. Do you see what I'm saying? That's a huge pet peeve of mine in games. It's like, why are you making me hold forward? Nothing's happening. I don't need to do anything. Does that make sense? I got a couple people to thank here. Dwayne with 38 months of membership says, add mine to the total. Willie Kale with 36 months says, 3 years long. So happy to have been a passenger on this ride. Thank you, boys. That is going to be... Oh, I didn't even realize we were that close to the milestone. YouTube just got us the milestone of 325, and we're now at 326. So Agent of Chaos, thank you guys so much. Today is a good day to go crazy. Go crazy on the like button. Check your renewals. Go crazy on the gifting. Purple, if you ever rally a bunch of gifters together, let me know because I can give you a discount. So you can always give me a heads up that you guys are getting ready to go crazy. These are good days to go crazy. They're long streams, and we meet lots of new people. What made Expedition 33 special is the baguettes. Yeah, sorry, Fuzzy, I didn't respond to that. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yo, thanks for upgrading ALD Collects. I'm going to count that as a double. I'm going to bump the line to 328. I'm going to let you double dip for upgrading. I know that's a pain. I hate that I even have to say that. It's like, hey, thanks for becoming a member. Oh, by the way, can you upgrade? I literally, that's like bile in my mouth that I have to say that. But I never want somebody paying for a membership and then missing out on content. They just need to give me a checkbox. If they gave me a checkbox, we would never have to have this conversation again. We would never have to have this conversation again. I could just say, hey, welcome, and you get all the content. Use the upgrade command and use the link provided by Nightbot. That's how you upgrade your membership. You go to youtube.com/paid memberships. Just put an underscore. Why isn't the bottom tier just named gifted member? We did that for a while, and I guess we should just rename it, but the problem is I didn't want somebody clicking on it thinking that they were gifting. Do you have this shirt or something like it? I'm sorry, did I offend you? I have one that says shh across the top, and then across the bottom it says no one cares. No, we're not in sub-only mode, Chris. We're not. I turned it off. I accidentally had it on at the beginning. I've never seen this guy before, but what time is the state of play? Well, Ears, good to see you. The state of play is at 5 p.m. Eastern, which is about 7.5 hours from now. We're literally just going to hang out until then. I will co-stream it. You can watch it here. I also do a talk show like this Monday through Friday. We just talk games. You can hit subscribe, the bell button, all the things. Maybe it looks like you got a membership, so you can get into extra content with that. 7 hours. That's right. This is like the old school days when I only streamed on Purple instead of both platforms. I would just be in the chair for like 8 hours. I know a lot of people love open world, but honestly, oh yeah, I wanted to read what you said, Travis. Hang on one second. You said, hot take, everyone wants cinematic open world experiences and I don't. I miss stuff like BioShock, and yes, was movie-like, but wasn't solely. No, you know what's funny? I'm not in line perfectly with what you're saying, but I have very much hit a level of open world fatigue. You know? You love my old Pixel intro with the banging music? Yeah, that's old school. I know who you are, you goof. I was saying I've never been one to ask what time. Oh, I've never been this guy before. Oh, sorry, Ears. I'm sorry. Listen, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. We've had some people recently with badges that are like, I don't even know how I'm a member here. So like, I just was like, well, welcome. Yeah, never been. I misread. I do that all the time. I thought you said I've never seen this guy before. Okay. We have heard the game takes around 30 to 50 hours to complete. Jiminy Christmas. Okay. Just sending out a little nudge about Here's About Dragon, which launched a couple of weeks ago. Totally no pressure at all. Just want to make sure keys didn't get buried. We'd let to know what you think. I didn't get a key from you guys. What are you talking about? Pretty cool they're doing free DLC. Who's doing free DLC? See above, please. Lucy Bear says, aren't you trying to get people to avoid that tier? Isn't it good if they think it's gifting and they avoid it? I mean, we don't get a lot of new members anyway, Zubair, so you're probably right. We should just be like, you know what? Let me just rename it. Thank you, RD15, for 9 months over here on Purple, bumping the line to 329. The contest is heating up. It's 6-6 between Purple and Team Red. Yeah, let's just go in here to levels, edit, gifted member, right? We'll just call it gifted member, and that way anybody that's on it will be like, I don't want to be on gifted member. If you're paying. If you're on gifted member, well then we're saying bump up for $1. Egnarts, thanks for 45 months at a member plus. Still love the show. Thank you so much. That's actually a pretty good little setup there. We are exactly 20 members away from the next milestone. So I've always said this is the easiest one to steal because more people are hesitant to do the 20s than like the singles and the 5s. So this is your chance. Whoever hits it gets it. I'll give 5 members to your platform. So thank you so much. Let's shame them. I can call them brokies. No, don't do that. How is your voice? My voice? What do you mean, Mash? It was a little scratchy on Monday, if that's what you're talking about. Now my daughter's got it. It was like a seasonal allergy thing. Kind of hit me over the weekend. Have you checked your @ since yesterday? Have I checked my @? I'm not sure what you mean, Lushy. Oh, gosh. That's why he said, how's your voice? And a 50 bomb from MASH. You are so ornery. And he puts us at 380. You know what's funny? I can't see the gifted member bombs in the combined chat. So the joke was totally lost on me. I was like, what are you talking about? How's my voice? I have to look up here to see the member bombs. Let's get some farty bombs in the chat. That was what my son came up with as a joke when he heard me saying 50 bombs. Thank you so much, Mash. And a $5 super chat tip from Ranger says, I can't upgrade Member Plus. I think YouTube Premium is blocking it. Really? That's weird. And Risick with a single. Thank you so much. We actually are another 20 bomb away from a milestone. Purple, this is your time to shine. This is your time to shine, Purple. You can steal it. Get us to 400. Currently, I owe YouTube 15 members. 15. They're already going crazy over here. And a 50 bomb from Pathalon Phoenix. It's a 50 bomb train and a 20 bomb from MASH. Unreal. And that takes us to, what would that even be? So MASH's would take it to 401, 451, and then another single from Risick, and then another single from Mick D09. We are at 453. Just like that. So hang on. That's 123 on top of the 6. It's 129 to 6, Purple. Get to work. Get to work, Purple. It was like 6-6 a second ago. Like, yeah, it's 129 to 6, Purple. What you got? We have a Hulk. I mean, basically, it's like we have a MASH and a Pathalon Phoenix. So, good luck, Purple. This is where we are. Oh my gosh. The generosity is insane. Seriously, Pathalon Phoenix and MASH, I mean it. I mean it. Listen, y'all, their generosity is anomalous. So be grateful and say thank you, because I know I am very grateful and very appreciative of what they do for us here, because good golly. We would not be able to do this full time the way that we do if I didn't have direct support from the users. This is quite literally like those podcasts that are on like Patreon that are supported only by your perks are ready and have been approved. Okay, there we go. So now when someone renews at that tier or signs up at that tier, it says gifted member. So, earlier, Twitch in the lead. That's right. That's right. Hilly says he hopes YouTube breaks every browser. That's really mean, Hilly. And a single comes in from Ghostwood. Thank you so much, Ghostwood. 454. Thank you so much. I'm just going to go ahead. Wait, what was that? Do I have a new thing I can do? Oh, no. It looked like there was a new thing that I could do. Super stickers. So I owe... Wait, did Pathalon do another one? Is Pathalon still going? All right, there's the 20 that I owe. There you go. Okay. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for hitting the subscribe button. Thank you for supporting the channel. Listen, if you want to support the channel directly, that is the best way to do it, is to click join and pick Member Plus. Click join and pick Member Plus. The gifted members are really, truly intended for people who cannot do the membership on their own. I know there's a lot of people that are just not in a great place right now, man. Times can be tough here, there, and everywhere. You know, you can experience some not great, you know, financial situations. And so that's what the gifteds are there for. We've got a very generous community here. And a single comes in from Haseo. And Haseo actually very slyly just set up a 20. Oh my gosh, Mash. He didn't even let me do it. And a 20 bomb from Mash. I was like, yeah, this is another 20 bomb setup. Somebody can snag it. Sorry, Purple. That's over. There we go. That's another one. So then this is going to be 150. Dear Lord. Okay, there it is. Oh my gosh. I was like, yeah, this is going to be another 20 bomb setup here. You guys have an opportunity. And Mash was like, nope. No. It's not an opportunity for anybody. It's an opportunity for him, I guess. What time is the deep dive? The deep dive is in 7 hours and 11 minutes. It's good to see you. If you guys have never been here before, the channel is, I keep it safe for work, so you don't have to worry about the kind of language I'm going to be using on here, right? Maybe some, you know, that's what she said jokes or something like that, but nothing that crazy off color. Not no, severe swearing. Purple started a train, I guess. They started a hype train and then it just sat there. I didn't understand why the hype train started. Nobody was doing anything. We were just hanging out and talking. So the the state of play will be this evening, and whenever there's an event like this, what we try to do is we try to have what we call a waiting room. Yeah, the green room gets spicy because, you know, my producer gets on the line and he can get a little crass. But yeah, we do like waiting rooms on days like today because it's fun just to kind of hang out in anticipation of an event and talk about what we're looking forward to. Dwayne says somebody on Purple's got to drop a hundo bomb. I mean, Pork Pie has been incredibly generous over there on Purple, but, you know, he's like, he that's not fair for him to try to do it on his own, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think that that's a correct summary of what YouTube is doing. That tweet has been community noted, has it not? I believe that tweet has been community noted. No, it hasn't. But they said starting on the 15th, YouTube will only pay creators who use their real voice and produce original content. The following will not be eligible for monetization: reused or repurposed videos, copied content, low-effort uploads, fully AI-generated uploads. And YouTube says, we recently made a minor update to our long-standing YouTube partner policies to better identify mass-produced repetitive content. Channels using AI to improve their content can still monetize as long as they follow our policies. For reused or repurposed videos, our policy there has not changed. Yeah, that's a real misrepresentation, what that guy has tweeted there. That just isn't true. They're going after... There are basically channels that are like post, same content, right? The show is at 5 p.m. Eastern. Maximus. So they're not going to go after like an Asmongold or even the salt farmers that like put people in their content. That's not what they're going after. Those channels are completely fine and completely safe, right? There are channels that make content that I think is like toxic and I think is really, really on the line or crosses the line of community guidelines. But for the most part, let's just say they're not breaking community guidelines. I think they're well within their right to make the content. It's fair use. If they take my content or your content or anybody's content, as long as it's transformative, then it's fair use. This policy will not affect those channels. And I don't think it should. I don't think it should. I think that would be very bad for the platform if they suddenly started like nuking channels that were doing that. Now, do I think that when you react to an entire video on YouTube, I think there should be a revenue share button that you select. And if you don't, then you get a little nasty gram that says, hey, if you react to the entirety of a video, not like a minute or two, okay, I think you should have to share the revenue with whoever you're reacting to. I think Asmongold would be okay with this. I think he's on record as saying he's okay with this. I think you should have to select a button that says, you know, are you reacting to a video in its entirety? Yes, I am. What video? You plug the video in, and I think the revenue gets split with that creator. I think that's completely and utterly fair. I think it's ethical. I think it's right. Now, you take a 2-minute clip from me, you know, and you're like, I don't agree with this guy, blah, 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 and then you continue with your stream. I don't think that's a revenue share moment. I think that's different. I think you should only have to revenue share is if you react to like literally the entire video, because now I don't have to go watch the other video. It serves as a replacement. Yo, Vedger, thank you for a Member Plus renewal. I appreciate it very, very much. So again, anybody doing that kind of reaction content should be okay with what I'm saying. If they're not okay with what I'm saying, then they basically are just like, no, I'm okay with taking from another person, and I don't agree with that. I don't. I've watched plenty of videos through Asmongold's YouTube channel, and now there's no reason for me to go watch the original video. Does that make sense? Like, I watch Bellular's content, and I watched Zach react to a Bellular video, and guess what? It was 2 birds with 1 stone. It saved me time. It saved me time. I was able to hear what Zach said, and I was able to hear what Bellular said, and I was like, cool, I can go on with my day. It serves as a replacement, and I believe that video should do revenue sharing with Bellular because his video in its entirety is contained within that video. Therefore, I don't have to go watch it now. I think it's very logical. I think it's a very reasonable take, and I think YouTube should put it into place. You know, little clips here and there, you know, again, like if you're live streaming like me and I like pull up a 2-minute clip that somebody put on Twitter like we did with Moore's Law is Dead, that was like, you know, 2 minutes out of like one of his long streams. I don't think that has to be revenue shared because I don't think that's a replacement. You still need to go watch his entire stream if you want to hear his expanded thoughts or more from him on that particular topic. So, personally, I think that would foster a more healthy React meta, because if you're like Asmon, he doesn't care. He would revenue share with the original video. He would. Asmon will also not react to your content if you ask him not to, or if you ask him to wait. He'll do it. He'll honor the request. But if you encouraged YouTubers to be like, well, I don't want a revenue share. Okay, well, then foster a new meta where you only react to a portion of the video, and then what are you doing? You're encouraging cross-pollination now. Because if you have, think of the number of YouTubers that would shift the way that they do react. What would they do? Well, they would only react to a portion. They would then link to the full video, and that creates cross-pollination because this audience is like, hey, I really liked that guy. I liked what he was saying. Let me go check out the full video and their channel, and it would potentially help said video perform better. And if you're like Zach and you want to react to the entire video, guess what? You just click revenue share, and that helps that person out. They're getting a cut. So when you have a video get 500,000 to 1 million views, that person's getting a nice little bump in their revenue that month. So again, I feel like this is a very fair take. I don't feel like I'm ever wanting to go after people that do React content. I've never reported anybody or tried to stop anybody from using me in their content. I've been like, that you're allowed to do that. Personally, I don't think people should be breaking community guidelines with, name calling and basically encouraging harassment. I think that's against the rules. That's different. That doesn't fall under a fair use discussion. That falls under a guidelines discussion. That's a different category. But I'm not a hall monitor. I'm not out here going to, blow my whistle and tell people that they can't say certain things. It's like, that's up to YouTube to do that, not me. I'd suggest instead of a whole video versus a segment, it should be over 50% of the video versus less than 50% of the video. Yeah, I think that's fair, Zuby. Like, if you watch a 10-minute long video and you stop at 8 minutes, you can't be like, well, I didn't watch the whole video. It's like, no, you watched enough that it serves as a replacement. Given what we know about viewership trends on YouTube, once you cross the halfway point, I think that's fair. Hang on, Mash. Let me see what you said here. Yesterday on Moore's Law, Moriarty said 53% of Sony's money is from 10 games, none of which they own, and most profits is from service games. So the strat was right, but execution was poor. Thoughts? I'm not sure what you mean. The strat was right, but the execution is poor. What are you saying was poorly executed? Yo, what's good, JC? How are you? Yeah, I didn't talk about that particular quote. We looked at another a clip from Moore's Law. He was talking about internally how they're referring to the Xbox handheld as a handheld PC. They're not referring to it internally as an Xbox. I think that's the pattern they are trying to copy with their own live service. Oh, if you're talking about live service strategy, I think the issue with saying that their live service strategy is poorly executed, you basically have to ignore MLB The Show, Gran Turismo 7, and Helldivers 2. You have to ignore all those games that have done very well for them and have made them a lot of money. You got to look at Concord as a disaster. That's fair. But then canceling Factions was a Naughty Dog choice. That was also a Naughty Dog initiative. That was not a PlayStation initiative. And canceling Bend and Bluepoint, whatever they were working on, I would say that is part of the poor execution. So I would agree they poorly executed on thinking, well, we want to do live service. We've got the money to do live service. Our single-player studios have pitched live service games. Let's just let them do it. I think the best lesson that they learned was don't have your first-party studios that are... If their core competency is single-player, then have them do that. Don't have single-player studios just taking a crack at live service. I think that's dumb. And I think they've learned that lesson. And that's why I think what they need to do is more things like what they did with Helldivers 2 and what they're doing with Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls. They're going to companies that already have experience either in the genre they are targeting or they have experience in live service. Like, the chances of Ben Studio hitting a live service game out of the park is just incredibly low. Like, that was really short-sighted that they thought, oh, you've never done... Like, think about what they admitted. And this is where I think this is criticism worthy of making at PlayStation. They admitted that they didn't know what they were doing live service, but then they just thought, oh, we'll just figure it out by having studios make live service games. That seems almost like self-contradictory. Like, bringing in Bungie to do assessment of projects is passive admittance that you don't know what you're doing. So why would you go full steam ahead greenlighting projects at your various single-player studios? It's like, I don't really know how to build a house, so I'm going to hire a foreman that knows how to build a house, but then I still go forward with house building projects. It's like, wait, what are you doing? You guys admitted you didn't know what you were doing. Why didn't you wait until you got Bungie onboarded before you started doing this? What a waste of time and money. The strat to focus on service games, says MASH, but they use their own studios. They don't have experience in multiplayer to make them or outsource contract out. Per Colin, that was the mistake. I've been saying that for months now. Since we learned about Bend and Bluepoint, I've been saying that for months, that was the single biggest mistake they made, which was, well, let's just let our single-player studios do it. And it's like, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. That sounds like what they did with Redfall when ZeniMax was like, well, we want a multiplayer game. And they asked a single-player studio to do it, and internally, the team was like, we don't really want to. And they did anyway. I mean, that's terrible. So, it's once again, you know, Colin and I are typically on the same page on almost all of these topics. And if Colin's saying that was the mistake, then he is lockstep with what I've been saying for months. I have never once shied away from being critical of PlayStation in that regard. I have been consistently saying that was incredibly stupid and short-sighted to have studios that could have been working on another single-player game working on a live service game when they had no experience in it. Like, the likelihood of Bungie walking in the room and being like, hey, this thing that we've been trying to do for 10 years and barely doing it and learning lots of hard lessons, wow, you guys managed to figure it out all on your own. Like, what were the odds? Like, again, just think about the lack of vision that PlayStation had. PlayStation looks at a market of failed live service games, and they have to know. They have to know this is a severe challenge. This is a really hard type of game to make, but we know it can make tons of money. And granting that point that there's so many failed live service games out there, I don't know why they thought, yeah, we'll just hand money to a studio that's never done this before, and they'll be able to figure it out. The state of play is in 5 hours. I'm sorry, 7 hours. It's in 7 hours. Colin's been saying that for a very long time. I don't watch his podcast because I'm way too busy and I don't want to like pay for a podcast I wouldn't have time to listen to. And their podcasts are fairly long, and I see his clips on Twitter and stuff. And I like Colin. I think he's got really, really good things to say. But as soon as we learned that, I have been on the critical angle of that from the very beginning. I've been like, listen, I don't know what you guys are doing over there, but having your single-player studios... My friend got a salt gun. Oh, let's see here. What is it? Arnold. What's the... He got the salt gun for flies because I brought one over on the 4th of July, and it was like a hit. Everyone loved it. They were like, this is amazing. I'm sending the Arnold, what's that from Predator when they, you son of a... You had a new subscription? Just had a new subscription? Where? We had a super chat. Hey, it's Chill Will. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Good morning. Everyone just got here, but wanted to let everyone know that's hopeful for Thug remake. There is an Eric Sparrow goal in THP 3 and 4. Maybe a hint. I have no idea what you're talking about. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, Dylan. Yeah. The Dylan gif. He sent me an image of a dead fly and the gun. He sent me that's what he said. He took a picture of that. So yeah, I mean, I think there are people that go too far in the PlayStation live service criticism. They think that they should just completely abandon the strategy. I think that's an overreaction. Because when you look at the success of Helldivers 2 and MLB The Show and Gran Turismo 7, and then you look at the potential of Marvel, Toko, and Fighting Souls, it's like, do you really think you're making a good point? There are tons of people that are very happily playing Helldivers 2. It's going to Xbox. More people are going to be playing that game and having a good time. There are going to be people playing and loving Marvel, Toko, and Fighting Souls. Why would you take that away from people? I think on the subject of live service games, I think that something that people forget is they're kind of like the people that watch a state of play or a showcase, and the minute the cutesy, cozy, silly games show up, they're like, mid, L, Resident Sleeper, and it's like, wait. there are so many people that play cozy games and sim games and waifu games, right? And cutesy little weeb games. Now listen, there's a market for those games or they wouldn't be making them, right? But then people still do that. They're like, L, mid, z, whatever. Anytime there's a game on the screen that like they don't vibe with. I think a lot of the anti-live service people, I think they're doing the same thing and they don't even realize it. It's like, there are millions of people a day enjoying a live service game. They're playing Call of Duty, Fortnite, Apex, PUBG. They're playing a fighting game that's getting new characters, right? They're playing Marvel Rivals. There are people looking forward to Marvel Tokyo Fighting Souls. There are people right now playing Helldivers 2. And you're out here going like, yeah, live service crap, stupid, dumb, don't do it. They're trash. And it's like, the vast majority of gamer hours logged in a day are probably in live service games. Like, what? We've had this conversation before, and I'm like, you should be against bad live service games. And you should want to support good live service games. Just like people that are like, AAA is in a shambles, and AAA sucks, and gaming sucks. And it's like, well, wait, hang on. There's plenty of great AAA games that come out every single year. Like, AA's and indie titles are having a breakout moment for sure, but there's also a landfill of garbage indie and AA titles every single year. We don't use that as an indictment of AA and indie titles. We're like, yep, AA and indie suck. Why? Well, look at all the bad ones. It's like, well, yeah, you can do that with anything. You can do that with anything. You can say, look at all the bad examples, ergo, conclusion, this is bad, this sucks. And it's like, well, yes, there are bad live service games. There are bad AAA games. There are bad indie games. There are bad AA games. This is correct. There are bad examples in all of these funnels. There's also good examples. So celebrate the good examples and criticize the bad. It's good. If this is the thing I guess I would ask. If somebody's sort of banging on the anti-live service drum, ask them if they've played Helldivers 2. Ask them if they've played Fortnite or Apex or Warzone with the boys, right? And if they have, as politely as you can, tell them to shut the frick up. Like, shut the frick up. You're out here playing the games that you're demonizing. If you're consistent and you don't touch any live service games, then good for you. But if you spent a bunch of time in MLB The Show or GT7 or Helldivers 2 or any of the Battle Royales, then you might not want to be out here popping off about how live service sucks and you don't think live service games should be here anymore and you think live service games should go away and they should just stop making them. Well, I certainly hope you haven't played any because that would make you a hypocrite. Actively funneling money into the very genre that you allegedly hate. You allegedly hate it. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is a great example. Everybody and their brother was playing Marvel Rivals. They were either looking at that Sue Storm cake or they were really excited to play as Spidey and Iron Man. And if you played Marvel Rivals, you played a live service game. Maybe, just maybe, we should be criticizing the bad and praising the good instead of doing this sweeping reductionist dialogue that we're trapped in. I feel like every other day I'm seeing dialogue about something where I'm like, that's just sweeping. That's just sweeping reductionism. Like, you're not saying anything. You're just saying that this entire genre or this entire thing sucks. And it's like, does it though? Matt Piscatella reports that the top 10 live service games sucking nearly half of all gaming hours from the PlayStation and Xbox ecosystem before any other game can even get a taste is far bigger threat than the submodel in my opinion. But what do I know? And a 5 bomb comes in from Mash. Mash, I swear, if you're teeing up your own 20 bomb, that takes us to 481. We're 19 away. We are 19 away. And now it's going to be 156, 157, and now we're 18 away. Thank you for that VIP renewal. Rogue Necro says, this stream, mid, L, stupid. Oh, shoot. Did I move something? I did. I can't. And he did. And a 20 bomb from MASH. Oh, man. I know what you were doing. Okay, so now we're 502. Okay, so you guys have unlocked Friday night. So you guys know what we do. After that, we do stretch goals. And stretch goals are for all these extra things that we'll do on Friday night. So sometimes it's music. Sometimes it's Madam. So this is to unlock Madam. We're going to make her play Tony Hawk because I believe it comes out tomorrow. We'll make her play Tony Hawk. I was never a big Tony Hawk guy. Me and my friends liked the wrestling games and the shooting games. My buddies loved Tony Hawk. I would play it, but it was never really like my primary thing. I wanted to play like GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, and WrestleMania 2000, the black cartridge. So fun. That was always fun. Zyber just cashed in 20,000 points and says, play a song sample. Oh, you son of a gun. All right, I'll make sure I don't blow y'all's eardrums out this time. For those of you that don't know, I've now wrote the lyrics to probably, I would say we're closing in on 50 songs. I think 5 albums worth of music almost. We will be making them available on another channel. We will slowly release each album. It's very cathartic for me to write the lyrics. It's very enjoyable. And periodically over there on Purple, they can cash in their viewership points, and they can cash them in, and they can get a sound sample. So I'm going to pause my synthwave, which all the synthwave that you hear on this channel is mine. All right, this song is a sequel. This song is a sequel to Smiling Face. This one's called Lying Mouth. So I hope you guys enjoy this little sample that he's paid for. All right? I won't blow your eardrums. There you go. There you go. There's a little sample of Lying Mouth. You blew my eardrums? That wasn't even that loud. That was at like 60% volume. So there you go. That's a sequel to Smiling Face. Street Shadow with a $10 super chat says Sony live service strategy is smart, and what they should do. What needs to change is what they should be doing is refocusing their tactics and execution. Outsourcing is the only using new studios is the way. I completely agree. You know? What to use for that again? Suno is the app. It's a website. SUNO is what I use. Yeah, all the synthwave you hear on this channel is now from there. No, I don't use Magic Sword anymore because you get copyright claims if you use Magic Sword. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I liked promoting Magic Sword. It was really unfortunate what happened with them because I bought a bunch of their merch. I don't even know what this is. What is this? Who is this from? Oh, this is junk or something. Sorry. No, but yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying, Street Shadow. I have said from the time we heard that like Bend was working on a live service and they had Blue Point working on like a God of War live service, I have since then said, I don't know what y'all are doing, but this is not the way. You have studios who clearly are really good at single-player games. You know, maybe you could throw in some co-op or some multiplayer, but like they're clearly good at single-player games. You know, I really want to hear that scream. You're dope and deserve dope stuff. I don't think I'm ever going to make silly music. My kids make silly music. I make music that's cathartic and full of anger and righteous indignation. I just like playing sports games online. MLB, NCAA, Madden, FC, all these games. I play franchise mode offline. These games are not the same as Marvel Rivals or Rematch. Here's where I disagree with you. One of the main reasons you're able to consistently get MLBs and Maddens is because of the live service aspect. You're benefiting from an ecosystem. I'm not saying this is true of you, but you're benefiting from an ecosystem that people are commonly extremely critical of. They're extremely critical of live service, ongoing content models, and the monetization. You can be critical of it, that's fine, but if you're benefiting from it, you need to have a little bit of self-awareness. It's like, well, the reason you're getting those games so consistently is because of the live service aspects, not because of the annual sales. I mean, they make great money on the annual sales, but still, like, and listen, I also think there's a difference between being critical of live service games and their monetization. I think there's room for doing that. I'm talking about the people that are basically like down with live service, anti-live service, stop doing it, stop making them. If live service games go away, that'd be great. Like one of the things that came out of Stop Killing Games was there was creators acting like, oh, it's not a big deal if we get less live service games. Why? Why do you think that's a good thing? You think it's a good thing for companies to make less stuff and for less gamers to be playing? Like, I hear what Matt Piscatella is saying, but you have to understand something. If the market is saying, we like doing this, do you honestly think if those live service games didn't exist, what, do you think all those players would just be spending the same amount of hours in single-player games? You know what I'm saying? Let's say there's 1 million people right now in the teen to 20s age bracket, and they spend 5 hours a day in Warzone. Let's say they do that. Let's imagine like Doctor Strange, a universe where Warzone doesn't exist. Do you just think magically they would be putting those exact same amount of hours into single-player games? They're showing you what they like. They're showing you where they want to spend their time. Are they a threat? Or are they just doing what they like? Like, I don't want to demonize how somebody spends their time. If that's what they want to do, like, they've made that choice as a consumer. That's where they're going to spend their time. Live service brings in a ton of money, says Pathlon. Money they use to support other games. This is also well stated. Thank you, Joker Quinn, for a single gifted, and he bumps the line to 503. This is also well stated. It's like, I'm not saying let's get more live service games or I love them or anything like that. I'm saying there are good and bad live service games. There are pros and cons to live service games. And if, you know, the 10 live service games, as Matt Piscatella says, takes like half the gaming hours from PlayStation and Xbox's ecosystem, you think that's a problem? Why? They're spending time and money in the ecosystem that they might not otherwise. They might not spend a minute in gaming if those games didn't exist. They'd be like, yeah, gaming's kind of washed. Gaming kind of sucks. I don't really like gaming anymore. But they have something that they're playing every day. Yo, thank you, Roic, for 36 months, dude. 36 months, dude. That's a lot of months. 3 years. Thank you, man. Let's see here. Live service isn't bad. It just happens that there are a lot of companies that understand how to make a good live service game. Yeah, I think one of the reasons, and I think this is actually a better diagnosis of the problem. You've just done a much better diagnosis of the problem than a lot of the content creators out there. You're like, well, because they're really hard to make, we have a lot of bad ones. It's not that, like, companies are just bad at development. It's that, no, live service games are really, really hard to figure out, and everybody's trying to figure it out. Because of the unique challenges that a live service game poses, you have a graveyard of live service games. That's not like an indictment of live service. That's also not an indictment of the studios. What it is it represents how challenging live service is to do. It's why there's only so many like exceptional musicians in the world, or, you know, painters in the world. Because it's not easy to do, right? You're not going to have this armada of super successful live service games. You're also facing a problem of currency of attention and saturated market. So you're fighting two uphill battles. It's really difficult to build them well and to get a good content plan and a good structure in place for live service. It's also really hard to get people to come play your game because they're actively playing other games already. Fortnite is their home, or Apex, or Warzone, or PUBG, you know, Rivals, CSGO, Dota, these games, that's just their home. That's just where they live. Thank you for the $10 super chat tip, Street Shadow. Agreed on Bend and Bluepoint, but they likely pitch these games themselves to align with Sony's strategy. We need smarter ideas from studios, and Herman and Co. need to recognize when to stop a project. Well, and here's the thing, Street Shadow, I've never given the impression that those studios were made to do that. I've always said Bend clearly pitched something that PlayStation thought had a chance, right? Bend clearly pitched something that PlayStation's like, yep, that's got a chance right there. And then they realized, wait a minute, maybe these are not the right studios to have working on games like this. And I think that's a fair assessment to come to. It must be Chrome. We're not having any issues today, but every once in a while my CPU is spiking and I'm not doing anything. And I go to Task Manager and Chrome. It's Chrome. I tell you what it probably is. It's this stupid fan funding window is like glitching out. Let me just cycle that. See if I can't get it to stop. I feel like the Chrome crashing thing has been causing oddities in the power consumption of the computers lately. It's like, man, Chrome is just weird. Great take. Live service are not bad, but not a lot of studios know how to make them. Yeah, I think it's more of it's the challenge of making them more than it is that like live service is inherently bad. You're facing like multiple levels of challenge. You're facing a challenge of, you know, the studio needs to understand the bandwidth of like, how do you make content that's elastic and ongoing? I don't know. How do you do that, right? They might not know how to do that. Also, there's an audience capture challenge. Tons of people are already playing. And then also, it's like, can you even have a novel idea? Like, do you even have a new idea? Do you have something that hasn't been done before? I don't know. That's a huge challenge, I would imagine. That's not an easy thing to do. And so you end up with a lot of games that come out and fail. Now, obviously, you have really you've got a really bad example with Concord. It was derivative. It was slop. I think Marathon is equally as derivative and just, it's slop. There's nothing to it. It's just a bunch of unoriginal ideas smashed together, and they just think so highly of themselves that they think the game's just like an automatic success. Live service in and of itself may just be the type of game, but the success is clearly hard to attain, almost a red herring. It doesn't exist as a separate entity. It's the new golden goose, for sure. You make a ton of money in live service. Vedger says, PlayStation should be more flexible in their approach to games as a service and not think that games as a service is profitable out of the gate. Not force it with the expectation of being a cheap alternative. I said one of the biggest challenges for a live service is you don't have a fan base yet. You don't have a fan base yet. If you don't have a fan base, you don't know what they want. You don't know how much they're going to play. They have no loyalty to you yet. Right? This is why I think if you were to do a live service game with an existing franchise, I think that gives you a tiny bit of an advantage. It's not an automatic guarantee for success, but it's a tiny bit of an advantage to be like, hey, you've got the Horizon MMO coming up and the Horizon multiplayer game. I think those games have a greater likelihood of success than other live service games, not because I think they're going to be amazing, but because you automatically have brand awareness and some level of brand loyalty. There are people that just love the Horizon brand and they love the Horizon franchise. So they're automatically going to be somewhat in a position to say, oh, I want to try that out and play that. Thank you, TJ Love with 33 months says, we've known it's hard to make these games for like 6 years now. When are they going to start to figure it out? Here's the thing, and that's a perfect 20 bomb setup. Thank you, TJ Love. We're at 5:05. Listen, quick, Twitch, quickly. The big dogs have stepped away. They're getting their coffee or something. This is your chance to steal, okay? Get a 20 bomb in real quick, or a bunch of 5 bombs quickly before the big guys come back and steal it. It's the same thing with Marvel. Slap the Marvel logo on it and the game will sell. I want to go back to what TJ Love is saying. You're like, well, how come they haven't figured it out? I don't think there is a figuring it out. I really don't. I don't think there's some figure it out moment when they're like, yep, we now know how to do live service. No. It's a live fire exercise. Like, you're basically trying to... It's kind of like what SkillUp said about Bungie and how they like to build the plane in the air. You almost have to do that with a live service game. You have to, like, get the concept in the air and then kind of build the rest of the plane in the air around what people are saying. This is why I've said the best way to succeed in live service, I think, is to leverage early access. Get your concept together, get a basic idea together, and then get it into the hands of the public and start to get feedback. Start to get ideas. Start to take the criticisms. Figure out what people want. You're doing kind of like what Tarkov has done, where like you're letting people shape the game while simultaneously you're growing a fan base. So you're doing two things. People are invested because they're like, oh, it's early access. They want feedback. I want to provide feedback. I've been here since the beginning. So they take a certain amount of pride and responsibility for the game itself, even though they're just a player. But you're also gleaning lots of valuable information. Imagine if like Concord would have done that, if they would have gone out in an early access like 2 years prior. Think about how much money they would have saved. The characters are ugly. Well, we like the characters are ugly, but we think the characters look good. We think that the characters are ugly. Okay, maybe we should change the characters. Your game's derivative. It feels like other games. There are moves and vibes and grenade throws and even navigating maps. It's just Destiny. You don't have any ultimates in a hero shooter. Right? Where do all the big memes and moments and clips typically come from? When you see like a Marvel Rivals clip or a funny meme or something, what's it from? It's from somebody doing an ultimate. It creates a moment. It creates a clutch or choke moment for a lot of them. I mean, you see guys absolutely blow their ults and it's like, oops. And that ends up on live stream fails. It ends up on Twitter. So it's like, you know what I mean? I feel like you've got to get the game out there earlier to learn those lessons. You see the slow-mo, thankfully he proved it was secondhand and it was unbanned. Yeah, apparently you can buy used Switch 1 games and put them in your Switch 2 and get banned. Apparently he ripped the game or something and they knew it had been ripped and then they thought it was him. Yeah, I saw that clip floating around this morning. Where there was somebody basically saying, like, if Game Pass is hurting devs, then it needs to go. Which, as charitably as I can be about this, I guess I could imagine somebody has no idea it could be harmful to devs because for so long we were being told that it was great and not harmful to devs. So if somebody's changing their tune on that topic in particular because they now have new information, maybe somebody from some of the studios has reached out and said, this has been bad. Maybe the fact that some pretty significant studios and some pretty significant people from those studios are now speaking out about how that could be harmful. If you're adjusting your position because new information has come out, I think that's respectable. I think it's always better to be like, new information has come to light. I have now changed my position. I don't want to sneeze and get it bricked. Yeah, their ability to brick that, I got news for you. Nintendo's gonna have to be a little bit more careful with that, or they're gonna get themselves into a different situation. They're very litigious, and buddy, they're gonna get a taste of their own medicine if they keep bricking people's Switches. Like, that's you can't just disable somebody's device because you're like, well, you know, it's a Tuesday and you played too many games, so we're assuming that you're a bot or something. It's like, they need to chill. You know what I'm saying? They need to chill. Amon says, it's annoying because we've been telling these guys for years and they spat on us. This is why, Amon, when you go all the way back to my coverage of those things, it's why I always said, don't make it personal. Why so many made it personal? Why so many people made it personal? I will never know. Because now, it's like, it's hard to be charitable. It's like you made it really difficult to be charitable. It's like if people are having come to Jesus moments and they're realizing that they were wrong about a lot of this stuff, it's really hard to be charitable. It is. It's uniquely challenging, you know? I mean, I sat here and said that many times, Amon, did I not? I was like, I'm on your side. I'm advocating for the consumer. I'm advocating for the developers. I'm advocating for the industry. I'm on your side and you're spitting in my face. You know, it's unfortunate. It really is. Lushy's got a question here and says, you don't think they're trying to force live service? Question mark. I'm not saying that live service is bad because there will be longevity with the game, but at the same time, it seems like more of a niche run. Okay, there's an element of truth to what you're saying. You know, aren't they trying to force live service? Oh, yes, they are. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Success. They're trying. Chit is a national treasure. He is a national treasure. Listen, they are trying to force it. To a certain degree, you're correct. Do you want to know why they're trying to force it? There's only one answer to this question. There's only one answer to this question. Why are so many companies trying to force live service? Why are they trying to get it to work? There it is. Thank you, Draken. Money. This is something that I think has happened with gaming. So because gaming has its roots in a culture of nerds and outcasts. This is my experience growing up. Me and my nerdy outcast friends were all gamers. Gaming was not cool when I was in high school, okay? I graduated from high school 25 years ago. I know that's hard to believe because I look incredible. I have such a youthfulness to me. But I graduated 25 years ago from high school, so in 2000. Okay, so from 1996 to 2000, that's when I was in high school. And gaming was nerdy. Gaming was loser stuff that people did. You're weird. You're nerds. You're geeks. Blah, 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 blah. Where did I grow up? I grew up in Canton, Ohio. Now, because that was sort of the birth of gaming, I think what that has done is that bakes into sort of the skeletal structure and the DNA of gaming culture is this idea that it's this cool, like, we've been here since the beginning, and gaming's all about, like, having your friends and your buds, and it creates social connections, and it creates, sometimes, I think, parasocial relationships with the studios, with the games. So you end up thinking of gaming in that category of, like, it's this sort of cultural, we're friends, we're buddies, we're all in this together. And then you realize it's gone mainstream. And then you realize that it's now an enormous industry that's driven by money. And that's upsetting to people because they feel like their favorite band has sold out. They feel like their favorite band has gone mainstream. I think that's where a lot of the anger and sort of the sense of betrayal comes from. It's like people have been disillusioned. It's like, dude, these companies have been all about the money since the beginning. It's just you didn't have an opportunity to really see behind the curtain because you were basically protected from it. You were in like this little insulated, cool, hip culture at your high school or at your college, and you thought, man, gaming's just this cool bro thing. I think this drives a lot of the... I think this is baked into even some of the anti-woke fervor. It's this bro thing. It's this brotherhood, and it's like now we're seeing that just isn't the case. It's this massive industry. It makes billions of dollars, and these companies want to make more billions. And I think that upsets people because they feel like it's a corruption of what they think gaming is all about. And I think you can see that for what it is and still love gaming and still enjoy all the good games that come out. Because I think even back in the day when we were gaming on our Nintendos or our homemade PCs, there were good games that would come out and there were crap games that would come out. There's a reason that when you look back during some of those times, like on PC and stuff, there's like a handful of standout games that everybody remembers and nobody remembers all the crap because it was crap and you don't remember it. You didn't play it for very long. It didn't work. It didn't run well. None of your friends were playing it. But everybody remembers Doom and Quake and EverQuest and Call of Duty right? You remember those games from like the PC era. You remember the great Nintendo games, but you don't remember all the slop that came out because it's just been forgotten. It's easier to fixate on it now because there's so much of it. I think we've gone up in quantity, like so many more games come out. You can create a list of garbage AAA games that have come out in the last 5 years, and you can make it seem like the industry's going to hell in a handbasket. But you can also create a laundry list of great AAA games that have come out. It's all a matter of how you look at it. No one made fun of gamers, and I'm around Lono's age. Must be regional. The time that gamers were shunned was before our time in like the 80s. Oh no, we were definitely made fun of for being gamers back then. Yeah, for sure. Street Shadow says, have you seen the Solve breakdown? I think he meant slow breakdown of Destiny and the Xbox layoffs. He even made a video where he got back to blaming Sony as well, going deep into console warring. Wait, can you expound on that? Why did he blame Sony? Yo, what's good, Capo? Thanks for 16 months. Why would you blame Sony for what Xbox is doing? That doesn't make any sense. It's not even related. Like, not even remotely. Who cares? Yeah, to a certain degree, like, who cares? As they say, ignorance is bliss. The less people know about how the hot dog is made, the more they can enjoy it. You certainly look at the hot dog differently. I think that's well stated, Corey. I think that's well stated. I think we've gotten to look behind the curtain, and it's like, wow, gaming is kind of like a huge industry. It's all about the money, you know? I think it's one of the reasons why people are, weaponizing Expedition 33. Because they clearly just wanted to make a great game. Now, money plays a role, but they weren't driven by some corporate board or shareholders that were like, money, we want money. But at the same time, can you really get big, huge, big budget production games if there's not a bunch of money behind it? Who do you think is going to pay for some of these big, big games that we've played? Like, even games like, Elden Ring or Tears of the Kingdom. It's like those games were designed hoping to make tons of money, but they're also really well-built games. I think you can have games that do both. You can. Everybody hails Red Dead Redemption 2 as one of the best games ever. Do you honestly think that's not a game from some massive publisher that really wants money? The CEO of that company's publisher has been, pretty blatant and been criticized by gamers. Gamers aren't a really big fan of some of these CEOs. And yet, do you think Red Dead Redemption 2 would exist? And do you think it would look the way that it looks? You think it would feel the way that it feels? It feels like it's about 10 years before its time. All you got to do is give it a 60 FPS patch. The combat could do a little bit of work, but man, the characters, the voice acting, it's just an incredible game. Well, do you think that game exists if you don't have big, giant AAA publishing pockets to make it and publish it? Do you guys think Sandfall could make a Red Dead Redemption 2? I don't think that they could. I think they would be okay with me saying that. They'd be like, no, we can't make a game of that scope and size. It would take us a decade. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That is such a bizarre expression, by the way. Have you ever thought about that? You ever thought about that? Why are we saying that? Did somebody do that? You don't want to be like Linda. She wasn't paying attention. She threw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, what? Who did it? Who was the first? Somebody did it. Yeah, that's Steve. Yeah, he walks with a limp. Why? Well, his mom, she threw the baby out with the bathwater and broke his leg. He was never the same. Like, somebody was the first person to do it. They're probably just thankful that the saying is more memorable than them. They're whoever they are. Back in dirty water times. Yeah. Pan asked a question, what are you hoping for Ghost of Totem? Autocorrect's getting you there. Ghost of Totem. Ghost of Yotei, I am hoping for cool new weapons, cool new stances, and a nice big game with great story and combat. And I really think I really think it's got Game of the Year potential if we can play as the wolf. So, Perfect Damon says, for Ghost, are you expecting the same charms? No, I don't expect that at all. That would be very bizarre. She's going to have entirely new weapons. You know, she's going to have like a Kasurigama and like dual blades and like a rifle. So I would imagine the charms are going to be quite a bit different. There will probably be charms that are similar. There will be charms that make, you know, parrying easier or this easier. Like, there will be some charms that are probably pretty similar. I think that's fair in a game like this. But I don't think they'll all be the exact same. Spider Sensible says, do you think there will ever be another mega hit game? I remember Halo being talk of the town growing up, especially because of the marketing. But I think after GTA 6, it may be quiet for a bit. If there's one thing I know about gaming, in all the years I've covered it, there can always be a breakout title. Always. There can always be a Marvel rival somewhere sleeping in the shadows that just kind of comes out of nowhere. So I don't know if we're ever to a point where we're like, yep, no more mega hits. No more mega hits. I do think we've gotten to the point where it'll be unlikely that you have some gigantic MMO kind of take over and keep lots of people. I think that's probably the hardest genre right now, if I were to pick one. I think the MMO is the hardest genre to keep people because of how player behavior is changing. More and more people now are aging out of MMOs. And I don't mean like not playing them. I mean like they can't have a part-time job in a game. I think people are aging out of that. Their life doesn't allow for it anymore. They've got kids, 2 jobs. They're working on their PhD, like whatever. Anyone else having ads start but not play? Oh my gosh, let me pause them. I'm so sorry. I've usually been doing that. That's my bad. I will, guys, if you get them, tell me. That is so my bad. We were having such a good vibe. I forgot to do that. Yo, what's good, Bellows? How are you? I hate that I have to keep that on, but it's the nature of what we do now. So if you get those and they're interruptive and disruptive, please let me know, and I'll hit the little pause button. What's good, Demins? What's good, Bellows? All the boys over here on purple? No, the state of play is in like 6 hours. I honestly feel if you made any gamer studio head and let them make the game of their dreams with a reasonable budget and dev period, they would make a hit. Yo, Lushy, thank you so much for 15 months. Adding to the question, no, it won't be quiet. Look at the past few games that won Game of the Year and even the up-and-coming ones, so I highly doubt. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Lushy. Thanks for 15 months. By the way, we did change the title of that member tier. It is now Gifted Member. It is not intended to be a tier that you pay for. If you're on Gifted, great. We're happy that you're there. If you're paying for your own membership, though, you want to be on Member Plus. Yeah, you didn't miss it. It's later in the evening. Yeah, Jason Schreier is doing an update on the Subnautica story. Today I received more documentation on the $250 million earnout. The 10% of that, or up to $25 million, was due to be paid to about 40 Unknown World staff, each receiving different amounts, mostly 6 figures. Leadership had also said they were going to give parts to other employees. All of that money was tied to revenue targets. It remains to be seen if Krafton will amend the contract to give Unknown Worlds more time to hit those revenue targets, even after delaying Subnautica to 2026. And of course, litigation may be looming. This story certainly isn't over yet. Yeah, that seems like something real scummy went down. Like, they did not want to pay those revenue bonuses. And so, I don't know if I've ever seen a publisher step in and delay a game. Like, yeah, we don't think it's ready. Like, huh? Did the developer say it wasn't ready? It's usually the opposite. If you usually get the opposite from the publisher's just like, ship that now. That's my era of X-Men. Oh, yeah, it's a good shirt, isn't it? Omega Red and Wolvie fighting. I think the exact opposite. If you give any gamer or studio a reasonable budget to make their dream game, I think they learn some hard effing lessons. Corey says, I disagree with that. Most gamers would make horrible game designers and game creators. They would make even worse game businessmen. It depends on the gamer, and it also depends on what kind of power they have. If they're just sort of saying, this is the kind of game I want you guys to make, and they're not able to, like, do anything other than that. You know what I mean? If that's all they can do, is say, I really want you to make this game. I really want the game to be like this. I don't know if they would make a bad game. I think gamers have good ideas. Now, I also think you'd be surprised how many gamers complain about this game's the same old, this game's the same old, nothing creative. And then they end up doing the same thing. They just make something that's derivative. Mash with a question says, personally, I see a future where AI studios with a handful of people make annual games like AC with changed locations, stories, and AI voices. They cost less than $50 million and they make $100 million each. Thoughts? I don't think this is a terrible prediction, but I wonder about the success. Like you're saying, it'll be under $50 million to make $100 million. I mean, what would that be? 100 million divided by, let's just divide it by $70. You would need to sell 1.4 million units at $70 to make that. So at $70 a pop, you need to get like 1.4 million in sales. I don't know. I mean, if all you need is somewhere between 1 to 2 million sales, I think you would need more than just some like AI slop, because I don't know. I think there'd be a pretty strong aversion to that in the market. And I think that I think there'd be a strong aversion to that, and without pretty strong brand awareness, it'd be hard to get that level of buy-in every year, Mash. Oh yeah, that doesn't even include the 30% they'd lose to the platforms. Good point, Lone Wolf. So just round it up. You'd need to sell about 2 million copies of a game to get there after it's all said and done. If you're trying to make that 100 million, you're trying to clear 100 million, and your budget was 50 million or whatever. Like I think that would be your biggest challenge, though, is that people would be sort of averse to it, and unless you're some big, super brand recognizable game, I don't know if you'd get those level of sales like automatically from people, because you'd have a lot of people saying, "Yeah, no thanks, I don't want to play that." Because I think right now there's a growing aversion to AI. I think people are going to get over it because I think they're going to play a good game that leverages AI. Like the Alters was being like heavily criticized for using some generative AI, and I'm like, what in the world are we doing here? Like the minute a team might use some AI for something, we're going to like demonize them. Like I'm not actually quite sure I understand what the issue is. I think people need to kind of make up their minds. Are they like like a bunch of layoffs happen, and I feel like the same people that demonize use of AI are also very much like, here's an application to McDonald's. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of the people I see being sort of crass about layoffs, they're like, yeah, it's no big deal. The studios probably sucked and they weren't doing a good job. But then they're also like demonizing the use of AI, and it's like, well, wait, which is it? Are you like super in defense of developers and you want them to have jobs and you don't want AI taking their jobs? Or are you like totally okay with layoffs because you think like studios must have been doing a bad job? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of inconsistency around that topic. It's like AI is not the devil, and you can't shrug off layoffs and be like, yeah, it's not a big deal, as studios probably sucked. You know, they weren't doing a good job. It's like, okay, which is it? You seen Megan? No. Yo, it's good, Detective Seeds. AI should be used to make AI smarter in games, but like Asmund said, he thinks devs won't do that to avoid making smarter AI than the player. The alters didn't disclose the use of AI on Steam. Steam requires the disclosure of any AI, which I believe was the issue. Oh. Well, I mean, that's different because they're not abiding by the terms of Steam, but that's not, again, people got really high and mighty about it. It's like, so if they said, yeah, we use some generative AI, are you not going to buy the game? Like, you're not going to support the game? Like, listen, I've said this for a while now about the use of AI. If a small team uses AI for all their voice work, and you're like, oh, that's terrible, that could have gone, they could have hired some voice actors. Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's how they keep the budget from mushrooming. A 10 bomb from Detective Seeds. Thank you so much, sir. And that gets us 10 away from the next milestone. We are at 516. Thank you so much. Purple. You guys got to wake up over there, man. It's your time to shine. It's your time to shine. You guys can take one of the milestones. You haven't got one yet today. This is your chance. Wasn't the alters also a mistake? They had AI placeholder text. Yeah, it ended up being a mistake, and they ended up saying like we actually didn't use generative AI or whatever is what I saw. Unless that was a misinterpretation of their comments. It looked like they came out and were basically like, yeah, that was a mistake. We didn't use generative AI there. Guys, really quickly on YouTube. We're almost to the 2-hour mark, and I wasn't harping on this. We need some likes. Go through your ritual. Double check that you've hit that like. It really helps us find more folks. If you haven't hit subscribe yet, subscribing is totally free on YouTube, and then you will get notified of my streams and my live shows, and it lets you talk in my chat. What gamers say is not what gamers do, says Mash. If a game quality of AC Shadows is made with mostly AI and it costs $50 million, I don't personally think enough gamers will stand on principle and not buy it. Right. Well, when people are like, oh, this isn't tenable, gaming budgets are too high, this isn't going to work, everything's going to come crashing down. Well, I think it's hard to get self-righteous about the use of AI if that's how a team keeps their budget down. Like, I'm not saying every single studio should do this, and I'm not saying every single studio should, like, not hire voice actors. But, like, hiring professional voice actors or, movie stars or TV stars to put them in your game is certainly not cheap. AI should not be using people's likeness or voices without their permission. They have a right to protect that. You can't be like, well, we don't want to hire Scarlett Johansson, but we want to use her voice. Well, no, that would be a breach of, copyright. She has a right to protect her likeness, and you don't have a right to just use it willy-nilly. But if you create, AI voices that are completely new and not taking somebody else's likeness or voice, again, I think that's fine. If especially, like I said, like smaller studios. The question is, would you spend $50 million to make it if you have AI available to do the majority of the work? Well, I think that's what Mash was saying, is you would have a budget of about $50 million and you'd use AI to build most of the game. The problem isn't AI, it's what AI is trained off of. Right, so if they were to use an AI that was trained off of the voices of actual actors and actresses, and then they were mimicking their voices or something like that, that would be an issue, right? But then people are going to have to legally argue, like, what if they trained it off of a bunch of audiobooks and voice work of professional voice actors, and it doesn't sound like anyone in particular? That's being debated right now, right? The legality of training the models and the tech off of real voices, the ethics of that is what's being debated. Because if what comes out on the other side is not Samuel L. Jackson's voice, but if his voice was used to train the model, the argument would be that, well, you can't do that. But then the pushback might be, if we're using publicly viewed persons or things that are public domain, right? We're not actually using your voice and likeness in the execution. We're using it in the training. That just gets into muddy waters. There's a Disney lawsuit where this AI keeps generating Disney stuff. Right, because if you train it on Disney, that's all it's going to know. Your AI music is a synthesis of a bunch of real songs by real musicians. It's based on real people, but not a real person. Right. And there's an argument to be made that that's wrong, and there's an argument to be made that it's not. I've not landed on a strong conviction either way. It's brand new territory. Training a model off of real voices and real instrumental work, that's just brand new territory. There's a neural network enemy AI improvements in the works, hence Zubair specifically calling out generative AI. For me, AI would probably be good, for instance, in making another AC game, because you have so many in the past and common patterns it could just learn and build upon. It probably would be fairly good. Oh yeah, you could certainly feed it your entire library of games up to that point. I believe James Earl Jones signed a release that they could use his voice in perpetuity as a gift to Star Wars fans. I believe that took place. What's wrong with a game of smaller scope? It can still be fire. I don't think anybody's saying a game of smaller scope could be bad. I don't have strong feelings either way, says Zubair. Average musicians are just copying other music themselves. Being against it requires being against the idea of AI in general. Music is derivative. Yeah, like you could listen to a bunch of bands as a person and use that to train your style, your drumming patterns, your solos, the tone of your guitar. You could watch a guide video on how to make your guitar sound like a certain band, you know. You could get vocal coaching or use some type of tech to like auto-tune your voice to sound like a band that you really like. There's just so many things you could do to do similar things. It doesn't process or output the same way humans do. I don't think anybody's saying that. I'm just saying in a very similar way, you could do the same thing. You could create a bunch of derivative, you know, music. What's this? Bloodborne Unseen video shows how different the game nearly was. Why do companies spend billions of dollars for AI? It's a new tech frontier that will likely be super influential on how things are done in the future, would be my guess. That's probably how they view it. The training is one aspect, but while the song or art or through the user isn't necessarily a direct ripoff, the final product is still derivative of all the trained on works. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's not in doubt. I don't doubt that at all. Have you seen stuff coming out about Timbaland and Suno? A beat he made, which it pulled a direct sample of another artist's music. Wait, he did it? Or they took his beat? Or did he take a beat that was from someone else? Bigger question is Mace Windu alive? No, we can't talk movies. We're well off the topic, but that's because it's a waiting room. We can't talk about Ghost of Yotei for 7 hours straight. That just wouldn't be possible. But I definitely don't like wandering into TV movie land. That can really, really hurt us. So here is a question about Ghost of Yotei. Petrov says, do you think Ghost of Yotei is going to have Legends mode? They said they're going to be outlining today new modes that are in the game. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they're going to do something with, you know, are they going to do something with Legends? Are they going to do something completely new? Is there going to be Wolf co-op? That's exactly right. I believe so. They would get backlash. It'd be factions all over again. given that they added Legends for free and they did a bunch of free updates to Legends over the years and then sold it separately, I think they're pretty passionate about Legends and that it will be in Ghost of Yotei. I think you're going to see a Ghost of Yotei Legends gameplay. Maybe even today we'll get a look at it. He has people send in beats all the time, and he reviews and listens to them. Oh, he used Suno. It basically exact copied another artist's work. Interesting. He clearly plugged one of their beats into Suno, as the results had the producer tag still embedded. Really? That's crazy. My worry is that AI is getting trained by AI-generated material, and we're descending into a world where art has no human input. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people sort of going down that route of almost like doomsday about art. And I don't actually think that the results are going to be less human element. I think it'll be more. Because I think you're going to hit an apex of saturation. And I don't think humans are going to change drastically enough to where they'll be like, well, yeah, I'm totally satisfied with this. They're going to still want the real human, the real raw emotion, feel, vibe, whatever. Whether it's music or paintings or movies or TV shows or books. These are all expressions of the human experience that I actually think of it like this. You always see these futures where people are eating, you know, computer-generated food. And it's just this slop. It's this tasteless nothing, right? And then there's always an episode where, like, they get to taste real butter or, like, a pizza made in a real fire oven or something. Well, they always react in like, oh my gosh, this is so good. I think this is going to be a similar thing where I think people will get to a point of exhaustion and fatigue, and there'll be a level of dissatisfaction with how vapid and how bland so much of it is. And I think they're going to want and have a very strong desire for real, authentic, human-created substance. So that's what I think is going to happen. I actually don't think you're going to be able to reprogram the entire human race. We're not computers, so I don't think you can reprogram everybody to be like, yeah, this is great. Everything's just AI now. Everything is, you know, non-human created, and we love it. I don't think that's going to happen. I think you'll hit an apex. You'll hit almost like an event horizon, right? Where there's too much of it and people get tired of it. And I think we see examples of this already. You see examples of this even within video games. People get franchise fatigue and they just drift from the game because they're just sick of it. I think the same thing will happen with AI. I think people will just get sick of it. Whether it's the music or the paintings or like AI games, you know, TV shows, movies, books. I don't think we've hit that point yet, by the way. I think that point will probably take about a decade to come to fruition. About a decade. And you'll be like seeing entire productions of things that are like almost entirely AI. And then I think people will say, this is dumb. I don't like this. I think what's happening now is people are infatuated with the tech. They're not infatuated with the content. Do you see the difference? People are like, oh, it's crazy that AI created this. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. That'll fade with time. The novelty of that will fade with time. No one is infatuated with the content. Oh, you gotta hear this. Now, some of you are doing that with like some of the songs I've created. You're like, oh, I love that song. I keep going back and listening to it. And that's cool. I think because there's a personal element there. I think one of the reasons you guys like the music is because of the lyrics, which is the human element, right? There's still a human element present there, and I think people are connecting with that. No one's like, oh my gosh, this is some of the best music I've ever heard. I'm not an idiot. I know that it's not ever going to have that reaction. I also think there's an element of an infatuation with the technology. it's so cool that AI can do this, and it's so cool that like Lono wrote the lyrics. But I don't think people are infatuated with these trailers either, where they're like, look at The Legend of Zelda if it was made in the 80s. No one's like, oh, that changed my life. They're infatuated with the tech behind it. The substance of the content itself is still so lacking that people are like, I think that novelty is going to wear off. What about the singularity? I mean, I think the philosophical theory about the singularity is very interesting, like the idea that tech will start advancing so fast that we won't be able to predict where it ends up, because AI is kind of doing that right now. It's compounding on itself, and when that compounding effect creates almost like it's multiplicative. Is that the right word? It's almost like multiplicative. Like it's like creating this multiplier of like times 10, times 10, times 10, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, we're able to do things that we didn't even think possible like a year or two ago. So I think we're in the beginning throes of a singularity. I think we are. I think we're sort of in the initial birth of a singularity. Yeah, exponential. So I think that exponential things that we've seen within AI alone is sort of that's almost like a foretaste. It's like a foretaste, almost like foreshadowing of what a singularity would look like. Right? Like you blink and a year later, you're like, I can't believe people are doing this. I didn't even think this was going to be possible. And here we are. I always define it as the point at which technology starts improving itself faster than we could, which adds to the theory that we wouldn't be able to predict the outcomes, right? Which many people would say that would lead to, I mean, a lot of people would probably say that would lead to annihilation. Like we would, the planet would just rapidly be destroyed, is what a lot of people think would happen. Or it ushers us into a utopia. You know, and every disease gets cured, and there's no more problems or, no more anything, no more starvation, no more nothing. It's probably more likely that we just blow the planet up. That's probably more likely. That's probably more likely, and it wouldn't even be us. It would be very much like, I mean, maybe that's proof that there's time traveling. Somebody is abiding by the rules of time travel, but they're coming back and trying to warn us with movies and books and media. Like how many books and movies essentially outline that the machines will destroy us? Maybe that's the rules of time travel, is you can't go back and actually speak of the future, but you can go back and you can create art and stories and movies that warn us about those things. AI is like watching your child grow up, if learning things that are healthy and unhealthy habits. For sure. Yeah, Terminator the documentary. That's right. I feel that too of how humans are through history. Yeah, Earth would rather just flush us out. Mm-hmm. People don't get the purpose of dystopian works. Hey guys, I made the murder machine, just like the hit dystopian novel. Please don't make the murder machine. All this happened before, and all of this will happen again. In what ways, Eugene? Like that people think tech's going to destroy us, and then it doesn't. Perfect image with a question about Ghost of Yotei. Would you want to see Ghost of Yotei features from other samurai games? I mean, not really. The only one I can kind of think of off the top of my head that I played that had some cool stuff in it would be Rise of the Ronin, and I thought it was pretty cool that like each individual weapon had stances. Maybe they're going to do that in Yote. Like maybe the Kasurigama has 4 stances and the Dual Blades has 4 stances. That was actually pretty cool in Ronin. you would be like, oh, I'm using this weapon, but this weapon has stances. Oh, let me switch to this weapon. This weapon has different stances. Yeah, and there's obviously got to be some akimbo wolves. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't. If they don't do that, I don't even know what they're doing. They clearly have lost their way if there's not akimbo wolves. You know. I'm just speaking facts here, boys. That's all we deal in here. Amazing level of depth. Thank you so much. My breakdown of my breakdown is you know. How about some stances for your stances? Yeah, we need a stance for every stance that there is. That's right. AI will definitely destroy us. When companies send out robots to deliver stuff as a test, they always get stolen or abused. I saw a kid at BJ's messing with the robots that they use to take inventory. Oh, so you think people will beat up on the robots and then the robots will fight back? The Costco robot uprising is coming. Let's be real. Lono just needs the Wolfpack skill tree. I don't get the joke. Is that a Wolfpack rounds joke from Destiny? That's a theme from the sci-fi version of BSG. Really? Today's the day, Reforge. We find out if Yote is part of the Elite Six at the award ceremonies. Oh, you think today is when we find out? I think Ghost of Yotei could get Game of the Year nominated. I don't think it can win. I don't think it stands a chance against Expedition 33 and Death Stranding 2. I think those are your two big Godzilla Godzilla King Kong. Like, they're facing off. That's it. Those two games. I don't think anybody else is even going to get up there. I mean, people will get nominated. There'll be 6 nominations, but the real fight is between those two games. I actually never watched Battlestar Galactica, and I don't know if I could now. I don't think Madam would like it. You never know. We haven't seen enough of Yote. So, training AI with copyrighted books is ruled as fair use in the U.S. A recent landmark ruling by California court has delivered legal clarity on defining question in the era of generative AI. Can large language models be trained on copyrighted works without the rights holder's consent? Even when it can output the book word for word in its entirety? Yeah, but is that a problem? Because that would then be protected. It's very dated now, but it's also TV level CGI. It was a really good show, says Zubair. I hated every single character on there. What a bunch of a-holes. Ending I had issues with, but it was a good ride. I think it will win if they can differentiate things between different playthroughs. So here's why I feel very strongly that Ghost of Yotei will not get a Game of the Year award. I think it could get a nomination, right? It could get a nomination, but I don't think it could win. And I think it's because there is a ceiling on what you can do with a game like this. And I just don't think that ceiling is high enough. Let's say they make the absolute best version of Ghost of Yotei that can be made. And it gets like an 88 or like an 89, maybe even a 90 on Metacritic. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I think the absolute best version of Yote is not in the same hemisphere as Death Stranding 2 and Expedition 33. I think like an open world action samurai game with a compelling story, I just think its ceiling isn't high enough. I don't think it's high enough. It's like I just don't think it can be that good. I just don't think so. Like Expedition 33 is like Baldur's Gate 3 level status of in the minds of the people voting, in the minds of the the public and the critics. Whose man is this? You know that Yote is going to be probably like one of my favorite games this year. I'm just being realistic. I'm just being realistic. I'm like, I just don't see it. I really don't. The ultimate version of Yote is far beyond the first game. It tells a story. It tells the story in that compelling of a way. Its music is that compelling. Its gameplay is that compelling. If the ceiling for Death Stranding 2 is higher, look how people talked about the first one. Are you seeing how people are talking about the second one? Do you think it's the same? Invoking the first game is pointless. Death Stranding 2 has received copious amounts of praise from the gaming press, the critics, YouTubers. Even people that like the first game are like, this game is on another dadgum level. Yote hasn't come out yet. We don't know how people will talk about it. Yo, what's good, Epic Moose? What was the name of your channel when you played Borderlands 2 and the One Life challenges? Back then, I was Say No to Rage. Yeah, you've been following me since really early in my career. 2017. Yeah. Wow. That's a long freaking time, bro. You're not the Moose I did a show with, are you? I did a show with a guy called Moose. Was it you? Or that might have been somebody else. They were in like a clan together. It was Skill, Moose, and somebody else. It was the first time I'd ever got DDoS because we were showing our Skype usernames. And I didn't know that you could like use that to basically knock somebody offline. Yote won't win. They will just say it's more Tsushima with improved mechanics. Tsushima got an 83 in 2020. It was Game of the Year nominated. User score is a 9.2. It may score like 5 points higher. My guess, Eugene, is an 86 to an 88. That's the scoring threshold that I think Yote is going to land in. 86 to 88 is where I think it lands. I don't think that's strong enough to win. For the readers, 2 nice short series about AI, The Life Cycle of Software Objects by Ted Chiang and Exhalation, and The Perfect Match by Ken Liu and The Paper Menagerie and Other Stories. What are you recommending here, Match? Are these stories or books I should read? Guys, could we get to 300 likes? Let's get 23 more likes. Death Stranding 2 scored like 10 points higher. Yeah, I think Eugene's making a good point. Like, Death Stranding 2 scored 10 points higher than the first game. I don't think Yote is going to do that. I don't think Yote is going to land with like a 93 on Metacritic. Listen, this will be the best L for me to take ever. If Yote hits like a 93 and is like hailed as a triumph and becomes a frontrunner for Game of the Year, brothers, I will be so happy if that happens. I'm here to tell you, I don't think so. I think the likelihood of that happening is so low. It's so low. I think it gets an 88 at most. At most, it's going to get an 88. I think that's the highest it'll get. I'm telling you, when I look at a game like this, and I've just I've got the vibe of like the review culture in my brain, I'm like, it's going to get like an 88. That's like its highest score. You know what I mean? Ghost of Tsushima got an 83. That game got an 83. Like, that kind of supports what I'm saying. You're going to take your L train? I will happily take that L if it gets into the low 90s and holds and is hailed as a Game of the Year frontrunner. I'll be like, oh my gosh. I don't think it's going to happen. What time is the state of play? 5 p.m. Eastern. Little, like 5.5 hours. Ghost of Tsushima is magnificent. Before its time, it launches in 2020 and it gets an 83. Think about that for a second. Think about that. Think about how great Tsushima is. It landed in 2020 on the previous gen, and it got an 83. I'm telling you, these types of games struggle to get that level of reception with the review circuit. You're underestimating Sucker Punch? How? What do you mean? Tsushima is one of my favorite games of all time. I think it's a triumph. I think it's a crime that it got an 83 at launch. When did it launch? 2020. At that point in time on the PS4, it was blowing people away, and it got an 83. I'm telling you, the review circuit, the review outlets, the way these people review games, they gave Tsushima an 83, boys. It launched at a weird time with a weird company? Sucker Punch isn't weird. What do you mean? They were praised for how accurate they were to the island. They're like honorary ambassadors of the island of Tsushima. Recency bias? I don't know what you mean by recency bias. Recency bias has never affected Game of the Year. Recency bias has never affected it. A lot of the games that have won have launched in earlier parts of the year. They also gave Death Stranding an 82, and now the sequel got a 90. Do you want to know why? The sequel's better. So, Lone Wolf, how much better do you think Yote can be from Tsushima? Like, really track with me here. Really track with me here. Think about what I'm saying. There were some pretty significant issues with Death Stranding 1. Its pacing really made it hard for people to enjoy. The way that it acclimates you to the systems and the UI, it made it really hard for people to enjoy that game. They have vastly improved that. I mean, vastly improved that in Death Stranding 2. So, the score goes up. It also, graphically, looks incredible. The difference between Tsushima and Yote, I'm telling you, there's no way to make it that much better because Tsushima was already so good. Tsushima doesn't have like glaring problems or pacing issues, or it's really hard to get into it and enjoy it. Tsushima's a dadgum masterpiece. And if you can't outdo Tsushima by enough, is what I'm saying. Like, if it got an 83, I think Yote gets an 88. Maybe. But clearly people thought it could be better. I'm assuming they're great developers, so I believe they could improve it a bunch. Oh, man. I think we're passing in the night. So, I am saying that Yote will be better, and for all intents and purposes, just from what we've seen so far, it looks incredible. It looks like a huge jump. The review circuit will not be giving it 10 more points. They're going to give it like a bump. It's going to be like an 88. It's going to get like a 5-point bump. I don't think the review circuit is going to internalize those value improvements as like, oh my gosh, Yote's one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life. Oh, it's so much better than the first game. Death Stranding 2 is like worlds better than the first game. Eugene says, Death Stranding 2 is scoring 16 points higher with the users and 8 points higher with the critics. I cannot see Yote making that big of a jump. That kind of a jump is unheard of, especially when Tsushima already was so well received. Tsushima is already a great game. The difference between Tsushima and Yote is not going to be this canyon of quality difference. You're not going to be like, oh my gosh. Like, guys, this is my most anticipated game this year. Ghost of Yotei is my most anticipated game this year, and I'm just trying to be a realist with y'all. Like, I don't think the differences between Yote and Tsushima are going to be this grand canyon of, yeah, Yote got a 93 on Metacritic. I don't see that happening. I really don't. Why is that? I think there is a ceiling on a game like this. It's an open world action adventure samurai game. Let me say it this way. There's going to be a little too much video game in the video game. Does that make sense? That's the best way I can say it, I think. The Expedition 33 didn't feel like a video game. Death Stranding 2 doesn't feel like a video game. So Yote's going to feel like a video game. What I'm hearing is an open-world samurai game can't get that much love. Precisely. The broad, universal praise and appeal, it won't be there, boys. It won't. It's a victim of its setting and game type. Eugene agrees with me, and he's a huge fan of both games, I think. I know he's a huge fan of Death Stranding, but, like, Eugene's agreeing with me here. I love this debate. I love this debate because as an enormous fanboy of Tsushima and an enormous fanboy of Yote before it's even out, I'm being like the sober realist in the room, and I'm like, listen to me, boys, listen. This is an open world action adventure samurai game. It isn't gonna get into the hemisphere of an Expedition 33 or a Death Stranding 2. It is not going to. It won't. It is hamstrung by the reception of these games. I think what I'm saying is, I think this is the problem. Let me try this from a different perspective. I'm not talking about Yote. I'm talking about the way review outlets receive these types of games. Think about that. That's the perspective I'm trying to bring here. I am not talking about Yote per se. I'm talking about, like, the way IGN and Game Informer and GameSpot, the way that they receive a game like this and experience it. There's a ceiling in their brain of, like, even if it's amazing, it's just not going to be an Expedition 33 or Death Stranding 2. It's going to be a really, really great open world samurai game. It's treading familiar waters. That's such a good point to add to what I'm saying. The reason these games are received in that way by the gaming critics is because, like, they've played a lot of games in this hemisphere. It's an open world game. I go to little places on the map, and the little places on the map make me stronger, and when I'm stronger, I can do new moves, and then there's mini bosses, and there's a pretty cool story. Oh, and my character's really angry and vengeful because they killed her dad. What game did I just describe? A bunch of games. So I think that familiarity is going to hurt it. People are going to be like, yeah, I've played a lot of games like this. They're going to judge it within that category and be like, this is one of the best open world samurai games that I have played. And then that automatically hamstrings it. Director's Cut got an 87. We don't think Yote can be in the 90s. Oh, I can't wait to be into the throes of this later this year, because I don't think so, no. If it gets there, oh, I'll be so pumped, Omar, but I just don't think so, man. No. How do you explain God of War and the God of War Ragnarok review score? Let me look at it in a second. This is a fun debate. Rich Rice with 2 singles. Thank you so much. Rich Rice bumps it to 518 and 192. Thank you, Rich Rice, for generously supporting the community with those gifteds. Let's look them up. God of War 2018 Metacritic. I also think God of War is in a little bit of a different category. God of War is not in a familiar category. There's not a lot of games like God of War, so I don't quite think it's the same comparison. Okay, I mean, I don't know what point you're making, Trill. It got a 94 and a 94, homie. Wouldn't that then therefore mean that Tsushima to Yote could land in the same place? It'll land... Is the point that you're making that Yote can be like a God of War and get into the 90s? I don't think Yote is in the same category of God of War. God of War is not an open world action adventure game. It's a very linear, story-driven game with amazing combat and amazing settings. Like, Yote is going to be another open world samurai game. I'm not talking about the game. I'm talking about the way review outlets receive and review games like this. I'm telling you. It's got a lot stacked against it, and if it lands in the 90s, homies, I will... Okay, commitment. God of War is not linear. Yeah, it is. Like, they put in a little bit of that open world-ish stuff, but it's pretty linear game, bro. The level design's very linear. The way you experience is very linear. Come on. Compared to Tsushima, it's a pretty linear game. And that's not... That's not I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying they're very different games. Like, Santa Monica curates this phenomenal experience with a story. The camera never cuts. The voice acting is just phenomenal. Like, it's on another level, right? Like, Kratos is this center stage brilliant acting job from Christopher Judge. And then you get into the second game and you get Thor and you get Odin. It's just wonderful. Tsushima's not doing that. Tsushima has an amazing story, and I love the tension with all the characters and your uncle and stuff, but it's not in the same hemisphere. The storytelling excellence of Ragnarok in 2018 is so much better than Tsushima's storytelling. Tsushima's storytelling is phenomenal. God of War storytelling is... whew. Homie, when Baldur shows up to the house, good golly, there's nothing like that in Tsushima, boys. There's not. I like Tsushima more than God of War, and I can give God of War its flowers and be like, this is so much stronger in a storytelling from a storytelling perspective. From the characters to the voice acting to the writing to the cinematic quality of the scenes to the fighting, it's so good, and I like Tsushima better. I'm just telling you, boys. I'm telling you. Yote's got the deck stacked against it. It's an open world samurai game. And that's okay. That is totally okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying I'm not knocking my most anticipated game of the year. I'm saying it's going to be in a container in a category that really limits its ability to get a crazy high score. And again, I think this is a really fun debate, because I hope I'm wrong and you guys are right. That would be incredible. Mash says, people said the same thing about Dark Souls games till Elden Ring changed the landscape. I think Tsushima changed the view on games in time and interest in combat. Now are more receptive to those kinds of games. The gaming audience taste changes in time, and reviewers often reflect that. Look at how Dark Souls and Dark Souls games have looked at. I think the same is true of Yote combat. But, Mash, I love you. I don't think that's true, though. Are the Dark Souls games over time getting higher and higher scores, or do they generally have good scores? Now, obviously, Elden Ring really changed things and changed up the entire format. I don't think Yote's doing that. Yeah, I mean, I think you're generally correct when you look at Dark Souls. You're generally correct that Elden Ring was a huge bump for them. So, Dark Souls 1, 89, 91, 89, 96. I don't necessarily think that we're seeing that level of transformative work in Yote, though. Elden Ring, from the first dadgum trailer, you knew, you were like, oh, these boys cooked. What the frick is this? Open world? Dark Souls? Like, what in the huh? This is just another Ghost game. Like, I'm not seeing that level of transformation. Now, maybe we see that today, Mash. Maybe we see that today. Maybe we see a level of transformation that makes the press say Ghost of Tsushima was just the appetizer. Yote upped the ante. I'm here to tell you, I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, and also Elden Ring is a different genre. They kind of broke out of their mold, which is another reason why its reception was so high. They created open world exploratory purpose only seen in Breath of the Wild up to that point. We have never, I mean this, I don't think we've ever seen an open world with that level of exploratory purpose. Outside of Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring is the best. I mean, we've never seen open world games like that. They didn't just break into open world. They almost redefined what open world can be. So, you blocked this person, just another clown with no real argument? Wait, what is this person saying that made you block them? God of War is normie garbage. Sony studios are terrible. That's where you're wrong. I love games. That's why I can't tolerate garbage, because it's terribly made and everything about it sucks. I mean, you're not saying anything, though. You're just saying it's terribly made. You're saying, like, award-winning games are terribly made? You think the Sony games are terribly made? I don't understand. That doesn't make... What are your favorite games, and what are games that you think are made at such an excellent level that they make PlayStation Studio games look so bad? Like, what are the games that you would say are the best made games? Like, what are the games that you think are so much better than PlayStation Studios games? Like, because I think some of the best games I have played in my entire life come from PlayStation Studios. They're killing it. You want to label me, by all means label me. That's just my assessment as a gamer. I've been playing games since the Coleco, and I'm like, brother, Returnal and Ratchet and Clank and the Horizon games, the God of War games, the Spider-Man games, Ghost of Tsushima, these are some of the best games I've ever played. They're at such a high level of quality. They're so good. I want to know what you think are what games do you think are so much better? Zubair says, I agree. The hype is deserved. They make good effing games. Keep in mind, Zubair is big-time PC Master Race, and he got himself a PS5, and he told Eugene famously, the hype is real. These games are incredible. Halo? Well, they're not answering. I feel like they said those things just to have a go at people in chat and get a reaction. I don't think they're going to answer because I don't know what games you would list. In terms of storytelling, gameplay, and setting, Ghost of Tsushima already cleared Shadows. Shadows is an afterthought. Production value, music, graphics, gameplay, no one else comes close. That's what I'm saying. There's only Red Dead's the best open world atmosphere. I would say Red Dead 2 is excellent in so many categories. I was saying exploratory purpose very intentionally. I think that Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild, I haven't rolled credits on Tears of the Kingdom, but I assume it's in the same category. Exploratory purpose is unmatched. It's unmatched. The sense of discovery and the purpose behind exploration in Elden Ring and Breath is unbelievable. They are phenomenal games. They're probably the best open world games made. They are good, but they could be much better. They don't know what they're doing. Character camera control, AI sucks. It's half-baked graphics. Tech demo, not games. I just feel like you're saying a lot of canned non-statements. Like you're not saying anything. You're saying camera control and the AI sucks. What are you talking about? Why would they, if that were true, then why would they get such high praise from users? When games have like bad camera control or bad AI, you're saying half-baked graphics? And then you say tech demos, not games? I feel like you're just baiting. I don't feel like your positions are genuine. I just feel like you're just throwing out negative statements that aren't really backed by analysis of the games themselves. I can't imagine saying any of the PlayStation Studios games this gen have half-baked graphics. Like, what are you talking about? They've been hailed by tech analysts and game reviewers everywhere as being absolutely beautiful games. Like, what you're saying is seemingly just, again, I just feel like you're kind of baiting. Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 are the perfect game. Not even close to that standard. Oh, good Lord. You're allowed to like Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 over other games, but to say those are perfect games and these new games now are not close to that standard? Holy cow. You're not wearing rose-colored glasses. You're swimming in a rose-colored pool. You're drowning in it. Like, that's insane to think that those games are at such a high standard that nothing has come close to those games since. That's insane to me. Those are great games. Those are Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 are pivotal games in the history of action-adventure games. They are pivotal. But to say that nothing has gotten to their standard since? That's kind of crazy, man. That means for how long then have we just been dealing in absolute mediocrity? Like, I don't agree with that take at all. Okay, so when did those games come out? AC1 release date 2007 and then 2009. So, homie, if for 16 years you feel like nothing has really come out at that caliber, I'm kind of wondering, like, why would you still be playing games? That's a long time to be, like, dissatisfied. When TLU 2 released and Microsoft reviewed it internally, they said that Naughty Dog was years ahead of what anybody else was doing. Yeah, Microsoft's own assessment of The Last of Us Part 2 was, this is light years ahead of what anybody else is doing. And it's why they've wanted to do remasters, and I think it's why some of the studios were really... I think there was an interview once where some of the PlayStation studios were celebrating coming to PC, and they were like, we've been asking for years to do this because they knew, man, our games could soar on stronger equipment. Sony game AI sucks bad. All uninspired Assassin's Creed 2 clones. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think your position is just kind of comical. It doesn't feel genuine. I don't feel like you're entering into the conversation in a genuine way. I don't think I've ever heard anybody who's like anti-Sony games saying that their AI is bad and they're uninspired AC2 clones. Like that's wild. That doesn't even seem like you're basing it on like intellectual analysis. It just seems like you're kind of saying things to be kind of trollish. Street Chat with a $10 super chat tip. I didn't get to respond to question about Destin's video. He basically posted 4 or 5 videos on the Xbox layoffs in a few days. One was a video where he explains how Sony is doing the same level of layoffs. I mean, that's just simply untrue. I mean, I don't watch his content. I don't watch his content. I've interacted with him enough and seen enough of his content to know that I'm not. It isn't something that I want to spend my time doing. So I don't know if he actually said what you're saying that he said, but if he made the claim that PlayStation's doing the same level of layoffs, that's factually incorrect. That's not true. Like that's just provably false. I don't know why anybody would say that. Even the hardcore bleed green guys are not saying that. Please stop asking Lona to talk about this BS. They're just going to clip it. Yeah, I mean, we're trying to kind of move on to not talking about that stuff because number one, it's unpleasant, and number two, I just really am not concerning myself with what I consider to be a lot of just bad faith takes out there, and when you disagree with it, you get a bunch of hate for attacking, and it's like, I'm not attacking anybody, I'm just speaking factually. I've seen hardcore bleed green guys that are being like really critical of these layoffs and not trying to draw false equivalencies with PlayStation because I think they know this is a different era. Something more significant is happening with the brand, and I think a lot of them are owning up to that now. I'm seeing people be critical of Game Pass. I'm seeing people be critical of the direction. I'm seeing a lot more criticism from the side that was very hesitant to be critical, and I think it's because they know it's a pretty significant shift for the brand. How am I trolling? I played all Sony exclusives. They are terrible. There's barely any gameplay. Yeah, see, what you're saying is I just think you're bad faith trolling. To say there's barely any gameplay in Returnal or Ratchet or Horizon Forbidden West or God of War Ragnarok, what you're saying is objectively false. It's not even a matter of opinion. You're saying something that isn't true. It's not true. To say that there's barely any gameplay in those games, what you're saying is mathematically and measurably false. It isn't a true statement. You can say, I don't like it. You can say the gameplay's not enjoyable. You can say, maybe I don't like the emphasis on story, but you're saying things that are not true. Like, there's a difference between an opinion and a false statement, and I really think people struggle with this. I really, really do. I think people struggle with this. You cannot say there's barely any gameplay in the first-party PlayStation studios. That is an absurd thing to claim. That it's not technically or objectively accurate. It isn't. Tilu 2 is considered to have some of the best enemy AI ever. You haven't played them. Yeah, anybody who's done analysis of the sort of the dynamic emergent gameplay that can happen in Tilu 2, the enemy AI in that game is highly praised and regarded as exceptional within the industry. Returnal and Rat are good. The rest is focused game, but I think the game design can be much better. I mean, but to say game design can be better, of course, everything can always improve. You're not saying anything that's that insightful. You're just saying the games can get better. I mean, I don't expect insightful from somebody who's making false claims about the games. I just feel like you're trolling. I don't feel like you're here in good faith to have a conversation. You're just hurling negative platitudes about PlayStation games. I'm never going to argue that you should have enjoyed them. If you don't enjoy them, that's perfectly fine. But to make false claims about them is silly. That would be like somebody saying, yeah, I don't like that Xbox game, there's no gameplay. The Indiana Jones, for an example, it wasn't for me, but it was exceptionally built. It was a high-quality game. It just didn't vibe with me. Like, I think you can praise a game for what it does, even if you don't enjoy it. Like, I can look at Indiana Jones and be like, that's an exceptionally built game. Very high quality, very, very good voice acting and production. It just wasn't for me. Hellblade 2. I mean, Hellblade 2, I get critical of the execution of the gameplay. I would never claim there is no gameplay. I think people go off into hyperbole about Hellblade. They're like, oh, it was a walking sim, and it was basically a movie. I do think there was a lack of gameplay. I think there was a lack of player volition. I think there was a lack of player contribution to the gameplay. I'm being critical of, like, the execution. Of, like, they took a lot of the combat out, and they made everything sort of like a motion capture thing that you press a button and it executes the motion capture. There was a lot of lack of player agency. And so that's me being critical of the actual gameplay. Instead of being like, there's no gameplay. Do you see the difference? Like, I think it's totally fair to get into the mechanics and the minutia of a game and to criticize it. I think you can criticize any game because you're coming from your perspective. You could literally play Returnal and you could hate everything about it. And you could criticize all the mechanics. But if you were like, there's no gameplay. Well, he said Returnal and Ratchet have gameplay. So let's take God of War Ragnarok. You could play Ragnarok and be critical of everything in the game because you're just coming from your perspective. And your perspective can't be wrong because it's just your opinion. And your criticism can be rooted in your opinion. You'd be like, I think the combat is boring. I think the combat is repetitive. Whatever. You're getting down into the actual minutia of the mechanics and you're breaking them down and you're giving your feedback on them. But to say Ragnarok has barely any gameplay, well, that is not subjective. That is objectively false. That is not true. Like, there is far more gameplay in that game than there is non-gameplay moments. Like, that's mathematically measurable. You can measure it with time. Okay, these are black and white things. There's no in-between here. So, yeah. I don't think we need to belabor the point anymore. That the games have gameplay. You don't have to like it. PlayStation does make great single-player games, and Helldivers 2 is a bona fide live service hit, so they're capable of that as well. Yeah, but you'll notice something. Their live service hit, they own the IP, but they don't own the studio. And that's the ticket, is publish and let other people build the games who know what they're doing. Let your single-player studios do their single-player thing. And let the people that know how to make a live service game, or in the case of Marvel, Toko, and Fighting Souls, let Arc Systems do it. They know what they're doing. Imagine handing like Marvel, Toko, and Fighting Souls to like one of their studios. How stupid would that have been? That would have been absolutely stupid. That would have been a guaranteed flop. That's the ticket to live service going forward for PlayStation. That'll be a better use of their money. And they'll probably have some games that don't make it and flop, and I think that's what they expect. They've even said they anticipate there's failure within that industry. They know if they try to do live service, there'll be failure. But it's a far better use of your money to spend it publishing a game with a studio that's not one of your first-party single-player studios. Because think about what happened with Bend. You didn't just waste money. You wasted time, which is infinitely more valuable. So Bend Studio had their time wasted. That is far more sad and wasteful than the money. All that time Bend could have been building something else. That's completely lost. That's a double loss. It's like in Arrested Development where they take $1 out of the register and they throw a banana away. You're getting hit from both sides. You didn't just waste money, you wasted time, which is wasted opportunity. The time wasted has caused incalculable damage. Yeah, I will readily admit that is a huge opportunity loss for PlayStation. And the only silver lining is that they seemingly pulled the ripcord as soon as they realized it. Like, they didn't wait. They didn't try a couple more times after Concord. They were like, whoa, 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 whoa. They pulled that e-brake. And I think that's the only silver lining here. That's it. Because they wasted a ton of time. DK Bager with a single gifted. Thank you so much. Bumping the line on the week to 519. If we get to 600, Madam has to play Tony Hawk on Friday night, which will be hilarious. The PS5 gen will need to be extended or suffer as a result. It gives credence to the rumors that the PS6 won't be out until 2029. I've always thought they were going to extend anyway, just because that first year was kind of a loss. I mean, it wasn't a loss, but it just wasn't the launch that they wanted. I also think the Pro helps extend the gen. And then it can build cartilage with the PlayStation 6. You know? You have a question? What's your question, Lobo? They should wait to avoid diminishing returns between consoles? I'm not sure what you mean, Siriu. First time I was ever in here, Lono clowned me for saying the combat looks like it doesn't have much variety, and it's my personal mission to never let him forget it. Adam, here's the problem with your analysis back then. We were seeing new things in the Hellblade trailers. There were new moves. There were things that she was doing that was new. I think my assumption was totally fair to think those would be new things on top of all of the existing combat things I did in the first game. I think those were fair assumptions for me to make. So I think it was fair. I don't remember clowning you. I think it was fair. Maybe I did because I was very defensive of Hellblade. Right? Let me be petty and give you money. Adam, you know who I am. You know I'm going to argue that point. You know, Hellblade was very personal for me. A lot of the people that thought I was like clowning Hellblade because they think like I'm anti-Xbox or something, it's like, well, go back and watch all my Hellblade coverage. I was very much defending the game. Go back. Anytime we had those discussions, Adam, tell him, Adam. Like, this guy was heavily defending Hellblade 2. He was already a fan. Why? Because I'm a huge Hellblade fan. I wanted it to be so good. I was defending the trailers. I was. A lot of those ponies that I'm friends with, homie, they were bashing that game's trailers. They were bashing Hellblade 2 trailers. And I was like, I think it looks great. I think it looks phenomenal. I think this game is going to be fantastic. What is this about Rare and Sea of Thieves? Xbox Era is reporting, Rare has just held the first ever Sea of Thieves Community Direct, detailing changes to seasons, smuggling, and their focus on game health and performance. The biggest surprise, a subscription-led custom servers feature is on the way? What? Hang on. Lastly, and arguably the biggest surprise of the announcement was custom servers for Sea of Thieves. Rare said that custom servers will offer a range of different features, including a private, customizable sandbox with switches, toggles, and commands to curate the server experience. Subscribers will be able to do things such as spawn enemies and loot on command, turn off AI enemies, and ensure that the environment is fit for whatever shenanigans they want to set up. It's unfortunate that's going to cost money because that would be the perfect way for me to play the game with my family. We could just roam around the sea and have a good time. You know what I mean? A Reforge Sea of Thieves server? Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate that Minecraft does the exact thing. Yeah, I mean, We say F you to your subscriptions. I mean, I think it's great for the people that want it. I think it's great for the people that will use it. But I think it's unfortunate for anybody, you know, that isn't like that diehard. Like, I'm not that diehard. I've always thought that would be a really fun game for Madam and I to play in the evenings. Something to pass the time. It's super laid back. You know, you're sailing, you're getting your treasure, you're grinding, you're getting new stuff. But it's like, it's just too easy for that to all go awry and have your whole evening wasted. There were 3 different evenings we tried to play it, and it was like we wasted 2 hours. We got all of our progress ruined by either PvPers, or the one time we got like our ship got exploded by like a volcano. Now that one was, I guess you could say it was our fault. I didn't even know that could happen because I hadn't been playing the game. I had no idea that was even a possibility, that like a volcano could erupt and light your ship on fire. That was the last time I played Sea of Thieves with Madam. Saber Seas has no PvP. Yeah, but it limits all the things you can do. Like, you can't. It's not the. It's they slow all the progress down. They cap certain things. Yeah. It means consoles can have private servers. Usually PC can do that stuff for free. Locking content behind subscriptions is terrible. I hate when companies do that. I wouldn't say they're locking content behind a subscription. They're saying that's a thing that you pay for. That's a server. Having to pay for it's a turn off, but it depends on how much it'll cost. Yeah, I mean, it's literally server hosting. Like, I don't think they're putting content behind a paywall. They're putting servers behind a paywall, which, yeah, servers cost money, man. You know? Especially for a company that just went through some layoffs and, like, this is really their bread and butter game. They can't just be like, here's a bunch of servers. You know? Taking a look here at the news feed, see if anything's going on today. The new Astrobot levels are in the wild. Game Pass deals range from 50,000 to 50 million. Woof! Wow. That's a lot. That is a lot. I love seeing the the monologue about Superman from Kill Bill making the rounds. That's one of the best. That's one of Tarantino's best work. It's so well written. Reforge Sea of Thieves private server incoming. We could certainly have some fun with a private server for like community game nights and stuff. That could actually be really fun. Super Googly with a super chat tip says, no offense, but if anyone really spends the next 5 hours here or any stream to wait for the trailer needs to get a life. Hype for the game, though. It's not a trailer. It's not a trailer. It's a 20-minute deep dive, Googly. Sorry, I'm refreshing the... I'm just going to let me just refresh this page. I think I'm going to have to switch. I think I'm going to have to switch off Chrome. It's getting worse and worse. I wouldn't be surprised if it's some of my issues. Like, it's got my CPU spiking. I knew the page was going to crash. I could literally see my CPU spiking in the background. I could see it, and I can tell. I'm like, oh, it's Google. I'm sorry, it's Chrome. And then as soon as I refresh the page, my CPU calms back down. My memory consumption calms back down. Sven says, I just caught up in the community reps Discord chat. Can I just say Lamau? Yeah. No comment. Which gun are you most excited for today's Ghost of Yotei showcase? Super hyped about the spear. You put which gun? I think you... I think your brain, like, transposed or supplanted... You meant to say which weapon. The Kappa emoji had to be missing. You should try Brave browser. I hear that it's better for CPU usage. I think I just need to switch to Opera. I just need it to use some of my extensions, and I'll be good. Yes, sorry, weapon. He's like, which gun are you looking forward to? I'm looking forward to the spear. The spear. Everyone knows that one of the best guns out there is the spear. Purple out here telling Doc he don't want this smoke. Get it, Purple. Get it, Purple Haze. Get Doc. Get Doc Dart. They added the Atsu bot and the wolf to Astrobot. Sig Spear is one of the best guns, though. Would love to have one. Well, yeah. We got a weapons guy in chat getting pedantic. He's like, hey, that actually is a good gun. Interested in live service, so subsequently any live service game is automatically bad because it doesn't appeal specifically to them. Meanwhile, there's an obvious community who enjoys live service. Oh, yeah, I mean, you're kind of circling back to that subject for sure. For sure. All right, I have been in the chair for 3 hours. I need a break, chat. I'm going to take a quick break. I can't hit ads on Purple. I'm going to hit some ads on YouTube. Y'all are the absolute best. Do all the things. Hit the likes. Check your renewals. Like Crowquill just renewed a gifted membership. All right, wankers lurking here for the day. Hopefully can't wait for some Yote. Guys, keep it here. While I step away, help me out. It does hurt viewership when I step away, which makes sense. I don't expect people to sit around and look at nothing. But smash the like button, check your renewals, and I'll be right back. Oh. Okay. I got a little freaked. I heard the dehumidifier running, and I was like, is that my computer? So what happened when I stepped away? Nothing. Everything's fine. I understand Sony canceled single-player games too, but can you name one single-player game they released and then sunset it in 2 weeks like Concord? That's a minimum 200 milli down the drain. I'm not really in gear with the convo y'all are having. What? The significantly higher failure rate of single-player games due mostly to the higher rate at which those games are made. It could be argued that single-player games are more volatile. Oh, I think Corey's talking about the number of single-player games across the board. I don't necessarily know if he's specifically talking about the single-player games from Sony. Like I would say, the game business is reporting that according to wish lists, the biggest games for the rest of the year are Borderlands 4, Yote, Hollow Knight, Silksong, and then Mafia: The Old Country, based on like wish list counts. Get in gear. That's right. Lock in, boys. So yeah. But I think that Corey's kind of getting at what I talked about earlier, where it's kind of what I talked about earlier with respect to, you can't argue that like AAA games are bad just by citing bad AAA games, because there's good AAA games as well. You can't say that all indie titles and all AA games are bad, because there's an ocean of bad AA and indie titles every year. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's kind of like what Corey's getting at is, there are so many single-player games that don't do well, flop and fail, and a huge waste of money. You know, we're zeroing in on live service games, but like we can specify to Sony if you like. Medieval, Gravity Rush, tons of games made that are just massive flops. In recent years, though, would you say that that's true? Like, how long ago did those games come out and flop? Like, Gravity Rush was 13 years ago. When did the Medieval game release that you're talking about? Medieval was recent. What was it called? It was just called Medieval? So many games, ugly, bad, okay, good, great. Just so many to choose from. You can literally have your pick on how bad you want games to suck. Like, yeah, you could easily cherry pick the right games and make it look like everything is terrible. It was a remake of a PlayStation 1 original. I don't think you can demonstrate in recent years. I would argue... Yeah, I would even argue all the way back to the PS4 era. I would argue that the excellence from the single-player games of PlayStation have been very consistent. You've either got something like that, like a remake of a PS1 game, or you got to go back pretty far. I guess is what I'm saying. Like I don't think, you start with like, the 28 from 2018 to now. I mean, in the last 7 years, I just feel like their quality is so consistent. Their quality is so consistent, it was like kind of jarring and shocking that Spider-Man 2 even had glitches and bugs. Now, they were quickly rectified, and they were largely exaggerated. I mean, I think a lot of that was just people, sort of doing the thing they do with that sort of thing. You misrepresented or exaggerated. I mean, the one guy was faking glitches on Twitter with photo mode and stuff like that. So, I mean, but their quality is so consistent. Like Spider-Man 2 having any glitches and bugs was like a shock. It was like, what is this? Chrome has been acting weird for me lately. CPU goes up for no reason. No, that's not you bugging out. That's Chrome. It's a memory issue. Like, periodically, I'm just refreshing the dashboard page that contains chat because that's where it's coming from. It's coming from YouTube chat, primarily. My argument has nothing to do with my preference for single-player games. My argument is asking your core studios to move away from their core competencies is silly. Oh, but then we're in total agreement there, yes. Absolutely dumb that that's what they did. I think it was really, really short-sighted to be like, man, live service games are really hard to make. Let's get Bungie to help us. Oh, and live service games are really hard to make. Let's just let our single-player studios take a crack at it. That to me is short-sighted. It would have made more sense to say, while we're figuring this live service thing out, let's let our single-player studios keep doing what generates money and what gets good reaction and what gets good sales while we figure this out. It might be related with how they are putting tabs to sleep now. Maybe. I don't even have that many tabs open. I don't know. Remember, chat, I am the known PlayStation guy in chat, and I'm afraid for PlayStation flops to make an argument for live service. Never let it be said in this chat is an echo chamber. I don't understand that sentence. I'm going to read it again. I am farming. You're farming? Oh, you're farming for PlayStation flops to make an argument for live service. You're sinking money into paying experts to train your employees. You're asking fish to fly within the scope of the game dev cycle. Short-sighted is an understatement. Especially using hit single-player studios. I mean, you could argue that that Days Gone aged really well with time. Their own studio didn't greenlit. They said no to Days Gone 2. That was Bend and not Sony that said no to that. Her leg looks really weird in that image. That Borderlands image. Her leg looks really weird here. It doesn't look like proportionate to her. Like it looks like, I don't know. That's weird. It's like her leg is the same size as her arm. It's just an odd perspective or something. I don't know. Did Ben get hubris? I don't think there was any hubris going on. I mean, I know you guys know I like that word. I don't think it was hubris. I think that Days Gone aged well with time, and some of that's because I actually would argue Days Gone is an example of a single-player game that they shipped that had problems. Right? That is an example in recent years. Days Gone. What was the original release date of Days Gone? 2019. That would be a fair one to say. That's an example within the single-player efforts of PlayStation that was less than ideal. It wasn't very good. It didn't get good scores. It got a lot of criticism. And then Days Gone aged really well because once they fixed the problems and then it hit PS Plus and then the port to PC was so good, people were like, why does this game get so much hate? This is a good game. It launched and it was in a bad state. It was the bugs and the glitches kind of sunk the ship. You know, it didn't happen with Jedi Survivor, and it should have. But Jedi Survivor was able to kind of stand on the shoulders of the previous game as well as the Star Wars, property. I mean, Days Gone on PC has a 92%. Like, that's really, really good. And now if you go to the PlayStation Store, Days Gone has a 4.6. That also is really good. That's a 92. So, like, the game has really, really recovered with respect to the user reception and people's opinions about it. It has really recovered. But it didn't really matter because of the way that it launched. I mean, that really, I think, is such what a cautionary tale. What a cautionary tale. to be like, it's really important that you launch your game in the best state that it can, and Days Gone is such a great story to demonstrate that. It's such a great story to demonstrate that. It's like a game that everyone now is dying for a sequel, crying out for a sequel. They're like, this game is so great, it's got such great scores, why won't you guys do a sequel? Well, yeah, they didn't greenlight it because the early reception was poor, and they probably thought, you know, potential commercial and revenue success of the sequel was going to be not great because of how the first game was received. If that game could have cooked for 6 more months, I think we'd be looking at a Days Gone sequel. I do. If they had let the first game cook for 6 more months, if they wouldn't have launched it in such a bad state, it would have gotten much better reception, and I think people would think much differently about the company and the brand, and it would have spared them a lot of the. It might even have them in a different scenario right now. They wouldn't have been tasked with a live service game because they would have had a successful franchise on their hands. You know? It's hard to come back from day one. Yeah, that day one being bad, it is absolutely, it's devastating because first impressions matter. Did they rush it? I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if have we ever got a, you know, a breakdown or not an autopsy per se, because it didn't flop, it just didn't do very well. I would encourage you to read the article talking about the shift in engagement models by publishers looking to move on from the content model to the network business era. Is this because of the fact that like 50% of the engagement every month is in live service games? I still remember the Angry Joe review of Days Gone. Speaking of Mind's Eye, have you ever played it? I played it on this channel. I warned people about it, that it was going to be terrible. From the very first trailer that showed up during that state of play earlier this year, I told people that something didn't smell right. I was like, something don't smell right about this game. From the very beginning, I thought the trailers looked off. I thought the gameplay looked off. It's related. They're all chasing Fortnite. I mean, I think to them, it's like they're kind of like playing the lottery. They place all those bets, and if one of them hits, they make $1 billion. Yes, the trailer looked rough. I was surprised I got pushback. I'll be honest with you guys. When that Mind's Eye trailer hit, I was surprised I got pushback because it stood out like a sore thumb. It's like you go through an entire, state of play where all the trailers and the gameplay and the reveals all have a certain caliber of quality, and then that trailer hit, and I was like, something's off here. And then they follow up, and they say, enjoy this gameplay. And the gameplay montage is not, it's not gameplay. And I warned people, I said, something's not right here. I've never been to an event or sat and watched an event or covered an event where they do the trailer and then they say, now let's take a look at some gameplay. There's always a significant difference. Like, it's like, oh, now we're looking at gameplay. Like, there's a difference. There's either a HUD or there's a very clear, like, sort of authentic, sort of raw nature to the movement and the navigation of the world. And it's like that shift didn't happen. It was like, now check out this gameplay, and it was just another sizzle reel of like really quick cuts. They want to monopolize our time and in turn our wallets. Look at Destiny. Even Arrowhead's CCO said he wants Helldivers 2 to last for 10 years. We're cooked. I don't think so. You have to remember that trends in gaming don't last. They don't. There was a time where the biggest thing everybody played every year was Call of Duty PvP, 6v6, MW2, MW3, like that era of time. That didn't last. Like what we're doing right now, it won't last. This is the biggest mistake I think some of these companies are making. They're placing bets as if the industry is static and like all these trends will stay. I'm like, what? What? Okay. I don't think in 5 to 10 years we're going to be like, yep, all the gaming trends of 2025, they were permanent. Everybody's still doing the same thing. Everybody's still playing the same games. That trend lasted a long time. Trends can have longer and shorter tails. This is true. But I do not think these trends are permanent. I think everything will shift and move to other things. It's a living, breathing animal. Human behavior at this scale is a living, breathing thing, and it won't stay static for forever. Yeah, GTA 6 is going to be a huge shift of player behavior. It's going to be a huge shift of player like loyalty and time. They want GTA to be the new model for single player games. Give us meaty single player experience, and then milk the content for a decade. Nothing lasts forever. Look at the early Halo days. I was part of the journey back then. Their peak was Halo 3. The franchise hit mainstream media at one point, but look at it now. Yeah. I think it's one of the reasons that live service success will likely hinge on who can leverage early access and agility the most. I mean that. It's not about placing bets on a trend chase. It's not about predicting what the trend will be. It's all about agility. It's being able to adapt to the winds of the market, because when they shift on you, they'll break your neck. I mean, if you think about what has happened with a lot of the games that have tried to trend chase, what happens? The winds shift, and then the game's neck gets broken, and it's just dead. It's like nobody wants to play that. If you'd have had that game out 5 years ago, it might have had a shot, right? So you put a game out in early access, then you can adapt it to how things change over time and how things kind of morph and take shape over time. And you have I'm not saying that's guaranteed success, by the way. I'm just saying you're increasing the likelihood of success. Because right now, what companies are doing, they're placing bets that you're still going to want to play the same types of live service games in 5 years. It's why a bunch of it's why a bunch of game companies started placing bets on extraction shooters, because they thought that was the next trend and they wanted to be there. The up and coming, Tarkov influenced the market, and a single comes in from Dr. Killshot. That is 18 months of renewal. Man, thank you so much. That's a long time. We are a 5-bomb away from the next milestone. Somebody can steal it right now. Whoever hits it gets it. When that hits 525, I owe your platform 5 members. I always gift in response to when we hit milestones. But we made it a contest, so Purple and YouTube kind of race to be the one to hit the milestone. Live service success is about adaptable, patience, having a good direction, and knowing how to build a community. You can't trend chase building live service. You'll never win. We just need someone to redo X-Men Legends. Source YouTube, Halo, The Return. Wait. What is that, Winged Wheel? Why does it say search.app? What are you doing? Is this... I feel like this is spam. Search.app? That doesn't seem like it's going to YouTube, but it looks like it's positioning as being like YouTube. I'm just going to delete it to be safe. Is he hacked? Is that spam? That hyperlink was not to YouTube. It was to something called search.app. I just want to make sure it wasn't like a bot spam or something, like his account got hacked or something. Are you seeing Superman? I would like to take my kids to see it. Yes, my wife and kiddos. I would like to take them to see it. It's doing very, very well. Better safe than sorry. I think it was Dustin. He has like a Red Wings logo, and he does some gifting and some super chatting here. I think his name is Dustin. I think he did one today. I feel like he did one today, or maybe it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. You think shooters are going to fade away? I think first-person shooters right now are actually I think they're a hard genre to break into. I do. I think it's one of the harder genres to break into. I think it's harder to innovate within shooting because you've almost got to innovate on the movement. You know, people like shooting. They do, but I think it's hard to stand out. I really do. I think it's hard to have a standout shooter. You clicked it and it purchased Mind's Eye. Oh, I'm sorry that happened to you. There's some light language in Superman, a-hole and the like. I appreciate the heads up. We're dealing with that, you know. They're learning the words. Dylan Prevost? Yeah, I think that's his name. I think that was a bad link. I purchased Mind's Eye in my sleep by accident. Worst decision I ever made. My favorite trend I'm seeing right now is announcing a sequel to a classic and shadow dropping the remastered of the original on the same day. I'm hoping Bloodborne gets that treatment. I mean, Shuhei Yoshida was under the impression that it won't happen unless Miyazaki's involved. So, I actually think that's a really good instinct. Coffee is cold. I think that's a really good instinct. I think that they want him to be involved, and I think they'll obviously be in a holding pattern with it probably for forever because I don't think he wants to. I don't know if he wants to go back and do anything with it. What's good, Con? How are you? Oh, we got some time to kill, boys. Let me see here. Lone Wolf says, if they make the wolf playable in Yote, would you change your mind about getting a 90 for the critics? Yeah, I would. I would change my mind. I would. We were debating earlier. That's an old question. I'm going to reset the question queue. We were debating earlier why I don't think Yote can win. What was my 2024 game of the year? I think it was Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade was my favorite. I loved the combat in that. It was really, really fun. It was like a more action-infused Sekiro, you know? There was only one fight that annoyed me. It was near the end. It just did weird things with the camera, and then there was that thing that could, like, kill you or whatever. Like an explosion or something. If it's got wolf co-op, the game's getting 100 out of 10. This is true. This is true. The wolf meme will live on because we will be playing the game one day. I actually do think, though, in Yote, I actually think that she's going to be able to use the wolf for stuff. I think she's going to be able to. I got you, Wilbur. Thank you. Imagine you can stop the game and pet the wolf. 10 out of 10. No one wants to play as the wolf. Do you think there should be a first-person mode for Stellar Blade? I don't think you're being serious. I don't know how you would do that. She becomes so powerful near the end you can delete bosses. There's 2 wolves inside you. Co-op confirmed. Wait, did they actually say that in the trailer? Lobo says, enough, stop. Like, don't get him on that. Don't get him on that BS again. Oh my gosh. Well, we need something to do, so I'm looking in the news feeds for stuff to react to or talk about. If you guys have anything that you want me to react to or talk about, feel free to throw it in the Discord. If it's a YouTube video, it needs to be at least 2 days old. Unless it's like a trailer or something. Then I'm happy to pull it up and watch it. But if it's somebody's video, I don't like putting people's content in my own unless it's been out for a little bit. Yo, Dylan, thank you for the gifted member. Dylan, I deleted your comment in the Discord. Are you hacked? It didn't look like you were linking to a YouTube video. It was linking to some search app. And I was like, that could be a bad link, so I deleted it. I wasn't sure what you were doing. There are 2 wolves inside us, chat. No, they don't. Impromptu Ghost of Tsushima playthrough? No. No. I wouldn't get anywhere. My dad beat Dark Souls as his first game. It changed him. Video games are a waste of time. Lonovid in Discord. What do we got here? It's a 32-minute video. Can you give us early impressions on Wu Chang Fallen Feathers? I have the game pre-ordered and I'm already committed. I can't say a word about it. I can only tell you that I have access and that the embargo date is 24 hour. It's Wednesday, the 23rd at midnight. Yeah, I can't say anything. I'm under NDA. So I could not give you opinions about it or information about it. And yeah, I can't react to and watch a 32-minute video, Rope. I need videos like under. I put the new Halo trailer in member chat. What? Hang on. Oh, no, it really is Halo the Return. What is this, though? It's 20 minutes long. The motion comic The Return. It's about a comic. That's like a 20-minute video about a comic about Halo. Asmon would? Yeah, Asmon's in a different scenario. Asmon can react to a 30-minute video. It's an hour long. And he throws it on his channel. And he gets 1 million views. Like, I can't do that. If I'm going to start doing reaction content and we think it's something good to do with our time some days, it's got to be reasonable. Lono, blink twice if Wu Chang is a game you've played it and it was an experience that you had. It is, in fact, a video game, yes. It's weird how review embargo works because some people have done preview stuff for the game, but I guess because you are playing the retail version, you're more restricted. No, you're good, Dylan. You're good. It was alarming because the hyperlink said search.app. It didn't say, it wasn't a hyperlink to YouTube, so it threw me off. In any case, yeah, with embargoes like that, Corey, usually if they do a preview, you have a very specific slice of the game that you experienced and or saw, and you're able to talk about it. So, like, I went to an Anthem preview event a long, long time ago. Well, there are particular rules. We're playing a particular slice of the game, and so you work within those parameters. When you're given review access to a game, the reason there's an embargo is it's like, I've got access to the entire game, and it's too hard to limit that. It's easier to just be like, on this date you can make content. Back to work. I'm back from work meetings. Did you see my super chat replying to you about his videos? Yeah, Street Shadow. We're just trying to avoid that stuff because like all that ends up happening is this happened recently. Someone put a tweet in the Discord. I reacted to the tweet. I was factual. I was fair, and it was described in a false way. And then somebody got mad and said false things about me on Twitter because they thought that I was being mean and unkind and running my mouth about them. And I wasn't. I literally did a completely legitimate, factual, and logical response to someone's tweet. And then they proceeded to lie about me on Twitter. So like it just isn't worth it. It just isn't worth it. It's a big game to these people. You know, to be like, oh, he's attacking XYZ person. And it's like, I've never done that with my content. I've never attacked anybody. I haven't. I did respond to you, Street Shadow, and I said, if I've not watched the videos, but if he is trying to claim the Xbox layoffs are equal to the PlayStation layoffs, that is factually incorrect. That is not true. And that's all I really want to say about it. There's a mountain of other things I would like to say about a lot of these people, but it's not worth it. I don't think they're worth it. I think it's best to just talk about games that we're excited about and let bad actors dig their own relevancy graves. Because I think that's ultimately what happens in these spaces. I think natural selection kicks in, and I think a lot of these folks are going to learn that really, really well over the next 5 years. You know. That's a rough gist of what he was saying, but I just said it's not worth the time of day. Yeah. I think making content for people that want to hear things that aren't true, I think that's a dead end. I think it's a dead end road. And I think right now, the number of people that want their ears tickled with falsehood about their favorite brand, I think that group is just going to continue to shrink. I just don't think there's an audience for it long term. I think more and more people are going to gravitate toward, you know, positive coverage, gaming coverage that's, you know, not about any of that stuff. So yeah, Wolfgang, James, it's hypocritical, but I expect nothing less from people like that. I don't expect any consistency. What's this article that you sent me, Creature? Ghost of Yotei's Onryo's list could harbor a stroke of genius. This is from Game Rant. They're saying, as a revenge tale, Ghost of Yotei is already primed and ready to be a complex story, particularly when it comes to how it handles the protagonist Atsu. Stories that center around vengeance almost always see the Avenger experiencing some kind of inner turmoil as they wrestle with whether to kill their offender, so the same can be expected with Atsu. However, players should arguably feel that conflict as well if Ghost of Yotei hopes to emotionally entrench them in Atsu's personal journey, and the method of doing so may be hiding in plain sight. Atsu's Onryo's list in Ghost of Yotei is a handwritten ledger of the names she intends to hunt down, serves as a central thread in her quest for vengeance, seeing her crossing off each name as they are eliminated. In the context of feudal Japan, though, the idea of writing those names potentially takes on an entirely different meaning for Ghost of Yotei, especially when paired with one of the most prominent cultural and spiritual practices of the time period. While the game could simply see Atsu writing down and crossing off the names of her offenders in occasional cinematics, it might mean even more if players were directly involved in the process. A calligraphy minigame could make Ghost of Yotei's kills feel heavier. In feudal Japan, calligraphy wasn't just a form of art, but a deeply spiritual act that was practiced by monks, samurai, and nobility alike, even as a meditative act linked to mindfulness, intent, and even purification. Writing a name with brush and ink could symbolize everything from reverence to condemnation, and depending on the context, it could even function as a kind of ritual. I love this, thinking about like just like writing lyrics and some of the things I've even recently wrote. Like that's kind of inspiring, maybe to even have something lyrically in this vein. If Ghost of Yotei were to adopt this mindset, the on-rails list wouldn't just be a menu screen or cinematic break. Instead, it could become part of the game's spiritual identity, serving as a window into how the world sees death, justice, and vengeance. I actually think that's one of the ways that Tsushima we could see improvement in Yote, is more of a center stage discussion about vengeance, justice, morality, like just the philosophy behind those. Like those are like, those are metaphysical concepts. Those are not physical concepts. They're concepts that exist above the physical realm and stand in judgment over it, right? When Atsu writes down a name on the list in Ghost of Yotei, it could be treated more as a rite that acknowledges not only the person she aims to kill, but the impact on her character of eventually doing so. Ultimately, it transforms the entire revenge arc into something that is more contemplative than anything else. If these names are written carefully, or even reluctantly, it could make her journey feel more rooted in grief than mere bloodlust. That's the kind of tone Ghost of Yotei seems to be aiming for already, and connecting players directly to it with a minigame could make every kill hit even harder. I don't know if I agree with the minigame part, though. I don't know if I agree with the minigame part. Like, if I'm having to, like, move and use the joystick or something, like, maybe a scene where she writes the names down, and it's very impactful for her, and they really drive home that point narratively. I don't know if I like the idea of a mini game where like I'm writing the name down. I honestly feel like that would cheapen it a little bit and gamify it. Where most revenge stories show a character's unraveling through dialogue or cinematics, Ghost of Yotei could let players feel Atsu's mindset through the physical act of calligraphy. A calligraphy minigame could essentially become a litmus test for her mental state. Maybe her brush shakes if she hesitates, or if slashes will force if she's fueled by anger. Furthermore, with Ghost of Yotei's increased emphasis on player agency, perhaps this could even play into the kind of person Atsu eventually becomes. At the very least, involving players in the act of later crossing off the names with the blood on Atsu's sword with a QuickTime event could be a way of connecting them more deeply to her actions. If Ghost of Yotei truly wants to immerse players in the emotional and spiritual side of Atsu's story, then letting them perform calligraphy on Aryu's list could be a big step in that direction. Rather than just being about making each kill feel heavier, it could also give players a reflective moment to consider what it means for Atsu's character development and the part that they are playing in furthering it. This is arguably one of the most important parts of the story that seems like it wants to show the unfortunate toll that revenge can have on someone. Well, yeah, and like ultimately, revenge stories are even more so not about the toll it takes on the person, but about the sense of meaninglessness in the revenge. You know what I mean? This sounds very Kill Bill like. That may hold it back if it feels derivative. Everything you have mentioned, Mian, is putting Xbox down. Who are you talking to? Oh, Hotshot. It's crazy PlayStation is the king of high-quality single-player games, story-driven games, and Xbox is the king of live service games. And I don't think there's an argument. You think Xbox is the king of live service games? Why would you say that? I mean, they purchased Call of Duty. They didn't build the Call of Duty live service empire, so giving them credit for that's a little weird. Well, how would you argue they're the king of live service? Like the biggest live service games in the world, like Fortnite, like Apex, and then the bigger live service games on PC, like none of those are there. Like none of those are theirs. They bought a bunch of successful live service games. They didn't build them. Yeah, like they buy Minecraft, they buy Call of Duty. I mean, Sea of Thieves, but even Sea of Thieves is not even remotely in the running for one of... I'm listening, hang on. Oh, okay. My kids are like playing and laughing, and sometimes that sounds like there's tragedy afoot. At some point, buying them has to give them the right to claim them over time. Yeah, but like the biggest live service games in the world, they have some of them, but not all of them. I don't know if I would crown them king of live service. I don't know. I think it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, if you want to say they're the king of live service, I guess you could say they have Minecraft and Call of Duty, and like that puts them at the top of that pile. But again, it's like, I don't know. That would be like saying, well, these guys are the king of Chinese studios, and they went out and bought a bunch of Chinese studios. It'd be like, well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I feel like in one instance, don't forget Halo. Halo in the live service realm right now is not something that you want to give them credit for. It's in a terrible place. I mean, I don't think you would want to. I don't think, Halo fans or Xbox fans would want you to like draw attention to Halo. That yeah, I mean, they bought Halo, and what they fostered over the years with 343 is, I wouldn't say that's a very good. I wouldn't say that's a very good showing of what they're capable of. Like what they've done with Halo and 343, I don't know if you want to be like, yeah, man, they're the kings of live service out here. I mean, yeah, they own Minecraft and Call of Duty, but again, you purchased like monolithic titles that have had massive success in live service prior to being purchased. So it's like, okay, they didn't foster that. They've dropped the ball with almost all of their great multiplayer games. They need to step it up. I agree. Yeah, I mean, between Halo and Gears, games they bought, would you argue they fostered good things out of those games in recent years? I don't know if you could argue that. I would say fans of Gears and fans of Halo would disagree with you, and they would be like, these are pieces of property that have been largely mishandled. It's part of why I don't really. Yeah, like I don't feel like I've done anything bizarre or out of step. I just feel like very logical to just look at how they've really handled things and be like, I don't have a whole lot of confidence in them, and I don't really trust them. I'm gonna express that, and in many ways, I'm gonna express that with my purchases, my game time. Like, where am I spending my time? Where am I building a library? Where am I thinking is a better use of my hardware investments? Matt says, I think no question, Microsoft's in the top of the live service where they have COD, Minecraft, Sea of Thieves, Grounded, Hearthstone, Warcraft, Overwatch 2, Diablo 4, Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, Halo. Right. Here's the thing, Matt. I think that's why saying that feels weird. That's just a bunch of stuff they bought in the last couple of years. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they're the king of live service. They bought a bunch of existing, running, profitable live service games. Being like, well, PlayStation's the king of single player. And I'm like, well, I feel like PlayStation's really fostered that. They've fostered that, and they've nurtured that over the years. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me, but I'm like, I don't feel like they've fostered anything. If anything, what they've done to their own property shows, I think, again, the opposite. Like what they've done with Gears, what they've done with Halo, I'm hoping for those redemption points, right? We're wanting E-Day to turn things around. You're wanting Halo Studios to be able to turn things around. But it's like, if they're willing to do that, I'll rephrase my statement. While not being king, I do think they're geared. No, that I agree with. Yes. You get No, we are on the same page. If that's what you meant, then I understand your position. You're saying Xbox is in a better position to be more geared to live service going forward than single player. No, yes, I agree with that. Because they do have monsters. And this is the concern I think that people have in light of some of the recent developments. And if you look at like Sneaker SO's leak, the concern is they'll gut things and whittle things down just to those big monoliths, and everything else will be gone. Every other studio, every other piece of property will vanish beneath the blazing sun of these are the big live service games. These are the ones that print all the money. Everything else is expendable. That, I think, is a legitimate concern, as well as what you're saying. I think it's completely legitimate. I think that PlayStation's going to be a slow burn with live service for a while. I think Marvel Tocone will put some fuel in the tank, and Helldivers 2 is certainly doing perfectly fine. But I think as far as like the number of games and the number of dollars coming in from live service, oh yeah, Xbox is 100% going to be in a better position than PlayStation. And I think that that's actually a good thing, because at some level, you want companies like Nintendo and PlayStation primarily focusing on the single-player titles and letting the more bigger multi-plat stuff shoulder the weight of doing live service. Does that make sense? It's like I would much rather have a big multi-plat publisher shouldering the live service weight of the industry instead of having, you know, like Nintendo or PlayStation figure it out. It's like, I'm perfectly fine with PlayStation trying to figure out live service and make some money from it. I think that's good. I think that gives them maybe a more solvent future. But man, if you end up with like the multi-plat publisher of the world, the multi-plat publisher king of the world, which will end up being Xbox for at least the foreseeable future, if they're shouldering the live service stuff, I don't know. That just feels like a better situation, because they're more vested in and more interested in having the multi-platform broad buckshot. And man, if you want that curated, well-built single-player game, you're going to get that from PlayStation. You're going to get that from a mainline Zelda. I actually wonder if you've just put your finger on like why the future of games is going to go through a pretty bleak period, because I do think Xbox is going to keep shuttering studios and canceling projects, but we may come out on the other end with like very clear value investments of they're shouldering these big live service endeavors, and they're the ones that have the money and the infrastructure to do it and support it. And then if you really want, you know, first party single player greatness, you're going to go to PlayStation and Nintendo. Unfortunately, I think we have to go through. I think it's going to get darker before it gets brighter. I do. I think we're just about to enter into the shadow of the valley of the death of studios and games. I think there's more coming. Everybody looking at the situation with Xbox is like, oh, there's more coming. This is going to get really bad. This is just like the opening salvo. Xbox has done a lot of that deserves praise. They introduced Ethernet to consoles. Xbox Live was revolutionary. They popularized multiplayer FPS to the masses. They started online libraries. Short gameplay overview of X. Yeah, I saw this. We could take a look at this. We've got some new gameplay to look at from the old Borderlands. Let's take a look at this. I don't want to blow your eardrums out, so I'm going to turn it down. No music. It's going to end up getting muted. They're using copyrighted music. Sorry. So Vex the Siren. Okay, decoys. You don't know how you feel about the art style? I like the art style myself. I think it's very much like what I wanted Borderlands to look like this gen. Like, this looks really like, it looks crisp, but it also looks like that section there, this looks reminiscent of Borderlands 1, but in the best way possible. You know what I mean? This reminds me of BL1. You're in the Borderlands, man. It's rough, it's rugged, but it looks really crisp and really nice. This, to me, is like a really, really great evolution of the franchise's art style. I love this. This feels vintage. Just this overhanging building up here, right? And like the whatever's on this line, this like, I guess like almost like a clothesline across here, and like the foggy high crags of rocks like in the backdrop. This is so reminiscent of BL1 to me, and yet it looks really, really crisp and clean. I'm all about it. I really do think this is going to be hailed as the best Borderlands to date. These bosses just look incredible too, by the way. Look at this thing. I'm in. I'm just so in. I'm so in, dude. I wish we got better reception to Borderlands coverage on this channel. There's a very, very high level of disinterest in that game, and it really, really hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. It's like, oh my gosh, BL2... Borderlands is kind of how I cut my teeth as a streamer. It was the first game that I streamed like at length and fostered an audience with, and it's such a shame to see such disinterest in it from the audience here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you a fun time. Well, hello to you. I wish you a fun time. The Ghost of Yotei star is very excited for State of Play gameplay after logging more than 80 hours in Ghost of Tsushima. I'd love to interview her because that's roughly the same amount of time I put into Tsushima. Well, I think I put in more. I think I'm closer to 100 hours now. It's hard to add up the time because you have to like look at my pre-director's cut hours and then director's cut hours. Can you please read my last statement? Leakers are saying that the PS6 is coming 1 year after the Xbox PC hybrid. I thought leakers were saying PS6 was 2029. And I thought the hybrid was 2027. BL3 was such a miss for me. Boring and slow after years of Destiny. I'm hoping BL4 is great. Hang on. So will there be 24 hours between embargo and the game going live and so get the pre-order bonuses? If you're talking about Wu Chang, I believe so, yes. You will be able to still pre-order it. Petrov says, do you think people are going to get tired of live service? I think people will get tired of anything. I think that a lot of what's happening in live service, you'll see fatigue with the actual game types, and then new types will emerge. I still think there's a massive hit on the horizon out there somewhere that will be like a casual MMO. I don't think anybody's made the right casual MMO yet. I think there's a lot of people who want and would play a casual MMO. I think there's a lot of mid-lane players. This is why I think New World was doing so well in the early days. I think a lot of casuals were playing. That's what I think. Ecstasis, notable leaker and contributor to Insider Gaming, is saying confirmed Xbox and Arcane's goal is to launch Marvel Blade in November of 2027. It would launch on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. So there you go. That was a really early announcement for that game. Mash thinks BL4 will flop. My hot take is Borderlands 4 flops, Outer Worlds 2 flops, Yote scores 92 to 93, Yote wins Game of the Year. I think Mash is goofing around. I got you, Wilbur. Thank you. And then Microsoft will close Arcane Leon. Gosh, I'd hope not. If they prove themselves with Blade, the hope would be that they would make another one. Because I heard they're making it third person. Like, Arcane Leon's chops with fluidity and sort of like navigating three-dimensional space, having that in third person... No, genuinely what I think, what we see, They are hot takes. Oh, you genuinely think that? Oh, golly, Mash. Yeah, I don't. Wow, I don't see that at all. But we'll see. We will see. That is a take if I've ever heard one. Yeah, Erica said that she spent over 80 hours in the game. Erica Ishii. Okay. Dreamcast and PlayStation had Ethernet capabilities before Xbox even existed. Oh, you're taking issue with when Mash said they added Ethernet to consoles. Yeah. That wasn't something that they were the first to do. 2 months after releasing to an excellent critical and audience response, J.J. Abrams' new HBO thriller Duster, starring none other than Lost legend Josh Holloway, has been officially canceled and will not receive a second season. I don't understand. I thought people were saying it was great. Sony now reiterating PlayStation State of Play features nearly 20 minutes of Ghost of Yotei gameplay hosted by Sucker Punch's creative directors. Beyond sharing more about her quest for vengeance, it's excited to show off new weapons, new ways to personalize your journey, new special modes, and much more. Let's do it. Xbox, it was a standard port and only access to the internet, so it was the first for that. Steven says, I bet you 100 mem that Yote won't win Game of the Year. Yo, Joker Quinn's trying to stoke the fires here. The member stuff slowed down a little bit, and that's okay. We got plenty of time to make Madam play. Tony Hawk, 195 to 7. To 7. Purple. Yote's not even out yet, and they're already doubting. I'm not doubting. We had the debate earlier. I think there's a limitation on what a game like this can do with respect to universal broad praise. Like the universal and broad praise that you see for games like Expedition 33 and now Death Stranding 2. I don't think you're going to see that for Yote. I think Yote will be high 80s on the review outlets. I'm sorry, like Metacritic, like high 80s. We need a way to start wagering channel points. I've got tens of thousands sitting here, ready to gamble on bad takes. I mean, what do you guys want to do? What do you want to wager on? I mean, you could make some wagers on today's thing. You could make guesses about the Wolf. I love Borderlands 4, but it's not flopping. Well, there's reasons that we could maybe prove Mash wrong with Borderlands 4. And Chris Dring highlighted it today. So if you guys don't follow Chris Dring and thegamebusiness.com, his venture, let's see here. So he is saying that's the 4 biggest games remaining this year. He says Borderlands 4 is one of them. Okay, games that appear on every top 10. So position, Steam wishlist number 3, IGN wishlist number 10, fandom traffic number 1, press coverage number 1, YouTube views number 1, overall social posts number 1. This is why it's so disappointing that you guys said 70% no to Borderlands 4, and my coverage of Borderlands 4 has been horribly received. This is so depressing to me because I'm so looking forward to it and everybody else is looking forward to it. But for whatever reason, this audience is not. In terms of pure numbers, Borderlands is the biggest franchise on the list. The last game sold 22 million copies, which is the fastest selling game 2K has ever released. It's still got a bit of catching up to do on Borderlands 2, which is over 30 million, but it's getting there faster than before. Spin-off game Tiny Tina Wonderlands released in 2022, and although on a smaller scale, it surpassed 2K's expectations and it shifted nearly 4 million copies across Europe alone. We didn't beat their expectations was the Borderlands movie. It flopped, we know that. Due to the movie and the inclusion of PS Plus subscription service, 2.1 million people played Borderlands 3 in July, and that rose to 2.16 in August. Sales of the game jumped 418% across Europe, too. If the movie did any brand damage, the data suggests otherwise. So, yeah, I don't think Borderlands is failing. I think Borderlands 4 is going to do very, very well commercially. The audience doesn't seem to like new live service, it seems. Yeah, but Borderlands 4 is not a live service game. Yo, Meat Slab, speaking of Borderlands, Meat Slab comes in with a Member Plus renewal. Thank you so much. Stone Spire is going to slow walk this to 525. He's the stinking man. He is the man. He's so faithful with those single gifteds. Thank you, sir. Try 1,300 hours of Ghost. And there it is. Stone Spire with another one. I don't know. 1,300 hours in Ghost is that's wild. Did you spend a lot of time in Legends? That's a lot. That's a lot of time. Because you got to think. That's a lot of playthroughs. Golly. Like if you average 100 hours per playthrough, that's like 13 playthroughs. Like, dear Lord, that's a lot of time. Did you do a lot in Legends? Did you like live in Legends for like a couple months or something? Mash says, I don't think they hit 10 million sales total or 5 million in the first month. Oh, Mash. I think the pre-orders and this wish listing alone shows that they'll hit above that in the first month. Four maxed characters in Legends. You have over 900 in Baldur's Gate 3. I think Baldur's Gate 3 makes a little bit more sense. 1,300 hours in Ghost of Tsushima is wild. That's a lot of hours. You never played a Borderlands game? Is there a single player campaign? Yes, there is. You do not have to play co-op if you don't want to. You can completely ignore co-op if you want. Just play by yourself. Sometimes playing by yourself actually has benefits in a game like Borderlands, because you'll have abilities that sort of play off of each other, and when someone can steal a kill, it can throw off like some of your rhythm and some of your mojo. Not always, but it can happen. It happened in Outriders. Lono endorses playing with yourself? No, I do not. That's not true. All right, there's the 5 that I owe. Thank you, Stone Spire, for getting us to 525. The man. The last game sold 22 million copies. Why would selling under 10 million in a month be a flop? I like playing co-op games, but when it comes to me being in front of someone or someone else being in front of me, it ruins the story. Yeah, Borderlands 3 didn't sell 22 million copies in a month, right? Didn't it sell? Wasn't that during like the first year or something? We just read Chris Dring's thing on it. Where is it? What did he say? The last game sold 22 million copies, which is the fastest selling game 2K's ever released. Yeah, the 22 million is the lifetime sales of Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 didn't sell 22 million in like the first month. That would be like earth-shattering. So few games sell 10 million a month. That's an absurd number to hold something up to consider a flop. Yeah, to be like, if it doesn't get 10 million in the first month, it's a flop. I mean, wow. Like, that's a really high number. You said it wouldn't sell 10 million total or 5 mil in the first month. I think it can hit 10 million total just because I think word of mouth's going to really change narrative this time around. Yeah. So you're saying it won't get, he's saying it won't get 5 million in the first month, not 10. Okay, so not going to get 5 million in the first month. 3 million in the first month's amazing. I mean, FF16 did that on one platform. Borderlands is on 3 platforms. Yote sales in the first month. I don't know. I'm really bad at guessing sales. I'm not good at that. Borderlands 4 is coming to Switch 2 at some point. Well, yeah, that'll certainly put gas in the tank. I mean, if they can get it to run well on that device especially, you know. As a lot of people, a lot of Switches out there. I mean, there's going to be a lot of Switches. My guess is it won't hit 5 million sales in the first month or 10 million total sales, making it a flop relative to 22 million total sales and a smaller budget of the last game. Yeah, I mean, I think the 22 million lifetime for Borderlands 3 was a record for them. That was the fastest selling game for 2K. So I don't know if, like, holding that up and being like, if this game doesn't hit also absurdly high, because, you know, you're saying, you know, 5 million in the first month. I think that's really high, isn't it? I made a head of story. I don't want to begin the game and have a friend be halfway done, and I have no idea what's going on. Oh, with like a co-op game? Listen, this is something that I think you have to do if you're going to play through a game co-op with your buddy. You have to have a co-op character, and then you have to have a single-player character. So you have to have a character that you can work on when your buddy's not around or working, and then when they're around and you're playing, you switch to you pick characters that are going to complement each other. And when you do that, I think you're setting yourself up to always be able to play the game instead of being like, well, my buddy's not around, I can't play. Keep in mind, Borderlands 3 did 5 million in the first month. Over 5 million in the first month. So to me, it's not wild to think the 4 could do the same. I feel this genre is overplayed now, says Mash, and less likely to find a big audience. Many games since have made similar games and art style to Borderlands, so I think it won't be as uniquely as attractive. It wouldn't surprise me if something that actually helps Borderlands do really, really well is Destiny, the Destiny audience. Like, I feel like the Destiny audience is sort of, content starved and not in a good mood. And there's enough similarities to Destiny and Borderlands, and there's also just enough overlap because it is a looter shooter. I think Destiny alone is going to help BL4 do very well. There's a lot of Destiny players out there. that are like, man, oh man, I need a looter shooter. Or missing the fact that Destiny 2 lost a lot of players. Yeah, I mean, Atlas and I just literally thought the same thing almost at the exact same time. Borderlands 2 was the proto-Destiny community. Yeah, like even within the streaming world, you know, a lot of the people that switched from Borderlands to Destiny found great success because the looter shooter aspect was a bridge between the two. Destiny 2 players not in good moods, kind of the default. I had to bite my tongue because I like Grenader Jake. I had to bite my tongue. He what was his tweet? Where is it? I think he might have deleted it. Oh no, it's right here. It's right here. He said I love Jake, but I almost replied to this. He said, how the F can a group of streamers having fun in Destiny 2 PvE cause this much drama? Yo, D2 community, are we okay? No, Jake. They're not okay. They've not been okay for a very long time, okay? I have firsthand experience with how not okay that community is, all right? I have firsthand experience with how not okay, rabid, mindless, and terrible that community is. I do. I will never forget the day I saw a tweet where a guy was like, is this guy trying to weasel his way back into our community? I was like, brother, I'd crawl over broken glass before I'd ever come back to your community. I really would. No, I know he wants to come back to your community. I'm going to tell it to you right now. The only reason Destiny streamers put up with it is because it's the job. It's the job, dude. If they could walk away from y'all, they would. Because you're terrible. I'm sorry, but the facts are the facts. The most toxic, horrible. They give like the League of Legends and the COD community a run for their dadgum money. They really do. They're pretty bad. Whoo-wee. Who hype? I hype. Danny. I hype. Much hype. Says the guy tweeting about Destiny at 4 a.m. I think he just had hernia surgery though, so he might have really weird might have a really weird sleep schedule. It's really hard to sleep after a hernia surgery. Okay. Think we'll see a COD trailer? Where? Jake isn't in the US, he's in like Europe now? Wait, what? He moved? At the Sony event? No. TJ Love, this is a state of play just about Ghost of Yotei. He moved to France? Really? You played Death Stranding 1 with no expectations. What an awesome game. What's your opinion on how it starts? Like, it takes a while to kind of, like, get going and let you loose. Not sure if you're into Deftones. They're releasing a new single at 6 p.m. Eugene will be excited about that. I was never into Deftones. Yeah, Mash didn't throw out a number for Outer Worlds. He just threw out a number for Borderlands. I think he also said that he thinks Outer Worlds 2 will flop. I don't really have an opinion on how well Outer Worlds 2 will do or not because I think it's more of like, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna have some crazy broad appeal. I don't think its purpose is that. Yo, Rich Rice, thank you so much for 5 months at a VIP Plus. I sent a video link to Reforge Gaming. Huh? Where? Is it something you want me to react to? If you guys want me to react to stuff, it's got to be under 20 minutes. I'm not about to react to a video that's going to like hijack the stream for an hour. Like a 20 to 30 minute video that's an hour. You know? Like videos in the 10 to 15 minutes, that's far better. That is far better length. What time is the state of play? It is in 3.5 hours. 5 p.m. Eastern, but I don't know where you are in the world, so 3.5 hours. TY, you are welcome. You can watch it here. We will co-stream it. 11 p.m. in Sweden. That's not terrible. Like, that's late, but that's not terrible. Oh, man, we need something to do to pass the time, though. We have completely come to a halt here. We need something to discuss, something to talk about, article to read, react to, video to read, react to, or watch or react to. I'm sorry. We need something. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Problem is I pull up YouTube for stuff to kind of look at and watch. It's all going to be new videos, and I don't want to do that. Look in the comments. It's not an hour. What do you mean look in the comments? Comments where, homie? You can't put a link in my chat. It gets filtered out. Yo, Disciple, thank you so much for 19 months. Bumps the total member count on the week to 527. Thank you for that renewal. Renewals count, so always check your renewals. Make sure your primes, you're checking on your primes. Edge of Fate review. Can't review something I'm not going to play. Or can't review something I don't care about. Intergalactic looks interesting, but we definitely need more info and gameplay. Yeah, I mean... I would imagine that if you're going to, if you're going to predict cuts, I do think some of the more worrying studios... Some of the more worrying studios are going to be the ones where the title is big, the budget's big, the team is big. That's going to be, I think, your most worrying studios. Because you're just going to have greater risk. Like, there's a lot of risk involved with like really, really big projects. Wiggleman says, peace, peace. Do you remember me? I hadn't been here in years. I just remember you were mean to me last time I was here. Oh, I was. But I'm glad to see you're still kicking it after all you've overcome. Peace and love. What did we have a disagreement about? Do you remember? You've never been timed out. You've never had anything deleted. You've never been hidden or anything on the channel. I'm trying to load your previous chat history and I can't do it. How do I send it to you? Rich, can you tell me the name of the video? The name of the YouTube channel? Those would all be ways I could probably find it. This one? What do you got, Wilbur? No, Wilbur. No, thank you. He was mean to you? There's two of us. There's just certain folks I don't want to put up. I don't know. It gets complicated. You start putting certain people on the screen. I don't know. I don't even know. I think it was going back and forth about games. I may have said something edgy. I don't know. It's water under a bridge. It wasn't edgy enough to get you timed out or banned. You don't have any timeouts or bans on my channel, so welcome back. Paul says it depends if the game costs like $400 million to make. It could technically flop. Hang on. Pan says, what is your favorite live service game of all time? I don't really have one anymore. I would have said Destiny, but, you know, Bungie's horrible, and I haven't played the game in 4 years. So, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I've lost my taste for live service games, to be quite honest with you. I've just lost my taste. You know? Something really special would have to come along to like really capture my interest. You know, when you have limited playtime, I just think it really changes your perspective on how the games are built and how the games keep you engaged. Like when I went back and tried some Helldivers 2, it was just like, this is fun. I'm having a good time, but I know what all of this stuff's attached to. I know the grind that awaits me for like even the slightest bit of progress. So it's just like, I don't know. I just lost my taste for them. Because everything you do, you know it's kind of attached to something else. Did Reforge admit Expanse will be Game of the Year? I did not. No. I think it could get a lot of attention, but I don't know about that. You know. You said earlier, what were you on, Travis? You said, I remember the day that you liked my content, and I didn't read what you said. Do you remember what you said? I like, now that I'm seeing your name in chat, I was like, wait, you said something that I wanted to read, and I forgot to read it. You don't know how to search it on YouTube. It was on X. And I saved it. So it's just a video on X. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. I love Death Stranding 2 so much. Playing some music and using the auto drive on the roads is so chill. The monorails too. Yeah, I had a really cool scene last night. Perfect Image says, what's your take on Night Rain? A lot of people don't understand my take on Night Rain because they didn't actually watch the entire video, and they're like, well, isn't that hypocritical because you didn't actually play the game? My video is not an assessment of the game. My video is an assessment of how it was launched and what would happen if another studio did the same thing. Bellular said the exact same thing I said in his video, that like, if anybody else had done this, it would have been a disaster. Like, there's a lot of goodwill that kind of protected FromSoft from what they did. They launched a live service game. It had rampant, pretty severe performance problems the entire opening weekend. There was no crossplay. There's no voice chat. I was not making an assessment of the game's quality. And I know people are like, oh, but it did well and it sold well and look how many people are playing. And I'm like, I know, I acknowledge that in the video. You're not refuting my video by highlighting the player numbers or the sales. I literally acknowledge in the video that the game is a commercial success and tons of people are playing. So I don't understand. I'm like, if you guys actually watch the video, it's a very fair take. It's like, if anybody else would have done this, it would have gone very poorly. The concern is they're going to do this again with the game with Nintendo. They've got another live service game coming out for Nintendo, and they could burn up some more of that goodwill. You know, they're returning to form. They're going to make some single-player games again going forward. So, like, I think a bunch of people brigaded the video because, like, they were not necessarily even interacting with what I said. They just saw a thumbnail that maybe the thumbnail should have been like, you know, why I'm not playing. But I was doing more of an analysis of like, if you were to try to bring a live service game to the market right now, okay, let's say that, for example, people were severely critical of Marathon not having proximity chat, okay? That's just proximity chat, and people were severely critical of that. Like, Night Rain launched without crossplay and without voice chat, and it was only tuned for 3 players. It wasn't tuned for duos at all. It was so egregiously not tuned for solo players that they pushed out like 3 patches in 72 hours to try to make it more playable for solo players. I'm telling you, if anybody else would have done that, it would have been a disaster. People would have been severely critical of a game that launched with so much not ready to go out of the box. I as someone that's never cared for FromSoft outside of Bloodborne, I enjoyed Night Rain because with a friend, it was great and no PvP. Right. And again, people misunderstood. I was not saying that the game couldn't be fun. There were people having a good time. There were people that were playing in triples. There were people that are sadists and they played solo and it was really hard and they figured it out, right? My video, nobody understands. It's like I'm not lambasting the game or hating on the game. I'm saying, listen, FromSoft got away with this because they're FromSoft. It speaks well to them, actually. Again, if you watch the video and engage with what I actually say, it actually speaks well of FromSoft that they pulled it off. Like, because they have that level of goodwill and because they have that level of trust, they pulled this off and people were way less critical of them. The point of the video is you can't keep doing that, though. Eventually, you'll be the team that people are really critical of because you're like, man, you guys did this again. You did another game and it lacks features and it lacks polish and it has performance issues at launch. Like, eventually people will start to say, hey, man, we expect better in this day and age from games. We expect games to not launch with severe frame stutter and frame pacing problems. Do you see what I'm saying? It was, I genuinely mean this. There are so many people that hate me in that video and they literally didn't watch it. And they're like, yeah, but you didn't play the game. And I'm like, yes, but I'm not reviewing it. I didn't review the game and say gameplay sucks, mechanic sucks, boss sucks, rogue element sucks. I recount that people are saying the rogue elements aren't good, and I link that to the fact that FromSoft reacted very quickly, and they were like, oh my gosh, we're getting a lot of negative feedback. They patched the solo experience. It was like 3 times in 72 hours. They were rapidly responding. Why? It wasn't going well for them in those early days, man. People were critical. People were upset. And they quickly course corrected. They deserve props for that. The video did not say it will flop. The video did not say it won't do well. I literally say in the video it's being commercially successful and there's lots of people playing it. So again, if you watch the video and then you're like, oh, but look, Lono, it sold well and it did well. You were wrong. What do you mean? How could I be wrong if I said that in my video? I said in the actual video, hey, it's doing well and lots of people are playing. That's quite like the video is literally framed around the fact that it's doing well, and by all marks of other games, it shouldn't have done well. It somehow pulled it off, even though you'd have done any other game that way, any other studio, people would have been very, very critical. I'm researching how to make a good YouTube video, and the one piece of advice that really hits home is you can't dumb down your information enough. This is reminding me of that. Oh, yes, 100%, Zubair. None of them are getting to the peaks well of FromSoft that they were able to pull this off. Not every studio would get away with this, and it's because they've earned so much goodwill with the public. That speaks well of them. That's not a hateful video. It's not a hateful video. The Defense Force is so, like, man, they got their Dark Souls underwear all twisted up over that video, and it's like, brothers, that is not at all huge Thanos blip. Did we get a blip on Twitch? That might have just been YouTube. Did we get one on Twitch as well? I think that was just the YouTube, the typical ingest server reset, not on Twitch. Okay, yeah. Thank goodness. That wasn't the issue we were dealing with yesterday. We have resolved that. That's typical. That's not abnormal for YouTube to do that, especially when we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. They probably just switched ingest servers. My friend says that unless you're sucking Miyazaki 24/7, you'll get hate from them. Oh, no, yeah. I know. Wiggleman with a $5 super chat. Sorry I missed this, Wiggleman. Stay fly, my guy. Love the shirt. 80s Tees. This is from 80s Tees, yes. Yes, you guys can still use my code over there. I don't get a kickback or anything anymore, but my code still works. So, I don't know. I don't think people understand the point of the video was not to say, this game sucks. It was to say, holy crap, if anybody else would have done this, they would have had a pretty severe fate. If you're getting audio desync, just refresh. It'll go away. It always happens after a blip. Like, it's not a backhanded compliment. It's like a dadgummit, man. If anybody else would have done this, they'd have gotten obliterated. You guys have people that really trust you. You've got people that are really confident in what you build. They'll look the other way when there's missing features, egregious performance problems, and like an internal multiplayer logic that doesn't even make any sense. We built a game for 3 people, a multiplayer game for 3 people, not tuned for 2-player. You can't even play 2-player. Not tuned for solo. So you need to rely on others, but we don't have crossplay and we don't have game chat. Come on. How? It is not a hot take to be like, if Ubisoft would have done this, it would have been a flop. People would have eviscerated them. The degree to which people complained about Marathon not having proximity chat, and people are like, but it's totally fine for FromSoft game to not be tuned for singles, not be tuned for duos. You got to rely on others, so you're going to have to go in with 3 or matchmake. Oh, and matchmaking is going to be limited because there's no crossplay. Oh, and you're going to matchmake with people and not be able to communicate with them. I'm taking crazy pills. It's like, how dare you bring up glaring modern multiplayer amenities being absent from a game? You are such a hater. Okay. I like how you continually improved in arguing your views with facts in a compendious manner. It seems unfortunate that the shortness has extended beyond arguments to height. Mash, frick you, bro. Frick you. You totally got me. You totally got me to read it. The difference for Marathon was the gameplay kept people playing. Oh, no. Again, that's what kills me. That's what kills me. If you watch the video, it's a positive video. It's a positive video with the warning at the end. It's like, listen, you got a lot of goodwill, and if you keep burning your goodwill, you're going to find yourself in a different scenario. You got another game coming out called Dustbloods. hopefully you've got that one set up to be good and it's fun and people like it, because if not, people are going to say, what the frick's going on over there at that company? You know? I never refresh to sync Lono's voice. I let it roll. I switch to black and white and enjoy Reforge Kurosawa no. Yeah, that's right. Goodyear says, if it costs $400 million to make, take 5.7 million copies to break even. That does not include the 30% cut from stores. So if they sold 10 million copies, they'd be making profit. Since Borderlands 3 sold 22 million, I feel Borderlands 4 more likely than not will make a profit. Did the math. Take into account the 30% cut from the fronts in the base edition. It would take 8.1 million copies to break even. So yes, the game is not flopping. I just don't see how they don't sell copies. Yeah, I think it'll sell well given the 22 million of Borderlands 3. We all know FromSoft should have just said, what, you guys don't have friends? You guys need matchmaking? I'm sorry, you guys need crossplay? And you need to be able to talk with people? I mean, what, you don't have friends? You don't have people you can play with already? Gaming community in no way has double standards. Borderlands 3 burned a lot of people. Don't underestimate, Dark Taco, don't underestimate people that'll say, I'm going to give you one more shot, especially if word of mouth is strong. Yeah. And a 5-bomb comes in from Pan and takes us to 532. Thank you so much for that. Oops. Why is highlighting text so hard? There we go, 204. 204. As a lifelong Borderlands fan, 3 was fine. Not as good as 2. Yeah, you got to consider, out of the 22 million that bought it, how deep is the anger and the feeling of burned out of the 22 million? Like, if 10 million felt like they had a good time, you know what I mean? Here's a question from Stone Spire. Concerning Clockwork Revolution, what are your thoughts on it, and is it something that you play on your own? I think Clockwork Revolution was the best thing in the Xbox showcase. I thought it was incredible. I thought the art direction was excellent. I thought the humor was on point. I thought the vibe and the aesthetic of the game is so strong. I thought it was the best thing at the Xbox showcase. I thought it was the best thing. I'm very much looking forward to that one. It looks good. It looks very good. You hope that it's not too far away, and you hope that it doesn't encounter any of the issues we're seeing. Because the fear now, obviously, is what Sneaker leaked. When Sneaker said that, like, all current projects are going to go forward with lower budgets, but they expect the same quality in the output, and, I mean, it sounds... Good golly, it sounds so corporate. It sounds so on brand for Microsoft. A new live leaderboard for top fans. Explore a fun way to spotlight top fans on your stream. How do I turn it on? Go to your tab and select settings and then live chat. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can turn it on for this stream. I can't turn it on for this stream. Hang on. Maybe I need to do it. I went back to make sure you weren't talking spat about my boy Grenader Jake. I'm happy that you like him. Wait, can you rewind? Do we have that feature now? Can you rewind, Rachel? I can't rewind my own stream. Did somebody clip me talking about Jake? G-Mini Christmas. I was having fun. I love Jake. What the frick? You can now watch VODs while channels are live. Oh, okay. Let me see here. Settings. It says go to settings. Go to your tab. Oh, wait. I think this is only for mobile streams. In the live chat section. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, here it is, live chat. Turn off leaderboard participation. Your channel will no longer be ranked in live chat leaderboards or receive points. Your participation. Oh, that's if like you don't want to participate in it and you don't want to show up on a leaderboard. That's something entirely different. Okay, hang on a second. Let me schedule a new stream and see if it's an option when I go to schedule a new stream. Chat replay, chat summary, subscribers. Yeah, I'm not seeing it as an option. If I go to community settings, I'm not seeing it. I bet you this is something that I bet you it only shows up on mobile streams. It's like I think it's like a mobile stream vibe, which is unfortunate. Like, we've been sitting here streaming on this platform for 5 years, and it's like, man, they just haven't given us a lot of the features that we would love to see. Bazooka Joe says, glad to see you back on Twitch. Thank you so much. We've been back on here since April. You've been following me since 2017, man. I appreciate it so much. I always like to check the chat logs to see the last time you spoke on my stream was March of 2020. Before the dark times. Ghost of Yotei will be any good? I think so. I think Ghost of Yotei is going to be great. Petrov says, what's your take on the Xbox ROG Ally X? I think it's going to be a real non-starter with a lot of people. I think the more people like actually look at it and its capabilities and it makes landfall in the market, I think people are going to realize they were once again the degree to which people are basically defending marketing about that device. I just find to be strange. I'm just conceding. Call it an Xbox. Go ahead. If that's some kind of a victory for you, you go ahead. You call it an Xbox. You call it whatever you want. You call it Susan for all I care. I'm going to talk about the capabilities of the device, and I don't think its capabilities are impressive, and I don't think the device is going to make a splash or do anything significant in the market. So call it whatever you want. That I'm just so not interested in just the bad faith defending the marketing of a company of that size. Like, after all that's happened this gen, I don't know why people are doing that. I don't. They privated their own video about the Series S. They've used double speak and double talk, and in my estimation, they've used a lot of misleading tactics this entire gen. So you want to go to bat for a multi-trillion-dollar company, one of the biggest companies in the world, and you want to defend their weird goalpost shift of calling everything an Xbox, you go right ahead. I think you look like a brand simp, is I think what people look like. It's like, okay. Good for you. I don't care what you call it. I care about the functions of it. And for people to get all hot and bothered about that, I have people in the comment section of my video about this topic who are misinformed about the capabilities of the device. Like, they're literally in my comments and they're like, no, it's going to be able to play my entire Xbox library native. There are people who have 100% been misled by the marketing. So you go ahead and you come at me guns blazing. You call me every name in the book. That doesn't matter to me. I think consumers should be appropriately informed about the capabilities of the device. So call it an Xbox, call it Susan, call it your girlfriend. Doesn't matter to me. Once it's in the market and people see its limitations and people see that it's just a new version of a device that was already in the market, yeah. My video, my take, my opinion on this will age just like the fine wine of my opinion of Microsoft going software strategy, just like my opinion that Xbox was abandoning their hardware as a central tenet of the brand, just like I said Game Pass will get more expensive, just like I said they would make adjustments to day and date. This will just be one more thing that ages really, really well with time. This is the same. The people that are all about calling it an Xbox and the people that are all about debating this one weird point, these are the same people that said Series S is going to run circles around the PS5. These are the same people that bought hook, line, and sinker all the marketing about the Series X, marketing that Xbox has now set private. So you want to trust them? You want to trust those takes? You go right ahead. Their batting average for going to bat for Microsoft and going to bat for Microsoft marketing, it is a terrible batting average. So you go right ahead. I don't see any reason to go to bat for the marketing talking points of Xbox. I feel like it's kind of embarrassing, honestly. It's like, where's the level of skepticism? Like, that's the other thing I think is kind of weird. Everybody's very anti-corporation, anti-greed, anti-profit. Why the frick are people so quick to defend Xbox and Microsoft and parrot the talking points and go down with the ship of this is an Xbox? Why are you doing that? If there's a company unworthy of your trust and very worthy of your skepticism, it's Microsoft. It's crazy. It's nuts to me. I mean it. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. It would be like YouTube's officially removing its trending page? Why? It would be like trusting Google or Amazon. Why? These corporations, oh my golly. It's nuts to me, man. I'm trying to make light of it. I'm trying not to get all fire and brimstone about it anymore. I'm really not trying to get down into that headspace, because Wilbur got the sharp point of my tongue this morning because he put a clip, in the Discord of some guy going off on me about this, on the TikTok or whatever, and I was like, why are you defending this company's marketing? It's not factual. It's marketing. It blows my mind. These are people that are intelligent, that could speak well, and they're defending marketing. It's not factual. It's not technical. You're not getting down into the minutia of RAM or hard drive space or the power of the CPU. You're defending marketing. Go off, King. Go off. You go ahead. I would rather be known as a skeptic or a critic of Xbox. I would rather be known as that. I would rather be known as a hater of Xbox, even though that I don't think that's accurate or fair to me. But I would much rather be known as a hater than to be out here defending marketing of Microsoft of all companies. Do a little self-reflection. Watch your video back. Give it an old rewatch. And when you when you're done kind of getting your jollies, doing like you think you're dunking on me, okay? Get over that sense of elation and that dopamine hit of like, yeah, I got that guy, okay? And then just really watch the video and listen to the fact that you're defending a marketing piece of lingo from Microsoft and reflect on that for a moment. Defending some of the most misleading marketing I've ever seen. I know, that's what's crazy, Eugene. It's like, the pattern is crazy to me. They're the last company that anybody should be defending their marketing. They're so misleading so consistently. They're so misleading. The fact that this always gets glossed over, they set a marketing video about the Xbox Series S to private on YouTube because it is so egregiously misleading and it is so not representative of the product. And everyone would shrug that off or, well, PlayStation put 8K on the box. Okay, I didn't talk about PlayStation. We're talking about a video that Xbox set to private because it so severely misrepresents the Series S. And you're out here just katana in hand. You leave my $1 trillion company alone, dude. I trust their marketing. This is an Xbox. Okay. I wouldn't trust your judgment on investing in a lemonade stand. The lack of discernment there. Good Lord. Good Lord. Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA are also misleading. It's absurd. 5070 is 4090 performance for 550. Right. And Zuby, I feel like I'm not even connected to that world. I feel like the PC world was very much critical of that and skeptical of that. And there was an anger about that. I think that's warranted. I think that's warranted. I do. I think that's warranted. I think it's okay to say the value of Xbox gives me is good via Game Pass, but by the same time admitting the direction and choices had led to many layoffs and poor quality and overall quality games overall. Yeah. The issue they took, and again, it was a big misrepresentation of my point, which is not a surprise, right? Because you're ripping clips out of context and not listening to the actual, thrust of the conversation. So Xbox is really big on backwards compatibility. They're promising backwards compatibility with your entire library, right? They're also promoting Play Anywhere. One of the big tenets and selling points of the Series S and the X was backwards compatibility. That was one of the big things. They really drove that home with really cool features like FPS boost. I was a big proponent of FPS boost. I've got videos on the channel of me playing games with FPS boost. I loved it. I thought it was a cool feature. So that's a big tenet of what they were able to do. And my issue with that device not being able to play your games natively is because they do this thing where they say something technically true, but it ends up leaving a false impression. So when Sarah Bond says it'll be able to play games all across your Xbox library, I mean, Destin Legary himself, in that clip that we reacted to, he reads that the device will not be able to play games natively from your library, and he says, but Xbox said it would. Even he misunderstood and thought that the device was going to be an Xbox capable of that. So when I zero in on that, they're like, oh, but the Nintendo Wii couldn't play all old Nintendo games, and you can't even play all the 360 games, right? People were in the comments saying that. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Going forward now, the expectation set by Phil Spencer himself is digital library continuity. That is a marketing talking point. That is a big, huge thing that they signal as a company. And to act like, well, I'm going to invoke the Nintendo Wii, or the fact that we can't actually play the entire backwards compat library, that is an absolute goalpost shift if I've ever seen one. They have been trumpeting and triumphing. You will be able to access your games, play anywhere. Digital library continuity is a super important thing. They're big proponents of back compat. They're investing in back compat. They've got this silicon, this thing they're doing with AMD for back compat. So you can't brush that aside and be like, but we're going to call this an Xbox even though it's going to be able to play a very limited amount of your library. It's like, call it what it is. Moore's Law, there's a clip of him right now. Moore's Law is dead. Internally, They literally communicated to developers. There's no dev kit for this device because it's a PC. It's a Windows gaming device. It's a piece of hardware that's in the market right now. Oh, but the new one has this, this, and this. No, complete misunderstanding of the point. You don't even understand the point you're arguing against. It is a piece of hardware that you can buy right now. And when I say that, I don't mean in the most literal of sense. It's that you can buy a Windows gaming device right now. Lenovo Go. You can buy an Asus ROG. You can buy a Steam Deck. You can buy devices that essentially run, well, I mean, the Asus is the best example. You can basically buy that right now. You can buy a Windows gaming device right now. And you can load up Steam, and you can load up this app, and you can play these games. This is the same device with, yes, new features. That no one's denying that. It's got new features. But that was always my point with it. Was like, you guys have been triumphing this. You've been championing this for a really long time, and there are people right now who think I'm lying, and they think I'm going to buy this device, it'll play my library natively. Oh, are they in for a rude awakening when they buy the device? And you know what is insane to me is you villainize me and you rip me up for saying what I'm saying because everything's viewed through this weird console war lens, and it's like, all I'm trying to do is make sure consumers are properly informed. It's really interesting to see the gaming world at large rally around consumer protection with Stop Killing Games, and yet they will so quickly parrot talking points and marketing of Microsoft that misleads consumers. That's crazy to me. Where's the consumer advocacy? You're all about Stop Killing Games. So am I. I promoted it. I've celebrated it. I've told people to go sign because Ross says they need more padding. And Ross keeps calling for more signatures. And I'm like, go sign it, go sign it, go sign it. I've got my own video about how we lack consumer protection with refunds. Do you know what else we lack consumer protection with? A lack of media literacy, where people will hear marketing talking points and it misleads them. And there are, people that are happy, just happy and thrilled to make money and to make ad revenue perpetuating those talking points and that marketing. So, as I said on the outset of this, you want to use your platform, you want to use your TikTok to defend the marketing of Microsoft and Xbox, you go, girl. Go off, king. Do it. But I think history will not be smiling at people that did that, because there will be consumers that feel like, oh, I got completely misled. I thought this thing was going to be able to do all this stuff, and it can't. Where's the harm? And again, I just keep coming back to this. Where's the harm in just describing the device's capabilities? Calling it a Windows gaming device is actually a very accurate description. It's not slander. I'm not using a pejorative. I'm not trying to insult the device. I'm not trying to indict the device. I'm saying it's a Windows gaming device. Where's the harm in that? I guess my question is, the real question is, why is everybody scared of that? Remember in True Detective where he says, you sound scared, Russ. You sound scared. These people sound scared. You sound scared. You're worried that people are going to actually be like, oh, wait, the device actually might be somewhat limited in its capabilities. Oh, the horror of people knowing what the device can actually do and what it can't do. Why don't you want people to know that? The distance between what is said and what is known to be true has become an abyss. Of all things at risk, the loss of an objective reality is perhaps the most dangerous. That's what I'm saying, dude. I just, where the universe is upside down, that speech applies. It does. It always applies. The universe is upside down when you're the villain just for telling the truth. You know what I mean? They're like, you're the villain. You shouldn't be saying that. Like, okay. All right. We got a question here from Norin. With the X-Men arc coming for Marvel, what villain story arc would you like to see? I think the Krakatoa storyline would be sick. I am not familiar enough to answer this question. I can't give you a good answer. Sorry. I grew up watching the Uncanny X-Men as a kid, and I mean, to me, it was just a cool cartoon. I don't know the deep lore. I don't know any of the stories. I remember them fighting Apocalypse, and they had to use Wolverine's healing ability to create some kind of an antiviral thing. That's the most significant thing I remember. Travis with a question. Do you think going forward this will make other companies no longer want to partner with Xbox, and does it drive them to being partners with Sony instead? And you asked the question 2 times. I've got it. So I'm gonna clear the question queue again. I think in general, Xbox has made themselves really unappealing to third-party devs and publishers this gen. I think they've done a really bad job, and I think it won't matter in the future. I don't think it'll matter because I think they're going to be making Windows gaming devices. They're going to partner with AMD and others to make Windows gaming devices, and I don't think there will be games made, ported, or developed for Xbox anymore. It'll be Steam. I just don't think they're interested. I think they stand to make a lot more money by only really focusing on that. You basically just focus on that. Focus on publishing. Focus on getting your games everywhere. And obviously they're seemingly trying to really increase the margins in that department because, you know, we're hearing from Sneaker in his leaks, and we're hearing from others that they're basically wanting to strip everything down so that they can make essentially more profit. They're wanting to operate at like lower operational costs but still ship out the games. What did I tell you guys? I said I was really worried about them owning so many studios because I feel like they're going to push these studios and they're going to stretch them to their limits because they want all these multi-plat releases and they want them to come out on time, and I feel like the quality of the games is going to suffer. I really do. I think it's going to be visible. I think games are going to come out and it's just going to be like, what the heck? These games just aren't ready. They're rough around the edges. I don't think these studios can operate under these conditions. I think morale's got to be in the toilet. You know, you're gutting studios. You're, you know, sending half the people home. And according to Sneaker, you're telling these studios, you know, they got to operate, you know, at the same quality and at the same cadence, even with like less funding and less personnel. I think that's a severe threat to quality. Putting on my corporate exec hat, in a world where customers or fans advocate for us to lie to them and give them positive spin knowing it's not true, is me complying, not just being consumer friendly? No, I think the friendliest thing you can do to somebody is tell them the truth. I don't think it's friendly to give people false impressions about a product. Yeah, I know you're being tongue-in-cheek, Mash, but yeah, I think the friendliest thing you can do is tell somebody the truth. Oh, I need a standing desk for these long days, dude. Golly. If that's true, what they really said, they deserve to go bankrupt. I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't agree they deserve to go bankrupt, but I mean, it's a threat to quality. King Salty says, as someone who's been on Xbox for years with a massive library, yes, I bought much of it. It pisses me off with the amount of doublespeak and obfuscation that we get with information. Yeah, you know what's crazy, King Salty? I still remember you regularly sending me messages about games to check out on Xbox. Like, you were sending me messages to my gamer tag. Like, I still remember that. Like, back when I was primarily playing on my Xbox and primarily playing Destiny on my Xbox. I still remember I would, like, open up my Xbox and I was like, I'd have a message from Real King Salty suggesting a game to check out. Which, Madam and I need something. Man, that RoboQuest thing really bums us out. And Borderlands is too far away. Buy a couch? What, to sit here on a couch? Jack Garland says, the best thing we can hope for is a game that's fully functioning at quality but has nothing exciting to offer mid at best. What happened with RoboQuest? We just keep getting disconnected. I read a theory that if you run the engineer class because you summon all the drones to help you, I read a theory that can cause the game to crash. Well, not crash, but it causes you to disconnect. So we started picking the engineer, but not investing in the skills that would give you more drones. Because a couple of times that she got disconnected, I mean, we each had like a stupid amount of drones flying around. We would go into a room with a bunch of enemies, and she would disconnect. And it's like, okay, that's sensible. So we played for a while, and it seemed to help. It seemed to help. It was like, okay, we're not picking this, the perk that gives us more drones. But then it happened again. We got all the way to the boss. And she disconnected in the boss fight. And so then I was like, okay, let's not pick the engineer at all. So there's no drones flying around, like, at all. So the other night we picked 2 completely different classes. We were having a good time. We got all the way to the final boss, which takes about an hour or more. And then she disconnected in the boss fight. And I was just like, I'm done with this game. It's been out for too long. It's inexcusable. They have got to be able to see that that's happening. They don't say anything on Twitter. I asked them about it on Twitter. They didn't reply. I don't know if they have posts anywhere. I don't know if they say anything anywhere or talk about any issues. They have not posted on Twitter since June 17th. I mean, they have a Discord. Let me go in here and see if they're active in the Discord. Their last announcement in the Discord was in May. They've got a newser update in January. They need me to verify with my phone so that I can talk. The phone number is unable to be associated with this account? What? How is that even possible? Do I still have my Google number? Okay. Let me see if I can get into their Discord and ask. Let's see. All right. All right, hang on a second. Oh, shoot. I don't have the number memorized, so I've got to like... The phone number is going to be associated with this account. Oh, wait, no, now there it went. There it went. Hang on. Okay. All right. Here we go. Enter my password to confirm changes? Frick, I don't know my Discord password. I don't think I've used it in an age. I always use the... I'm in. Okay. Has there been any discussion about disconnects on PS5? My wife and I consistently have issues with this, usually when we are near the end of a run. We'll see. We'll see if they say anything. I haven't had a Google number in such a long time. I've got voicemails in here from 2023. I think it like synced it with my old number. We'll see if we can't get an answer. Perfect Image says, let's theorize this for development of a game take too long. Why or can they even shorten the time so for less? I'm sorry, Perfect Image. I know there's a language barrier. I can't understand what you're saying. Pan says, do you think Ninja Theory is safe? I think Ninja Theory is probably one of the more safer studios. Because of their capture tech that they developed, and their capture studio that they have. The game uses Epic Games peer-to-peer service hosting, so it could be something on the connection between you two or the service, but it's only ever been down for everyone once from what I've seen. Madam and I tried Wizards of Legend 2. We didn't like it. Yeah, I bought it on PlayStation 5 and we didn't like it. It was like super punishing, super intense, super hard. We kept getting to the boss and it's just not our vibe. Like, it's just not our vibe. We need it to be more casual. Like, one of the reasons RoboQuest was such a big hit with us is because we could turn the difficulty down. Like, that was literally one of the reasons why it worked. Am I missing something? I tried Hellblade 1 and I was like, why does everyone love this? It's terrible. It's my all-time favorite game. I don't know why you think it's terrible. I mean, I don't think it's for everybody. I think it's a very unique game. I actually don't expect people to like it as much as I do. It is a very unique game. But I think it is one of... I think if not the best, it's one of the best video games as art that exists. Perfect Image submits a new question and says, let's theorize this. Can gaming devs shorten the time to come out to market? One of my suggestions about this in particular has been, and one of my predictions about this in particular, has been that AAA studios start to do smaller projects instead of one big giant project. So what you would do is you would do AA sized games at AAA quality. So imagine kind of like what we think they might be doing, what they might be doing with Spider-Man when they said like, with like part 1, part 2 being $50 each. This guy says it should be fixable by restarting the game multiple times usually. I said, this has happened basically every time we play, so restarting isn't a solution. We get an hour or so in a run, and she disconnects, in effect killing the run and the fun. Like, it would be less of a big deal if she could just reconnect, but she can't. Like, that's not something, they've not designed it for that. So it's like, we're basically done. It's like, well, the run's over. Like, I'll try to win by myself, and I have multiple times, but I don't know. Music and gaming forever. I didn't see you say this over here on Twitch. You said everyone is confused because Microsoft isn't transparent. The only universal things are play anywhere games and stream your own games. Here's a direct example. I own Resident Evil 4 Remake on the Series X console. The only way I can play Resident Evil 4 Remake on my PC is to buy it via Steam or use Xbox Remote Play. This needs to be addressed. Right, and it's supposed to be addressed going forward, but I think the biggest challenge, and this is something, again, that I don't think people really anticipate or think about. I don't think they anticipate this. A third-party company doesn't want their game to be play anywhere. The publisher will happily have you buying that game on your Xbox, and if you want to get it again for your PC, you buy it again. If you want to get it in for your PlayStation, you buy it again. The publisher and the developer, they are firmly in support of the idea of you buying the game multiple times. It is not in the interest of the developer or the publisher for you to buy the game once on Xbox and then never buy it again. There's no company alive that's going to be okay with that. Like, no, that's fine. We'll take less money. Why? Oh, because it'll benefit Microsoft. It'll benefit Xbox. I'm just talking in that Discord, trying to see if I can get an answer about RoboQuest. I think game devs got too ambitious too quickly. I'll be so happy if games get smaller and more polished. I think inflated budgets are going to drive people they're going to drive studios to think differently. Like, instead of putting the livelihood of the entire studio in the hands of one game, you know, like, well, hopefully this game does really, really well, or we're in severe financial trouble. You do smaller games and you protect against that. Pan says, have you finished Death Stranding 2? I was blown away. No, I have not finished it. I think it says that I'm about 52% of the way through, and I have played for 21 hours. I've also played about somewhere between 6 and 10 hours of Wu Chang, because I'm trying to get enough gameplay in that to talk about it with you guys when the embargo drops. Travis says, have you ever played Plague Tale games? I really like them. I rolled credits on Plague Tale Requiem this year. It was in my backlog because they did the 60 FPS update. I loved it. I thought it was a fantastic game. I really liked it. I had a soft lock on a mission in the first game that made me put it down, but that was back when I was streaming Destiny, so it was really, really hard. It was really, really hard to finish games back then because I usually had to pivot right back to Destiny and Destiny coverage. So I had a hard time finishing games back then. So I need a quick break. I'm going to hit ads on both platforms. Keep in mind, if it gets a little bad on YouTube, remind me to pause them. I can pause them, but I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. You like Death Stranding 2 better? Gameplay-wise, Death Stranding 2 was better. I would say graphics were better too. Oh, the graphics are a huge uptick. Hadn't noticed this occurrence being tied to intense moments. When was this Steam post from by chance? Some previous builds have had very unstable things tied to summons. Because the disconnect thing had been a small issue, but to be occurring with this consistency is concerning, and I'm wondering if it's an issue up on the PS5 version specifically. Let's see here. Intergalactic is The Last of Us 2 meets Dark Souls, claims alleged QA tester. On the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, a thread on 4chan was shared. Someone said they worked on QA and builds in February of May of Intergalactic. The track record of 4chan is very hit or miss. It is. In the thread, they said, think The Last of Us 2 meets Dark Souls, and that the game is not open world in the Ubisoft sense, but is similar to a sandbox containing big areas with layers of traversal. They also claim combat is very good. It's satisfying with several combos. You'll string jumps and dashes into attacks. Also claims you can break limbs to handicap enemies and use special tools to inflict unique status. A point of comparison to God of War, but with less focus on combos juggling enemies. You target weak points. You got a pistol to do that with. There's supposedly be dialogue wheel that is very sparse due to the player being mostly alone. There are several optional encounters that can be completed through either stealth hacking enemies or even negotiating. He also said the planet is a tomb of failed civilization. Think Elden Ring lore, but in space. Druckmann's script is heavy, like religious apocalypse fanfic meets hard sci-fi. I mean, that kind of sounds... I mean, that sounds like somebody has played the game. On RoboQuest, have you tried using your two different connections? It happened when we played on... we could... You know what? We could try and go back and play on Spectrum. I feel like we played on Spectrum. I do. And I feel like we were getting those weird connection warnings. And so I thought... I'm going to switch Madam to the fiber so she has a faster connection to me. And then I just ended up switching us both to the fiber to see if that would help. I could switch us both back to Spectrum and see if that fixes it. I don't know. Like, I could be wrong. And maybe we were never both on Spectrum. You use a different one each. I feel like we've done that. We were both... I was on Spectrum and she was on AT&T, and we still had the problem. Now, I could obviously, when we're playing RoboQuest, I could plug directly into Spectrum, and then she plugs directly into AT&T, basically bypassing... Because I was plugged into a router that was running off of the Orbi. So that, I mean, that could be part of the problem when we were on two different internet connections. Like, I don't know. You're saying if we were on two different internets, that could fix it? I feel like you'd be seeing a bunch of people complain about it. Like, it's not like a super popular game on PS5. But it's got 539 ratings and a 4.84. We'll give it one more go, because that late at night, we don't need, although the kids' iPads would freak out. I could run the Orbi at that late at night. I could run the Orbi off of the fiber. I could switch the Orbi to the fiber. She's the links. Well, it's not a Linksys anymore. I'm sorry, that's an old one. We could put her on the ATT and then put me on the Spectrum right into the modem, and see if that doesn't fix the problem. I don't. A lot of people would not be playing co-op like you. I think that's one of the draws is that it's co-op. It's on sale, by the way, right now. It's like $20 off. Your browser might be preventing calls from ringing. Not in the same house, though. This is true. This is true. Running it through the same network might be a cause for problems, you know? It might be a cause for problems. And if we're both on completely different internet, that might help. Intergalactic sounds great if that 4chan dude really played it. My gut on Intergalactic is that I think it's going to be another blow to that whole narrative. Because like they try to run that narrative like, oh, no. And it's like, well, how do they explain the success of Horizon then? Because they tried to run that narrative on Aloy. And that game was incredibly successful. I think the same thing's going to happen with Intergalactic. Completely off topic, but selfishly, I'd love to see Naughty Dog's take on a Star Wars game. Yeah, they could tell a really gritty Star Wars, like, Western. What do you think about a Rise of Hydra? I think that game will be cool. From what we've seen, I think it could be very good. Yeah. Could be amazing. I think it looks really promising. I mean, it's definitely one of those ones where, you know, you hope that they don't screw up the Unreal stuff. Travis says, you ever tried Surge 2? Great game. I think we're ever get a 3. Great take on soul style combat. I saw Surge and almost got into it, but like, I've really lost my taste for like the soul style games. Like the reason I was excited about Kazan was because it had difficulty settings. I'm not saying they should add difficulty settings. I don't think that that's a fair request. But if they do, I'm more inclined to play. Like really, really difficult soul style games. Like they're just not really my jam, you know, anymore. Like I think I kind of burned myself out because everybody was looking forward to Elden Ring, right? Well, I'm not a Souls guy, so I attempted to get into the games. So I beat Dark Souls 3. I beat Sekiro, and then I beat Elden Ring, and then I was like, I don't think that I like these games. You know? Like, I know that I could play a lot of them, take the time to figure them out, take the time to beat them, but I don't enjoy it. I was enjoying Lies of P, got the Swamp Monster, and I was like, I just don't enjoy this. You know? Sekiro was the hardest. Sekiro's my favorite out of the bunch. That's my favorite out of the bunch. I love Sekiro. That's the one that I want to replay, honestly. You think Neo is better than any of the Souls? I feel like I've talked to Neo fans that agree, that are very much like Neo's better. If you beat Sekiro, you can beat anything. I don't think there are too many Souls games like it all. I don't think there's too many. I do wonder about I do wonder about the fatigue that some people are feeling. Are they feeling that fatigue because of like the trailers lately? You almost feel like every other second there's a game coming out that has like a big, disturbing, macabre enemy, and then like, I don't know, like some person with a big giant sword. It's like maybe that's what's happening. Is the trend is just starting to show up in a way where you feel like a lot of the games and trailers even look kind of similar. You want to buy Liza P? You're having doubts if you would like it. Do you like those types of games? Like, did you enjoy... If you enjoyed Sekiro, I would imagine you would enjoy... imagine you would enjoy Lies. Like, the perfect blocking... The perfect blocking is pretty significant. Yeah, so my GPU seems a little bit more active than usual because I've just been kind of monitoring it today, you know, with the encoding problems that we had and stuff. And the 3D is the thing that's spiking. Why would that be? So video encode is at like a 50% of the usage. And then the 3D is just like this. What in the world? What in the world's it doing? Like, I don't get it. Like, I'm not. What's making that happen? What would be running on the rig that would be making that do that? 3D is usually video. So if I disable the preview in OBS, will it stop? No, it's still going. It's not a concern. I just don't know if I've ever looked down there and noticed that. Drop, not stop. It didn't. It's still doing it. It's still just constantly spiking up and down. What web pages do you have open? I've got my dashboard open, but the video is paused. I can close it. I can close stream elements as well. No, it's still spiking constantly. Like, it's not a big deal, but I think that's when we were getting some of the encoding errors is because of that. And I don't know what in the world would be running that would make it. Unless it's just Chrome in general. I mean, I can just close Chrome and just see. Yeah, 3D is just constantly doing something. I don't get it. I don't know what would it be doing. Chrome's not open. All I have open is OBS, Discord, Spotify, and the app, the StreamerBot app, so that I can see chat. I don't think it's Discord. 3D is video or video games? So, I mean, it would just be OBS then that's doing it, which again is weird because it's like, I don't know. Sometimes real-time transcoding can look like that when the GPU is fast enough to transcode at faster than real speed. It'll transcode a few seconds, then wait, then work, then wait. I mean, I guess it's normal then. I guess it's normal. I don't know. I don't pay much attention to it. So maybe I just never noticed. Maybe I just never noticed that it was doing that all throughout my streams. I always thought it just got to like the 50 to 54% or whatever and just stayed flat the whole time. It was literally doing that yesterday. Like, I don't know why it would be constantly spiking. It doesn't stay up for a few seconds. It's just up, then down, up, then down, up, then down. So it goes from 50-something to 70-something, 50-something to 70-something, 50-something to 80-something, 50-something to 80-something, like the percentage usage. Now that, and again, I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here. I don't know if there's something running in... That's what I wonder, is like, is there something running in OBS that's doing it? That's causing it? Check your OBS output resolution, bitrate, and turn off hardware encoding if enabled. I mean, I'm using AV1 and NVENC at the same time. Sounds like the same issue. Hang on. My girlfriend disconnects every time we play co-op. Any other game, her connection is always stable and she never drops. We've been playing Pal World for like 3 to 4 hours straight the past few days and connection never drops. RoboQuest, it drops every other game and there's no reconnect option. The game plays so well in solo mode, but online co-op absolutely sucks. We stopped playing RoboQuest altogether until the devs fix what I suspect is a client issue. Where did you find that? Is that on their, is that on like a, where is that about the PS5, Paul? Did the annoying fan behavior stop? No. I mean, I gotta take my headphones off and we'll see. Let me see if they're even spinning. Yeah, the GPU fans aren't even spinning. There, it just spun up. Yeah, it's still doing it. It's not as extreme now, though. I think the thing that we changed in OBS has helped. Oh, that's a year old, and that's the that's so they're talking about the Steam game probably, and that's a year old. It was a known issue then. I don't know if it's been fixed. The thing that we did in OBS seems to have fixed the problem. It does. I just don't know if the GPU was doing that before. I don't know if it was. I don't know if... We did this test yesterday where... Wait. Search history. We did this test yesterday where I showed the Death Stranding footage that gave me so much trouble. It was this right here. This gave me so much trouble. Like I got encoding errors when we did this live. And so I played this yesterday to test, and the GPU's like unaffected. I'm not getting spin up on my fans. GPU's not doing anything different. It's doing the exact same thing. It's spiking and down and spiking and down. So it's like the GPU doesn't even... Now, that skipping is from the original broadcast. That's not happening right now. That's from the original broadcast. I was getting encoding errors, and I'm not getting any encoding errors right now. That was happening on the original broadcast. So that's not happening right now. So it's not triggering the encoding problems now. So I think the thing that we changed in OBS is fixing. Maybe I'm just obsessing over something that doesn't matter. Maybe the GPU spikes are just totally normal and I just never really looked at them. Or maybe I just didn't really pay much attention. And now maybe I was paying more attention to the bit rate. So... Can't wait for Ghost. Same. And it's keeping the GPU really cool. I don't know, maybe the fans did spin up just now. Like it keeps the GPU at like a 50 degree Celsius. Is the space magic working? Then just praise and move on. Yeah, I guess. We'll just move on. Looking for things to talk about, man, while we wait. It's 3 o'clock. We got an hour and a half, roughly. Did that do anything? I can't turn off hardware encoding. I'm using AV1 to encode to YouTube, and I'm using NVENC for purple. I'm streaming to 2 platforms, and we're using the GPU. Play the new Astro levels? No. I struggle with this myself, fixing things that are working perfectly fine, but I don't like how some graph looks. What are my expectations with Ghost of Yotei? I mean, I'm hopeful that they really expand on the stance system. Like, there's a part of me, I don't like to come up with like big long lists because then you're probably going to get disappointed. But I would actually love for them to have stances for each of the weapons. So if she goes dual blade, you know, their stances. If she goes Kasurigama, their stances. Like, that would be really cool. Do you have this video this morning I can watch later? No, we didn't do a traditional upload this morning. No. If Yote ends up being as good as Tsushima, I'm happy. I'm trusting that Sucker Punch will have pulled that off. I don't see why they wouldn't. Does each different weapon need all 4 stances, or can the weapons be specialized to only a couple of stances? I think that'd be fine. Like the Kasurigama, I don't think you would want to use that on a big brute, right? So the Kasurigama could have like 2 stances. One that's really good against a shield and like one that's really good against like a spear. Maybe she can like wrap it around their spear and like pull their spear away or something. I would say the F away from the brute. Yeah, and maybe the Kasurigama could help with that. You know, keeping distance thing. You want to replay Tsushima now? Yeah, I've wanted to replay it for a while. Travis submitted a question. How do you, madam, feel about CRPGs? I've been playing Rogue Trader. It's really great, but not for everyone. I mean, that's not really our jam. Our jam is more like Borderlands, Gunfire Reborn, RoboQuest, like, shooting type games. Travis says, do you think we'll get information about Judas before the end of the year? I couldn't tell you. They've not done much with that. That one's harder to make a guess on because there was just that one peculiar trailer. Thoughts on Star Wars Zero Company? I hope it does well, but then again, I loved Midnight Suns. Do you think Star Wars fan base will outright reject it? I've not... Star Wars Zero Company, a new single player. Is this like an XCOM style game? Yeah. It's like an XCOM style game. I just couldn't tell you. I mean, I don't really even know what the Star Wars community will think about that. I think it's less about the Star Wars community and more about people that like that genre. Yo, it's good, Hollow Rage. Like, people that like those style of games, are they going to vibe with it? Because, I don't think... when I look at, the history of Star Wars games, I think, the reason the games like Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor did so well, or Battlefront, is because it lets you kind of experience the cool things of Star Wars, right? Shooting blasters, using a lightsaber, and I think the thought would be for an XCOM style game like that, are you going to feel like you're sort of experiencing the cool things of Star Wars, or do you feel like you're playing sort of an XCOM style game with Star Wars people? Does that make sense? Think about it like this. I hate Monopoly as a board game. I think it's one of the worst board games ever made, okay? I hate it. Suddenly playing Monopoly with Star Wars characters and imagery doesn't change Monopoly, right? So, I don't know if playing an XCOM style game, are you going to feel like you're experiencing Star Wars stuff, blasters, lightsabers, whatever, or are you just feeling like you're playing an XCOM style game and the pieces and the parts are just Star Wars? Does that make sense? When I play Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, I'm experiencing using a lightsaber, getting into lightsaber fights, right? If you like Monopoly and Star Wars Monopoly is awesome. Right, so that's the question. That's why I said it's probably more about the people who like XCOM style games. Because, that's going to be your primary, in the Venn diagram, that's your primary target audience. I would imagine that most of the Star Wars fans out there aren't chomping at the bit to play an XCOM Star Wars game. I think most Star Wars fans are going to want to shoot the blaster, ride the speeder, swing the lightsaber. XCOM kind of removes you, the XCOM style, it kind of removes you from the immersion points. So I think your primary audience in the Venn diagram is the people that like those kind of games, because I bet you they could play it and not even be a big Star Wars fan and probably enjoy it if it's good at that genre. If it's really, really good at being an XCOM style game, then they'll like it. Even if they're not a Star Wars fan, they'll like it because it's a good XCOM game. What do they call those games, by the way, instead of saying XCOM? Like, props to them. That's what people typically say. I agree. You're aiming for the sophisticated and the superior turn-based game player. Right. Because if you build a good game within that genre, then... Lono hated Monopoly ever since the scandal with McDonald's. No, I've just never liked it as a board game. My favorite board games are the intersection between RNG and strategy, right? So, Settlers of Catan's okay. It wouldn't be my first choice, but I really like games like Splendor, Azul. I've got some good two-player games I play with Madam that I like. But again, there's an intersection of RNG and strategy. And the reason that I do not like Monopoly is it doesn't, like, the only real RNG is the roll of the dice. Everything else feels like you're just it's like almost like abusive systems for the players. So, like, apparently it was designed to show people how terrible, I guess it's supposed to be originally the reason Monopoly was made. It was meant to teach people how, like, it was meant to be like anti-capitalistic propaganda. It was meant to teach people that, yeah, isn't this terrible? One person basically owns everything and everybody else is miserable. Isn't this awful? Like, that's what it was originally. That's what a friend of mine told me, and I was like, I've never researched it beyond him telling me that. But, like, its birth was to make people dislike that. And what's funny is when you play the game, it's not fun. Like, one person ends up sort of ruining everybody else's experience. And so I just never liked it as a game for that reason. It just isn't entertaining to watch one person make everybody else miserable. Because you reach a point in Monopoly where it's just slow death. It's like, well, no one's going to win now. This person clearly won. They're in the lead. And in order for them to reap the enjoyment of their choices and their lead, you basically have to just slow bleed everybody for the rest of the game. Well, then everybody wants to quit. Well, then the guy that gets the lead feels kind of bummed because it's like, well, I can't enjoy my lead and my victory because everybody wants to quit. You see? Especially when my husband talks one of the kids into making one of the stupidest deals ever. Yeah. It's one. It is. I'm telling you, it's one of the worst board games ever made. It's terrible. It's not fun. The entertainment value is so limited. It's like the person that wins has fun, but then their fun is limited because everybody wants to quit. It's like, well, now you're in the lead. The odds of the others turning it around is almost impossible. It's almost impossible. Because it's like, well, you own all the best stuff or you have such a lead, you know. You say that, but they've somehow sold 1 billion copies. Yeah, I know. When you say household board game, that's the game. That's the game that everybody's going to think of is Monopoly. That's the game. After Monopoly, I mean, your most household, board games are going to be, your Scrabbles, the Game of Life. You could obviously go with like checkers or chess, but that's not like a brand. Those are like, what would you call that? I wonder if there's a term for that. Yeah, Connect 4, Trouble, Sorry, Parcheesi. Well, but Monopoly is literally like it's the household board game. It really is. It was originally called The Landlord's Game. There you go. The Landlord's Game is a board game patented in 1904 by Elizabeth Maggie as a U.S. patent, a realty and taxation game intended to educate users about Georgism, in modern time called Geoism, is known as historical as single tax movement, is an economic ideology holding that people should own the value that they produce themselves, why economic rent is derived from the land. It is the inspiration for the 1935 board game Monopoly. She designed the game and playtested it. The game was created to be a practical demonstration of the present system of land grabbing with all its usual outcomes and consequences. She based the game off of the economic principles of Georgism, a system proposed by Henry George, with the object of demonstrating how rents enrich property owners and impoverish tenants. She knew that some people could find it hard to understand why this happened and what might be done about it, and she thought that if George's ideas were put into the concrete form of a game, they might be easier to demonstrate. Maggie also hoped that when played by children, the game would provoke their natural suspicion of unfairness and that they might carry this awareness into adulthood. The Landlord's game has some similarities to the basic rules of the board game Zon All, played by the Kiowa Indians of North America. There are hints that suggest Elizabeth Maggie might have known Zone All and incorporated some of the game's ideas. First page patent submission, right here. Right? In 1903, filed for a patent for the game, she did, which was granted in 1904, and fellow Georges formed a company, Economic Game Company, in 1906, New York, to publish the game. Besides Maggie, the incorporators were E.H. Monroe of Chicago and E.G. Lenbusher of New York. Maggie approached Parker Brothers to publish this and one other game in 1909. The other game was accepted while Landlords was rejected as too complicated. Interesting. In the United Kingdom, the Landlords game was first published in 1913 by the Newby Game Company, formed by a liberal committee from the village of Newby in Dumfries, under the title Brer Fox and Brer Rabbit. Despite the title change, it was recognizably the same game. Landlord sold well in the northeastern United States amongst the left-wing intellectuals, while Brer was unsuccessful. Scott Nearing, a socialist professor of economics at Wharton School of Finance from 1906 to 1905, lived in Arden in 1910, where Maggie invented the game, learned about the game, and taught it to his students. College students made up their own boards with their own rules. Various versions of the game popped up over the following years under a variety of names, Monopoly, Finance, and Auction being among them. Among the Atlantic City and Philadelphia communities of Quakers, the game was particularly popular with college students and economic professors. Jesse and Eugene Ryford, Quakers in Atlantic City, used household items instead of pawns and changed the property names to match well-known places in Atlantic City. So this is the birth. You're hearing it right here. This is the birth of Monopoly. When Maggie's first patent having expired in 1923, she decided to attempt to regain control of marketing the game by applying for another patent. On September 23, 1924, a second patent was issued to Maggie for the Landlord's game. Ad Game Company published Landlord's Game and A Prosperity under the patent of 1932. Robert Barron had Parker Brothers design his own version called Fortune before they began negotiating to purchase Maggie's patents in case the discussion fell apart or she sold to another potential buyer. Dave Knapp, publisher of Finance. Maggie held her 1923 patent until 1935 when she sold it to Parker Brothers for $500, the equivalent of $11,000 in 2024. Oh my gosh. She sold the patent to one of the most popular, most iconic, most recognized board games in history for $500, which is really only about $12,000 today. The company had recently started distributing Monopoly, which it had purchased from Charles Darrow, who claimed to have invented it. Parker Brothers only printed a very small run of the Landlord's game to secure their claim to the rights. Surviving copies of the Landlord's game manufactured by Parker Brothers are considered by many to be the rarest of all 20th century board games. Parker Brothers published her game, aside for Darrow's, by 1936. Maggie then did 2 interviews showcasing copies of the original board with the Washington Post and the Evening Star to show that Darrow was not the inventor of the game. In 1937, Carnival was published on the 1904 version. Parker Brothers published their edition of the game in 1939. In a 2004 episode of PBS History Detectives titled Monopoly's Japanese Intermittent Camp Artwork, the Lewis and Clark Game, the show investigated a board game belonging to a Delaware man having an intermediate version of a game combining elements of the Landlord's game and Monopoly. The investigators concluded that the game board was the missing link that proves Monopoly was derived from the Landlord's game. The connection between the Landlord's game and Monopoly is discussed in the 2024 horror film Heretic. Super interesting. So it wasn't about capitalism. It was about the idea of real estate and renting and what it does to tenants and how it's essentially a form of impoverishment, and obviously then the landlords get rich. It's in Heretic. Didn't that movie just come out? Doesn't it have what's his face in it? What's his name? The British guy. Hugh Grant? Is that the right movie? Do Hungry Hungry Hippos? It's capitalism adjacent. It certainly is. Hungry Hungry Hippos. This is a fairly newer game, according to this. Made for 2 to 4 players. The idea of the game was published in 1967 by toy inventor Fred Kroll, and it was introduced in 1978. The objective is for each player to collect as many marbles as possible with their toy hippopotamus model. The game was, at one point, marketed under the Elephant and Friends banner, along with Elephant, Mousetrap, and Gator Golf. There's not much here. The history of Monopoly is far more interesting because of how it came to be. You know, it's been a long stream. We're looking up the history of board games. I mean, I think it's interesting. It gives us something to talk about. Please sign the petition to give Anthem to the community for safeguarding. Oh, people are trying to do a change.org petition. They don't even have 10 signatures yet. What the frick is this? Oh, K-Med started it. I mean, good luck. You just need Stop Killing. Well, Stop Killing Games is not going to be retroactive. If they get any laws passed, it's designed to not be retroactive, I guess I should say. They are board games, so it's technically gaming. It's confirmed she won't be covered up in the hot springs. All they've said with the ESRB rating is it sounds like her rear end will be visible. Like, just like how Jin, when he got in, you see it for like a couple of seconds. I think it'll be the same for her. I don't think they're going to have other parts visible. It's not meant to be like that. It's not meant to be that kind of game. That would be... you know what I'm saying? I think that would be odd. I'm not like saying no to it, but I'm just like, I think that would be a bit strange. The purpose of those moments is to be like, it's a form of like meditation and relaxing, and like it's meant to be a part of self-reflection on the journey, and to suddenly have like a Gooner moment, like, oh, there, you know, I think they'll probably have the water be like steamy, cloudy, and she'll be, you know, like her shoulders and her head will be out of the water, and then the rest won't be visible, is my guess, is what they'll do. It would just be a very different scene. Like, we're just not in a cultural time where that wouldn't be a very different scene. To have her meditating there just with her chest out. Like, that would just be a very different vibe. And obviously you can't undo where we are. You can't like unweave that sweater. We're just at a point in time where, you know, that would make the scene land very differently. What game are we talking about? In Ghost of Yotei. So in, like, here, I'll just show you the scene. the hot springs in Tsushima. So when you do a hot spring in Tsushima, you find a hot spring and you choose to rest. All right, you're going to see a bare rear end here. See? Your little cheeks. He goes in, he sits down. Honestly, they might, let me get my camera out of the way. They might just have the camera up a little bit. They might not even have her down in the water. They might just use the black bars of the camera to hide. Like, this scene hits a lot differently if it's a topless woman sitting there meditating. It's just a very different scene, I think. I don't think it would be this meditative moment. It would land very differently. You know? Why? Because we're at a time in the history of the world where culturally that's viewed in a sexual way. I'm not even saying that that's the right way to view them, but that's the way that it is. It's okay for men but not women seems hypocritical. No, what's hypocritical is putting words in someone's mouth while posturing like you're having a genuine discussion. No one said it's okay for men and not for women. I'm saying the scene just lands differently. Like, imagine a movie where that's what it is. It's a super serious movie, and some guy's trained to be a samurai. He's sitting there meditating with his shirt off, right? And then the next scene, there's a woman that does the same thing. It changes the entire tone of the scene. It just does. I am 100% not saying one is right or one is wrong. We're at a time culturally where a woman sitting topless is viewed very differently than a man. Now, historically, you go back with enough time and like artwork and statues, and you go to different parts of the world, and they'd be like, who cares? Right? Like, if you go to parts of Africa, they'd be like, well, who cares? That's not weird for women to be topless. You know? I just think the scene would land differently. I'm not opposed to it. But those scenes are not meant to be a fixation on the character's body, which is what people would do. Because if we're honest, a man's bare chest, I mean, obviously that depends on your proclivities, but it's not nearly as great. It just isn't. This is objective. This is objective, boys. We know this is true. If we look at the history of sculpture and art, people are a lot more enthralled with breasts than like a dude's pectorals. You can read like early forms of poetry and writing, right? You can read ancient texts. And for a long time, people have thought, yeah, those are a whole lot nicer than whatever you got going on over here. So it's hard after thousands of years, you know, of poetry and songs and paintings and sculptures and movies and TV shows and advertising for places like Victoria's Secret and Sports Illustrated to like divorce that from your schema and be like, not thinking that, well, yeah, that's a lot more exciting and, no pun intended, it's a lot more titillating to see a woman with her top off than a man. Women give us life. I mean, yeah, you could think about what it means archetypally, like or archetypally. How do you say that? You know, the archetype of the woman and what her body represents, right? And what it can do. It can make and sustain life. It makes sense that we've, you know, developed some level of interest in that part of their body. Like, and I think it just makes a scene like that land differently. You're meant to have this like meditative, calming scene, and you're going to have some tatas hanging out. And it's just like, that just changes the vibe. We all know it changes the vibe. Don't act like it doesn't. It would change the vibe. You know what I mean? Like, there are plenty of games where the characters change their clothes, right? It would change the vibe of a scene if you're like playing Final Fantasy and all of a sudden Tifa's like, well, let me switch into my bathing suit, and she just takes her top off in front of you. And you're having like a real serious conversation, right? It would change the vibe. To argue that it wouldn't change the vibe, I think is disingenuous, because it's Tifa after all, right? So I'm not shaming or condemning or saying, oh, please cover up. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from the perspective of the art form of the game and the purpose of those purpose of those encounters and those purpose of those moments, I would feel like that would be a huge tonal shift for there to be suddenly this like, and nobody's fixating on it, but it would be fixated on. Like, oh, there's some booba, right? So I would imagine it'll just be cropped out of the scene. You'll see her booty cheeks. She'll get down in the water. She'll meditate. She'll get out. And they'll make it so that you don't see them, would be my assumption. She's not a particularly busty character. She's not a particularly busty woman. So it won't be that difficult with camera angles to make that not be the point. It's going to be fixated on. Boobs. Too long didn't read. Boobs are great, but would be distracting. They really, truly are wonderful. There's no reason to shy away from saying that. They're scientifically wonderful, and they're wonderful in other ways. But they're massively distracting in a scene like that. You know what I mean? Like, I regret even commenting on this. I think it's a good discussion to have. I think it's an interesting discussion to have. Like, why do we think the way that we think about boobs? You know? You can't unweave that part of your brain. It's just there. It's just there. That episode of Seinfeld where she was walking down the street and they went to the court case about it. There was that clip of Conan where she's like, up here, Conan, eyes up here, or whatever. And then to make fun of that, didn't like Andy put like a big giant potted plant in front of her? He's like, now don't look at it. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. Conan clip's an all-timer. Yeah, it's like, have some self-awareness. You got something like that just out there on Main Street. Of course people are going to look. It'd be almost impossible not to. Women would look. A straight woman would look. Be like, gee, many Christmas. Sometimes in shock, sometimes in appreciation. Like, good for you. Wow. You know what I mean? And again, yeah, context matters. Like, I just think in a game like Yote, it would be very much like a record scratch to suddenly have that happening. Also, like, it doesn't seem like there would be even... I wouldn't want romance in the game either. It doesn't really fit thematically with the game for her to be out romancing and jumping in the sack. I wouldn't be okay with that either. $5 super chat with J Hart. I'm behind on your analogy comparing turn-based tactics games to Monopoly is fitting. I look at games like that as basically interactive board games. Yeah, I think the immersion point's just not as strong, J Hart. Yeah. It's just not as strong. I'm swinging the lightsaber in Jedi Fallen Order. I'm not really swinging or doing anything in Expedition 33. I mean, I'm parrying and dodging, which feels great. But yeah, I would see a game like that, like an XCOM game, again, to restate what we said, like, you're primarily targeting people who like those types of games, because I don't think you're going to get Star Wars fans that are like, I can't wait to make people move and shoot who look like Star Wars characters. I don't think your love of Star Wars would be strong enough to have that level of magnetism to like pull you in and be like, yeah, I'm definitely playing that. I agree that making no sense pacing wise. Doesn't need it. I just don't subscribe to bad for women but okay for man. Honestly, don't need to show it for either. I don't subscribe to it being bad for woman, good for man. I don't subscribe to that either. Because we're in and around people who breastfeed, and our children were breastfed. And I think it should just be totally a non-issue. It should just not be an issue at all for a woman to breastfeed her child. I think it's ridiculous that people make an issue out of it. It's so ridiculous. So if you're in and around that and you become very comfortable with that, friends of ours, that's something that we have made very clear. Like, if you need to do that, then do it. You don't got to go hide in a room. You don't got to cover up, because then the baby gets hot and it makes them frustrated to eat. Like, throw a blanket over yourself the next time you want to eat a sandwich. I mean, Zuby might do this at night, hiding in his room. But for the rest of us, nobody wants to, like, eat in, like, stuffy, recycled air environments. You know what I mean? Speak for yourself. But seriously, I do think we've created too much of an obsession about it. And there's two sides to this street, right? There's two sides to this street. And it's super complex. But there's an entire industry right now of women capitalizing on that. But then it's like, well, don't sexualize them. But it's like, but there's an entire industry that does. And it makes and generates millions of dollars. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you're kind of fighting a losing battle if you're going to capitalize on it, monetize it, and make it something that's a revenue generating thing. But then there's other folks that are just like, man, why can't you just do this in a Starbucks if you need to feed your kid? It's not time for a drink, Mama. It's 3:30.
Here. It's somewhere.
What? Imagine if I had a very, like, destructive relationship. With alcohol. You constantly like, time for a drink? I'd be like, yeah. It's like I just destroy entire streams. I'm like, let's do it.
If you did, I wouldn't make a joke.
What's that?
If you had a destructive relationship with alcohol.
I guess that's true. You wouldn't make the joke. I guess it's good that I don't. Hilarious that you said not time for a drink after talking about breastfeeding. Yeah. Yep.
Why are you talking about that?
We were talking about Ghost of Yotei, the game coming out. And when Jin gets in the hot springs in the game, you see his bare rear end for like a split second. But then he sits there and he's topless, so you see his chest. And I was saying, I don't think they're going to show the new character. She'll be naked, but you won't be able to see. Like, you'll see her butt, but I don't think they're going to show her topless. And I said it would change the tone of the scene significantly, because she's meditating, and that's the point. Like, you're meditating and reflecting on the journey. For us to all of a sudden have, like, a topless woman in the center of the screen, I said, I just don't think you can change, like, where we are historically and culturally right now. That would be a very different scene.
What does that have to do with breastfeeding?
Well, somebody said he didn't agree that bad for women, good for man to be topless. And I said, to a certain degree, I agree with you. As an example, breastfeeding should not be this big problem if people want to do it.
Using your breast for your newborn is different than just having them hanging out. Right?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
And they're all full and veiny. And the child is trying his hardest. Versus you just hanging around in a hot, steamy bathtub.
Yeah, it's different when they're serving their function and when they're not. That is true. They're going to turn Ghost of Yotei into a Gooner game. That's what I mean. Like, I was going to make this point a little bit ago. Like, if you look at the way the people reacted to Stellar Blade and the way they react to any, like, Gooner game, where they obsess over the woman's body and zooming in and stuff. I don't want Ghost of Yotei to be right in the center of that stupidity. Like, oh, look at this. Yeah, game's got boobies in it. It's like, oh. You know what I mean?
I mean, it does seem to distract from the quality of the content. And so I guess if they want to take shortcuts and that's how they're going to get people to purchase it, I think that would ruin their audience. Because their ability to storytell and create emotional depth of character to then basically throw it away by
well, in the games that put that...
small percentage of
but the games that put that kind of stuff in it, that's the purpose of the games. Like, that's news.
You're just gonna sit in the hot tub in the hole in the ground. You're just gonna sit there the whole time.
No.
Up and down, up and down.
Like they did on the ladders in Stellar Blade. They were all about those ladders, boys.
And they still physically couldn't have
If it comes to PC, you know what happens. Well, yeah, I mean, people will obviously mod it and do whatever they're going to do, but... Yo, it's good, Melrose. I can't. These people aren't real. Yeah, the Superman debate is stupid. He isn't an immigrant. He's an orphan. I don't even think with someone like that, you shouldn't even correct him. You should just ask them a question. Where was Superman born? Or where is he from? Oh, that's right. Another planet. Come on, Lono. I know you're trying to see Jin Spring. I mean, I think everybody kind of leaned a little bit, you know? You know, in those hot spring scenes with Jin. Everyone was like, doing a little, where is it? Does another planet count as another country? Apparently he was from the planet America. I don't know what kind of Superman you're making, but my Superman, he came from the planet America. That's in the Bible. This is a bunch of trash. Like, don't you know Superman's America? Well, yeah, I mean he is. No, don't you understand? He came from the planet America. This is a very different Superman. I don't remember this Superman growing up. I don't know who this is. Superman was in the Bible. He's called Moses. Oh my gosh. The stuff people get hung up on. Now, to be fair, given the climate right now, it was a little weird to be like, I'm going to say something that's really charged. And no one's going to get upset at all. All right. You don't like Superman? You don't find him interesting at all? Oh, I get people not liking him. Yeah. I actually do. I connected with Superman, like the movies especially, Christopher Reeve. You know, because the nerdy guy with the glasses was the hero. And when you're a nerdy guy with glasses growing up, it's pretty cool for him to be the hero. Can I have a special dispensation to fight Travis? He made an enemy today. Oh, now he's besmirching Kal-El, you mean? I mean, he's been low key baiting for a lot of the conversations, I think. Ban him immediately. No, but I actually, as an enormous fan of the soups, it was the kittens comment. Well, okay, that's a problem. But as a huge fan of Superman, I actually completely understand why people don't like him. And at one level, I kind of agree with them. He is, at some level, a bit of a boring hero. But that's not why I like him. And that's why I loved the mythology that they created for him. And they really emphasize this in Man of Steel. And they're emphasizing it from the trailers that I've seen. They're emphasizing it in the new movie as well. That Superman is not a hero because of his power. He's a hero because of the man that he is. So his name, Superman, actually has far greater meaning than his superpowers. If his dad would have raised him to be a horrible, hateful, awful person, you would have ended up with Homelander. Right? Well, Homelander's more than hateful. Homelander's like damaged. Right? But yeah, Superman's not. I thought that was excellent, and you even get notes of this in the Captain America movie, right? where the doctor is like, whatever's inside will be magnified by the serum. So you don't want to give it to a bully. You know, you'll end up with a Red Skull. So Superman, again, he's not a superhero because of his powers. Because he could be a supervillain and have the same powers. What makes him a superhero is the man that he is. And I think that is what makes me enjoy the story so much, is like it's about the character arc and the struggle of he's alone, and yet, like, think about the decision to be alone in the universe and to be a hero to people that are not your people, to be a hero to planet Earth, and yet you are not from Earth. I don't know. I think when you watch it and you view it in that way, it's not as like, well, he's just super strong and that's boring. I feel like you're focusing on the wrong thing. If that's what you think makes Superman boring, I get it. I understand. It's not exciting to have a hero who's basically impervious to everything. But when you watch, and this is something that I enjoyed in Man of Steel, and it's unfortunate they completely ruined that universe, because I thought his origin movie and Wonder Woman's origin movies were actually great. But after that, everything kind of went into just chaos. So I'm excited to see this take on it, and it's doing well, and it's reviewing well, and it's selling well, and that gives me hope. You have the power to do anything you want, to have anything you want, and you choose to help people. You choose to help people that they're terrible to him, they villainize him, you know. This is what was so good in Man of Steel. There were significant moments where Jor-El is really setting an almost, and this is something that I think happens, and I think when they do it right, it's good. There's an almost messianic, salvific element to Superman. He even comes out of the thing at the one point. He's got his arms out, almost in the shape of a crucifix, and he basically is like, you will show them the way, you will be a light. And he's like, and then at the other point he says, you can save them, you can save them all. Like that, I think that archetype as a story, I think people resonate with it. The guy coming back to save everything, the guy coming down to Earth to save everything. I mean, if that's not an archetype of a significant story in the history of the human race, I don't know what is. So I think that's huge, and I think that's what's so great about Superman. Superman's powers are powers. Like, they're okay, cool. He can fly and punch and freeze and melt. Okay, fine. But as a character, what he represents, like, archetypally, I think is more interesting than his superpowers. For me, he was always aspirational. I want to be that good, even if I'll never be that strong. Mm-hmm. Isn't that blasphemous? Isn't what blasphemous? Get rid of his powers and he's just a man? Well, sure, but what I'm saying is the powers are immaterial. They're immaterial because, like, they're just there. He uses them, and he's incredibly strong, and he can do whatever he can. It's about what he does. It's about who he chooses to be. Like, and again, as a dad, it really resonates that you go back and you think about the man he becomes. His dad could have raised him to be terrible. There are great points in Man of Steel that touch on this. His dad literally says, the man you become to be is going to change the world. The weight of that, I think, is so perfect and so poignant in Man of Steel. Him being like a messiah? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything blasphemous about saying that there are story arcs of Superman that are very messianic. The one that comes to Earth to save humanity. That's not blasphemous at all. That's like almost like a form of typology. He's a type. But, like, the weight of that in Man of Steel, I think, is so perfectly stated. Like, his dad is like, whoever you become is going to change the course of history. Because his dad knows, like, you could destroy the world. You could start a war. You could end wars. You you can literally destroy us all or save us all. Like, again, I think that's so perfect in Man of Steel. The weight of that on the shoulders of a dad, I think, is just wonderful. Because you think about that as a dad, like the weight of what you've got to do, the weight of the responsibilities that you have, and providing for your kids and giving them safety and security and love, and what that means for the future, like the person they become. It's like, it's wonderful. It's a great story. I think Man of Steel is still to this day, and it probably will always be one of my favorite superhero movies. He's an idealized man. That's what our heroes have typically been. They represent the kind of people we want to become. Superman could have no powers, but he's still a man of character. The superpowers are a tool to drive story. We've become so accustomed to anti-hero typology lately that someone like Superman seems outdated. Oh, I love that. That's so well stated. Yes. The shining beacon of hope, the chiseled jaw, the do-gooder is like, bleh. Yeah, it was a... The DC heroes are mythology. The Marvel heroes are people with powers. Yeah, I feel like I agree with that. The shining beacon of hope archetype isn't real? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean it's not real? It's an archetype within storytelling. You can have character types and archetypes within storytelling. It's what do you mean about it not being real? Many people think Superman's biggest weakness is kryptonite, but I think it's his high libido. It's what attracts people to each universe. People find Marvel's characters relatable. That's why people love Spider-Man, because he struggles. Right. No, I think that's well observed. Like, the reason people love Spidey is it's Peter Parker, man. Who doesn't love Peter? You know, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Yeah, Superman and Captain America, they're the shining beacon of hope. They're the incorruptible, right? Yes. Those are exactly who they are. I think they're great. I think they make for great characters. I think Captain America was probably my least favorite hero for such a long time, but his origin story in the MCU is so well done. It's so well done. The grit, the determination, the incorruptibleness, the duty-driven sort of honorable man in this teeny little shell gets turned into, you know, and again, if you go back to the mythology built in Captain America, where the Doctor says whatever's in here is going to be magnified, you don't want to give it to a bully. You think about that. Cap's entire persona is increased by the serum, so his refusal to back down is a significant aspect of that. One of my favorite moments is when Thanos is shocked by Cap. Do you know what I mean? Lona holds a special place in his heart for feisty small men. Yep, you better believe it. I love that point in Infinity War, where Thanos is shocked by him. Thanos is stronger than him, but Cap's strength combined with the grit to not stop, it shocks him. It like takes him aback. Like, he's almost like, I can't believe this guy's doing this right now. I also think it's supposed to then there's supposed to be a parallel. The parallel is when Captain Marvel does the same thing to him, and he needs the Power Stone to put a stop to it, because she's pretty strong. He often says that he's just a man. Yeah, he surprises him in that scene. It's one of my favorite spots. It's very quick, it's very subtle, but Thanos is genuinely taken aback by Cap, and obviously he's way stronger than Cap, and it's over a second later, but I love it. And I was never a big fan of I was never a big fan of Captain America. Even in Endgame, he would have solo charged Thanos. Yep. Yo, it's good, Banshee. What have I missed? Just a bunch of talking and vibing. I need to schedule, actually. Because we'll go over at 4:30, and I want to schedule it now so people get the 30-minute noti. All right. Okay. So dumb. What does it start with a G? All right. We will schedule this for 4:30. Yeah, and we don't have that leaderboard thing for chat. We don't have that. I think that's just in beta right now. It says that we have it, but I think I have to mobile stream, which we only do that like once in a blue moon for members, like in the backyard when we hit like a big goal. Biggest problem with Superman is many of the villains are very substandard, maybe with the exception of Darkseid. I think, and that is one of people's issues with Supes, is that, like, what did I just do? What did I do differently that changed it? The GPU stopped doing it. It's all spread out now. What could I have possibly done? Oh, I wonder if it's changing a room that I'm looking at in Discord. That's the only thing I could think of that I did, that the GPU is now doing like a nice flat line, 50%. None of the big spikes. I wonder if it's Discord. Because I was like, man, is it some kind of a memory leak or something? It just feels like it's getting worse and worse and worse. Go back to that room. No, Zuby, I wonder if I'm back in the room. I wonder if clicking out of the room and going back to it, everything above is now not being rendered. I wonder if video clips, animated GIFs, media, anything people put in that chat, as the day goes on, I wonder if the GPU is just sitting there still with however Discord does it. That's the only thing I could think. That's the only thing I could think, is that I changed rooms, and when I do that, maybe it like cleans it, and it's like, oh yeah, we don't need to render this anymore, so we're not going to have these spikes. That's the only thing I can think of. It was freaking me out, because now it's a nice flat line with a very, very periodic spike. Very periodic. Instead of constantly doing it. I was like, man, I wonder if there's some kind of a memory leak going on. Maybe I need to update my drivers. Maybe I need to update OBS. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if that's what it is. Well, now I feel better. Okay, everybody post GIFs and videos, and we'll see what happens over a few hours. I feel better because that's got to be what it was. That's the only thing I just did. That's the only thing I would have done that would have caused the GPU to calm down. Just all of a sudden, because it's been doing it this entire time. And I'm sitting here thinking, that just doesn't seem right. We're not doing anything. We're just sitting here. And why would it be flatlined at different times of the day? Well, it makes sense why it would be. I switched, when we were doing the thing with Wired Rope, I switched to the stage to invite him to talk, went back into the live chat, and it would have reset everything. Okay, let me set up redirect. There we go. We'll go over at 4:30. I was literally going to end both streams just to be careful. I was going to be like, let's just restart and give the GPU like a fresh break. That's what I was going to literally do. But we don't have to. It's got to be Discord. It's got to be. Well, one more weird thing solved. You can switch off hardware acceleration on Discord. I feel like I did turn that off. Where would that be? Is that under appearance? Or accessibility? It's probably under advanced, right? Yeah, there it is. Use your GPU to make Discord smoother. Yeah. I'm going to change and restart and turn that off. I don't need there we go, I'm back. I don't need the hardware acceleration. I don't need the GPU being used for anything but the stream. You know what I mean? I've been having the weirdest, most annoying issue with my gaming PC. It's on for a few hours. The DNS cache in Windows F's up, and I can't connect to website. I have to restart. My laptop's been doing something like that, Zoob. All of a sudden, I can't do anything, and I have to disconnect and reconnect to Wi-Fi, and it fixes it. I don't even know if that's what's happening to me, but I can't get anything to work. A 30-minute video chat with YouTube research. Sure. Next. When could we do it? I can't do any of these times. I can't do any of these times. Frick. Sorry. They always want to do these calls like while I'm streaming. It's like, would you like to do a call? Sure. How about in the morning Eastern time? Like what? Like hey, full-time YouTuber, do you want to do a voice chat during normal operational hours of pretty much any YouTuber streams or workflow? Yeah, sure. Like do it in the, why wouldn't you do it like late afternoon, evening? Yeah, I turned it off, Sven. I turned it off. So I bet we don't see that happen anymore, which I'm perfectly fine with. We don't, like, I don't need my GPU doing that constantly, because if all of a sudden it needs a little bit more, it needs a little bit more in the encoding process, well, the last thing I want it to do is be getting pinged by the Discord unnecessarily and then causing an issue. I was seeing if anybody replied to my stuff. Can we ban Mash? What did Mash say? I'm having some major issues with my console too. Sometimes I have to hold the button 2.5 seconds instead of 2 seconds to turn it on. Zubair, we have to give him credit. He brings more than gifted members to the table. That was really good. That was a good joke. That was one of his better jokes. You know what I mean? His his short jokes against me are kind of like, eh. That was a good one. Right, so like I said, can we ban MASH? I'm checking the news feeds, man. It is quiet. It is quiet. Nothing, boys. Any new trailers? Anything going on? Good golly. Jotun Slayer Hordes of Hell for PS5? I feel like, man, I have got to get off Chrome. Holy crap. It just freezes on me so much now. I don't know what they did, but it freezes all of the time on me now. Even on the gaming rig. Yes, Jotun Slayer Hordes of Hell. So this is like a Vampire Survivors style game, isn't it? Randomly got an ad. I'll take care of that. Become the Jotun Slayer. I don't know if this is like a Vampire Survivor. It looks like he's actively choosing when to shoot. It's a Survivor-like? New class, new deity. Try every hero, every power, every damn horde. This looks good. This has been on PC for a while, I believe. I think this has been on Steam for a while, hasn't it? So September 3rd is the full release. It's always a bummer. It's always a bummer when you see something like that, and then, like, if it had co-op, I could play that with Madam. I know you guys are like, who enough with the co-op? But it's like that, and Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, and, you know, and all the rest. That's like, it'd be so fun with another person. Well, we might have got a false positive. The GPU's back to doing whatever it's doing. I don't know. I don't know what it's coming from. I thought it was Discord. I guess it's not. Do you have any Survivor-style games with co-op? I mean, Vampire Survivors is co-op, but I play it so much with my nephews whenever we're up in Ohio that I don't want to play it with Madam. I don't even need it to be local co-op. We've got multiple PS5s. I don't even need it to be local. Is Deep Rock Galactic Survivor coming to consoles? I mean, I imagine that it would eventually. Group saying VTM Bloodlines 2 in October. I feel like I should. Tomcat, don't you believe it? Huh? Yeah, it wasn't the Discord thing. I really wonder what it was. So weird that it flatlined like that for such a long time, and now it's back to doing it again, and we haven't changed anything. That's super weird. Can you use your psychic powers and get EA to give me Titanfall 3? Man. I had a video somewhere with a bunch of good Titanfall 3 ideas. I don't know what I did with it. You also asked, what do you think of 007 First Light? My hope is it won't be insanely stealth heavy, but it being Hitman Team worries me. I feel like they're going to have to give you a pretty good blend of both. You're going to need a blend of both. I don't think it'll be super heavy on stealth. From what they've shown, there's going to be like driving, there's going to be action, there's going to be fighting, there's going to be shooting. I don't know if they're going to... They wouldn't want to turn it into like Hitman James Bond version. Like I feel like they would get a lot of criticism about that. So, Jack Garland says, so there will be booty cheeks is what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. On a gaming topic, where do you stand for? Oh, where do you stand on first person versus third person argument for Bethesda games? So, if it's a game with melee combat at all, I want third person. If it's guns, I don't really care. I just want it to feel good. So if first or third person is the way you want to go with your shooter, then I'm good either way. I just want it to feel really, really good. So third person shooting can feel great or it can feel terrible. Same with first person. Shooting, I can switch between both game types. Right? But with melee, as soon as it's melee based, I'm like, dude, give me third person. I need to be able to see what's going on. So, do we see any Injustice 3 announcements, Game Awards? I have no idea. Do you know if it's the same writers from the first game making Yote? I don't think they've changed staff because people tried to claim there was like a Women Appreciation Day where they posted a picture of all the women that worked at the company, and there were people that were trying to run a false narrative, and they're like, oh great, this is who's in charge now. And people were like, yeah, those are the same people that worked. It's the exact same staff and it's the exact same people that worked on the first game. So, once again, those guys can't help themselves but just make stuff up. And then Adam says, we've talked about what we want from Yote that will excite us. What's one thing that will deflate you if you see it? I can't think of anything that would deflate me if I see it. Like in a deep dive, you know, maybe if there's hints of like a bloated open world map. I felt like Tsushima is like arguably, I think, one of the best open world games like ever made. Just the level of density and like the stuff that's in it, I think it just works really, really well. It doesn't feel like an overstuffed map. It doesn't feel like a chore to explore it. I just feel like they did a really, really good job with it. And I feel like that would be my only concern, is if we see signs of like, you know, Yote's map's going to be just absolutely overstuffed. Like, I wouldn't want that. The amount of collectibles prevented me to plat for me last time. Want less of that this time. Oh, I don't think you're going to get less. I just don't want it to be like significantly higher. again, would be my primary concern. So, Travis asking another one here. What game other than Yote is on your radar right now? What's the other major release? Oh, Borderlands 4. Like, very, very much wanting Borderlands 4 to be amazing. And it looks like it's going to end up being like one of the best. So, I think it's going to be the best Borderlands from what we've seen. Didn't they say it's going to have a bigger map? I think it will, yes. I think it will end up having a bigger map. I think they've confirmed that. And I mean, just from the trailers alone, it looks like it's going to be larger. It's just bigger scope, larger sight lines. You know, it looks like a pretty huge game. Yeah. Lost Soul Aside looks good. It did get that delay, which is next month. There are definitely some other titles that are on my radar and things I'm looking forward to. I'm trying to think of some of the ones. Some of these are kind of just around the corner. Eric Solm, The Stolen Dream. It's the one with like the super realistic cutscenes. It's got like the super realistic cutscenes, and then it's like a stealth. It's like a top-down stealth game. I think that one looks really interesting and really cool. What else? Donkey Kong, which is next week. I'm actually hoping that can keep Madam and I's interest because of the nature of co-op in it being a lot like the companion style co-op that you get in games like traditionally like Mario Galaxy was like that. Oh, here's another. Oh my gosh, why did it do that? Oh, I can't. That's weird. This is another one that I'm really interested in, Shadow Labyrinth. It's Bandai Namco. It's Pokemon. Not Pokemon, I'm sorry, Pac-Man. It's a Pac-Man game, but it's Metroidvania. That one's really, really soon. That's July 18th. You get some of the combat here. I think this looks fantastic. Been a long time. So if you watched the Secret Level episode, it's based on that. Let's see here. Hell Clock looks good. Looks like more of a top-down twin stick, but it's a another Hades inspired game. This one looks good. Hell Clock. That one's definitely been on my radar for a while. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. I will be doing some type of content when the embargo drops. There's no way I'll be able to clear a 40 or 60 hour game before release, but I will do my best to put a lot of time in and give you guys a good video about it. We'll probably also stream it, just so I can kind of show some things to you. What else? August is a bit dry until Mafia the Old Country. Thank you, Wilbur. I took care of it. Mafia the Old Country looks really good. Sword of the Sea looks really good. That was the one where you're like surfing on the sword in the desert. Voidbreaker's coming to PC Early Access, and Morbid Metal also PC Early Access. Those are two games I was kind of keeping an eye on. So if you've not paid any attention to Morbid Metal, this is like a real like crazy frenetic melee-based game. And a rogue as well. So, interested to try that one. And then Voidbreaker is the rogue, the shooter rogue with destructible environments, and like everything's entirely destructible. This one's got some really unique mechanics in it. So I think this one looks really, really good. This one kind of makes me think of like Control meets Returnal a little bit. Yeah, Spine, they tweet all the time. But that one I just showed you is called Voidbreaker, if you're interested. The one I showed you before that was Morbid Metal. I think those are very, very cool. Dying Light, the Beast, doesn't really call to me. But we'll see. Gears of War Reloaded, I'm really interested in playing co-op campaign with Madam. We'll play that for you. I'm not interested in Metal Gear. Kirby and the Forgotten Lands, got that Starcross World DLC. Lost Soul Aside, we already talked about. That's August 29th. Shinobi Art of Vengeance looks really good. Two spot. So is it a preview gameplay of Yote? It will be a it is a like a deep dive into gameplay. 20-minute is basically 20 minutes of gameplay. Oh, Hell Is Us is on my radar. Hell Is Us is on my radar. Baby Steps, I think, looks hilarious. That'll definitely be a stream. I already said Borderlands. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is doing their 1.0 release on September the 17th. If you haven't played this game, I would argue if you like Vampire Survivors and those types, I think this is probably one of the best to play right now. If not, it might be the best. Incredible grind, incredible depth, incredible meta progression, extremely fun, very, very fun. I like it a lot. And I definitely think if you get a little bit stuck and you hit like a difficulty wall, look up some videos or loop back and do some grinding, because I remember I hit that wall and then people were like, you need to kind of loop back to the lower levels and grind, and I really was enjoying it. It's a shame that it's PC only. Spine is estimated third quarter. There's a lot of estimated third quarter. October, obviously, Ghost of Yotei. October also, on the exact same day, which is unfortunate, we'll be playing this with Madam on a Friday night. We'll do a whole series of this. Directive 8020, another dark pictures style game with, stuck in space, the horror of shapeshifters that could be, your crewmates or not. So this one I think looks really, really good. Madam and I will definitely be playing that for you guys on Friday nights, and we'll do a whole playthrough like we did of The Quarry. Painkiller looks good. Painkiller is coming to PS5, PC, and Xbox in October. There's an age restriction on this one, but this one's like a bloody, shooty mess. I believe this one has co-op, does it not? Doesn't Painkiller have? I feel like it has co-op. It's a reboot. Supports up to 3 online players. Yeah. So Mab and I are going to have some co-op games coming up. Little Nightmares 3. Little Nightmares 3 is definitely on my radar. That's another in October. That's October the 10th. Keeper is coming October the 17th. And this is from Double Fine. This is going to be one that is an Xbox exclusive for a little bit. I don't know when they'll port it to PlayStation, but they seemingly have committed to basically doing that with all their games. This is the one where you're like a really unique art style and you're like a lighthouse or something. So this one looks really, really cool. Double Fine makes good games. So that one's on my radar. Ninja Gaiden 4. Escape Simulator 2 is coming out in October as well. I love that game. Play that a lot with Madam for you guys, as well as Hilly. Outer Worlds 2 is definitely on my radar. Arc Raiders is kind of on my radar. I'm hoping they add a PvE mode or something, but I won't hold my breath. And then we get to November. And we've got an estimated November for Crimson Desert, as well as Call of Duty Black Ops 7. And then December is, we're estimating Chronos is still coming this year. Hollow Knight Silksong is still coming this year. So there you go. Check out Abyssus. Abyssus is coming August. Co-op roguelite. Okay. Are we going to get a console release? Yeah, we'll be switching to a new stream in 15 minutes, y'all. Yeah, Abyssus looks good, but with Game Share, no, it doesn't look like Abyssus is hitting other platforms. Yeah, just Windows. That's such a bummer. I can't do anything with like Steam co-op rogues because I'd have to buy the game twice. And I'm just not willing to do that with a game with Madam because if we end up not liking it. It's a bummer. There's just not a good way of doing that for us, like in our living room. If you don't like it, you can just return it. Well, let me rephrase. I don't have a great way of having two PCs set up in the living room. I would need two PCs, two gaming rigs in the living room, and I'm just not going to do that. My old gaming rig is enormous. Madam's gaming rig's not that big, but like it just isn't worth it. Props to you for sitting here all this time. I gotta tell you, it's not easy. It used to be a lot easier, you know. I've been doing this for 10 years, and you know, when you're 10 years older than you used to be, stuff like this is not, you know what I mean? Not quite the spring chicken that I once was. Okay. The older I get, the more I like couch gaming with gamepads and handheld consoles. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this just reinforces how much like I would not want to sit here and, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's just I would not want to sit here and game for like long periods of time. Yo, what's good, Lazaro? Hey, Lona, looking forward to the state of play with Yote. What's your number one thing looking for? Yeah, I'm not necessarily looking for it, but if we could get any information about the stance system and how that's going to work, you know, that would be great. This is actually my Release a song to the public? Oh, this is my daughter's song. Dying for a Phone. Yeah. It's actually really good. It's like annoyingly good as a song. I think there's one thing Lonos made clear. It's that he really wants to know how the hot baths are going to work. Yeah. Will Atsu be topless? Level up your live streams with a new leaderboard for top fans. This fun feature is a simple way to recognize your most engaged audience members and encourage active participation during a live stream through the chat, super chats, and gifts. Yeah, but it's I don't think it's for US and vertical live only. Wait, no. The leaderboard, you just have to be 18 and over. The double asterisk is for gifts. We don't get gifts unless we're in vertical. We should be able to get this leaderboard feature during our normal streams. Will we see Atsu's butt in the... Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to show it. I tell you what, though, we're going to shift gears to the new stream in about 10 minutes. So let me take a break before we do that. Do me a favor. If you haven't hit like yet, help this stream out. A bunch of people will watch the VOD just for the vibes and just to listen. I'm about to say Gunn did it. Nice. Lono's legally obligated to watch this because of Momoa. Chief of War on Apple. Is it a show? Or a movie. Anyways. I'm going to take a quick break to stretch before we settle in for the state of play. So, yeah, try to get us to 500 likes. I don't know if we'll be able to do it. The viewership usually dwindles on a long stream like this. I feel like the same thing happened last time, and that's why we want to start a new one anyway. When we use Superman, I don't know. Waiting room. The last time we did a state of play waiting room, I think the same thing happened. Yeah, we dwindled at the end, and then we redirected. Yep. So, normal behavior, which is why we wanted to start the new one anyway. I don't know. I'd love to go see it with my fam. We'll have to figure out a time to do it. It's best to wait and let the hype die down anyway. I'm not in like a rush. So, all right, I'll be right back. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Is anyone else happy they made the switch over to Xbox for PlayStation from Xbox? I actually don't feel that way about it because I had both for such a long time that I don't feel like happiness or elation about it. I wish that both were banging. You know what I mean? Like, I wish both platforms were crushing it and killing it. I wish it wasn't like this. Yeah, I have one platform that I primarily game on now, and I don't really touch, the rest. Yo, it's good, Jay. All right, let me get this pulled up. I do feel like we should stop and restart the Twitch stream. I do feel like we should do that. Let's do this. Let's do that. All right, let me send my tweets, and then we're going to switch gear. We're going to switch to the new stream, all right? Okay. It's Ghost of Yotei time. It's Yo time. It's Ghost of Yo time. Let's retweet that. We'll give the old Discord a ping-a-ring, ching-a-ring. It's Yo time. That's right, Lazaro. All right, YouTube, here you go. Here's a link to the new stream, okay? Hey, thanks so much for checking out this video. If you're watching this later, you're going to want to skip ahead by about 29 minutes. So this will be the official Ghost of Yotei State of Play. We are looking forward to some Ghost of Yotei gameplay. I want to see if they go into details about the stances and some other things. So I am looking forward to that. So if you're watching this later and you want to be here for talk shows and breakdowns, I keep it safe for work. Consider hitting subscribe and the bell button. We also just renamed our membership. So if you do click join, don't pick the gifted member. That's for gifted. Pick member plus if you want to support and be here for all that. I'm going to end the previous stream and redirect folks over. Thank you, boys, so much.